Hello, hello. Chat, can you hear us? Please let us know if you can hear us. Wow, what a response. They can definitely hear us. Hello and welcome to the Calling Auckland 2021. My name is Sasha Markovic, employee of Legend Story Studios, the creators of Flesh and Blood, and I'm proud to share this day with you of many, many games. And I'm joined today with two veterans themselves of the Calling series, Hayden Dale, hailing from Sydney, Australia, and Brendan Patrick from Texas, USA. Hello, boys. Introduce yourselves. Welcome to a day full of many games.
Hi all, Hayden checking in here. Excited for 11 rounds of Blitz calling. And yes, can't wait.
Yep, Brendan Patrick here. Excited for this Championship Sunday at Blitz we have going on. Just can't stress enough how awesome it is for someone like me in the US, and I'm sure some of you guys over in Europe and the rest of the world to be able to see, high-level play. Because the past few months for me and the past year have been, mostly tabletop, but, finally I get to see what the big boys are pulling out for Blitz.
Absolutely. And for those who do not know what Blitz is a very fast format of Flesh and Blood. A fast game's a good game, and there's going to be plenty of them today. Like Hayden said, 11 rounds of Swiss. Currently, we have 157 players registered, which is astounding. The largest Flesh and Blood tournament in history, I believe. If anything's bigger than that, please let me know. I would love to hear about it, but I think today's the day. So, Hayden, what do you think about Blitz? Do you know much about the format? I know we've all played plenty of games, but Blitz is fairly new, and a lot of people might not know.
Yeah, Blitz is a fantastic format. I think if you've ever played Classic Constructed, it's a different beast entirely. It's obviously a much shorter format game. You've got the 40 card deck, set deck, plus your 11 equipment and weapon loadouts. So it's a really different challenge to build a deck that's you can't sideboard or pre-board cards in and out. You've got to come to the table with that deck ready to go. And only play around with your equipment slots. So I think we'll see some interesting things today with the way players have looked at and built the decks. So yeah, Blitz is a great format, and I can't wait to see what the innovative minds have brought to the table for this event.
Who do you think those innovative minds are?
Sorry about that. Sadly interrupted you there, Sasha. But just to lead off your last question there, we can't really go too far without mentioning Cale McCreath. I know he picked up a big win yesterday, but this guy's, he's been on my radar since day one, and I know I took a few beatdowns from him when I flew over the pond and visited Auckland myself. But really hoping to see him on Bravo, because I think it's a bit of a mix-up from what I'm expecting out of the metagame. And I think, with the right tuning and the right play, which I know Kale's got that, he's definitely put in the reps with that deck, he might be able to pull through.
What about yourself, Hayden? Who's your eye on today?
Yeah, a few players. As Brendan said, of course, we had the sealed PTI event yesterday, which, just a quick shout out, that got to 106 players, I believe. With a fantastic top 8 there. That was Arcane Rising Seal with the top 8 draft. So a huge event for a really big weekend for Flesh and Blood here already. Personally, there was a few players in there that I'm already keeping my eye on. So I know Kieran McKintigart. He lost to Kale in the finals. I heard it was an exciting finals, and he's a player that's been around the New Zealand scene since the start. And he is also, if people have seen the Session Blood podcast or the videos on YouTube, he's one half of that team and a very good player. And I'm excited to see what he brings to the table today. And Sasha, what about yourself? Is there any players that you're looking out for, keeping an eye on?
Absolutely. I concur with all of your suggestions, but I have a long-standing rivalry with Isaac Olsen, that is the first calling champion. I would love to see him do well, but I wouldn't mind the opposite as well. But you got to root for the rivals.
Only because he beat you in the first ever calling, right, Sasha?
Just because of that fact, yes. But I did beat him in the second one, so that's fair call. Fair call.
Vengeance, as they say.
Wish we could be there today, though, don't we, boys?
Absolutely. If I remember correctly, I think you gave Isaac a warm welcoming at that calling in game 1.
A funny turn of events, yes. We paired first round of that calling, but yeah, let's just see what great games await us today. Hopefully, the players are currently sitting down in the play meeting, getting ready to talk and getting ready to play, and Alan is giving them a nice rundown as head judge.
So, Sasha, can you maybe let us all know and everyone on the stream what sort of the format is today? How many rounds of Swiss do we believe we're looking at, and what can we expect from round times and whatnot?
So we're looking at 11 rounds of Swiss today, and a quick apologies to Alan. Jason Chung is actually head judging today. Alan has got too many things on his plate. Massive props to him for putting the day together. So with 11 rounds of Swiss and a timer of 30 minutes per round plus 5 minutes, we're looking to be here for quite a while. And the top 8 is a unique thing as well. We are going to do double elimination top 8 today. So with double elimination, we could have a potential 4 to 5 round top 8. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, something that we've never done before. I know in the past and in the callings that we've played so far, it's been single elimination. What's the difference between that double elimination? What do you think that gives the players as opposed to that single elimination?
It gives the players a sense of security, knowing that they can maybe take a little more risks, and we can have some more exciting gameplay as well in the top 8. And also, you can add a little bit more risk to your deck as well, knowing that if you do reach the coveted final 8 seats, that you can have some extra power to your deck without losing out too much on the progressing forward and actually taking out the trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think that we did have a bit of a rule change as well. Do you want to go over that, Sasha?
So the major rule change for today is that Iron Song Response has actually changed so you can play it while Reprise isn't active, which is kind of momentous if you're a Warrior player and having them stuck in your arsenal or forcing to pitch them because you can't play them. So that's a totally different dynamic that improves the Warrior games. Also, to that fact, we are trialing a new change in policy in how the end of match procedure finishes up. So instead of the normal time ends and then we have additional 3 to 5 turns, instead there's only 1 turn, and it's going to be quite exciting to just see games end in a flurry, a true blitz. But what about the metagame, boys? What do you guys think is going to be the most popular deck today, and why?
Yeah, great question. We actually had a really good article put out by, correct me if I'm wrong, Jason Long on Channel Fireball this past week. And, you know, I think he's pretty spot on. We're definitely expecting to see a lot of Kano and then probably a lot of Ira with that. You know, with those two decks kind of being the expected to be the most prominent. What I really have my eye on is, you know, maybe some dark horses of the tournament, whether that be the Sneaky Azalea, the Benji, or maybe the Kale McCreath on the Bravo. But, you know, speaking to this Kano-Ira kind of dichotomy that we plan to see most of the day, how do you see this matchup going, Hayden? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, sorry, just to clarify, you said Kano versus Ira there, Brendan?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I mean, it's the two decks that have been battling it out so far through the split season in the New Zealand metagame. Of course, where the calling is held today. And, you know, we've seen events where we've seen a majority Kanos, we've seen 3 or 4 Iras in different top 8s. And so it's a matchup that we're expecting to see a lot today. And I think it's a very interesting matchup. I actually think it can really go either way depending on how the players have firstly set up their decks. So if players are prepared for certain ways that they think the opponent's going to play, be that if, you know, the Kano player feels that maybe the Ira decks are going to be on heavy life gain strategies, trying to take the game long and really have that null room 4 set up so that they can try and grind out the Wizard player. Or on the flip side, you know, the Ira player might be looking to be more aggressive. So I think we're going to see matches go either way if we see Kano versus Ira matchups. And it's really going to depend on, as I say, the factors of how the decks are set up, how the players are approaching that match, because it really can be different based on those factors. So look, I'm excited to see some of those matchups, especially with top players on those decks, and see who might prevail. And I'm sure we might see a couple of copies in the top 8 of maybe 1 or 2 of those decks.
So now that we have archetypes out of the way, what do you think about specific cards? What do you think is the most important card in the format? There's one that's burning in my mind, but what do you guys think? And chat, feel free to throw out what cards you think are most important as well, if you've played enough Blitz or just have a favorite card yourselves.
That's a fantastic question. I think, look, I actually think a card that is going to be really important today, not necessarily the card that's going to see the most copies played, however, though, is Chains of Eminence. I think that card is a very strong card in this format where 40 card decks, people are going to be pitching and going through the decks pretty regularly. You can have an idea of when cards might be coming back, or as well, people might be trying to set up combo finishes. So we know there's a Visceray OTK deck that's been making the rounds. Kano, of course, sometimes will set up for big OTK turns, and if the opposition or as the other players have a Chains of Eminence at the right time, naming the correct card, it could be huge. So that's a card I'm looking out for today. How about you, Brendan?
Yeah, I mean, to piggyback off that, I've got to agree with you and say that Scour the Battlescape is really going to take the field here. No, but in all seriousness, I'm looking out for my E-strikes, specifically my alpha ones with the pink strip. I mean, there's so much to be said about such a diverse in what it can do. I would say flexible is a better word, right? Those 3 modes all being relevant, and that card is just always a threat, right? I just can't wait to see how it's utilized, both in aggro decks, control decks, and maybe even in the Kano decks. But yeah, E-strike is going to be my card of the day.
Beautiful. A lot of E-strikes in chat. I see Sigil of Solace in chat as well. Personally, I think I'm tossing up between Talismanic Lens and Flickflack. I think both those cards are kind of pillars of the format. Talismanic Lens finds the kill card of Kano a lot of the times when you don't really have any option in gamble. And Flickflack is like the defining card that stops aggro in its tracks. But more about that. What about your hottest take for the event? What do you think is not necessarily a popular opinion that will actually happen this tournament?
That's very interesting. I think so. There was a predictions, or I guess hot takes post on the Facebook fan page, and one of my hot takes. Well, maybe not so much of a hot take, but I do think that Rhinar could be well positioned this week. If there's players coming with the right builds, they understand the Ira matchup. I think you can build to favor yourself, or at least get 50-50 with the Kano matchup. But where it can be quite difficult is knowing how your Ira opponent's going to play and how you're going to set up to prevail in that matchup. So look, I think we could see potentially 1 or 2 Rhino decks crack the top 8 here. And yeah, I'm going to call it now. I'm going to say 1 copy at least makes the top 8.
Running the claws or the club or both?
I think it's going to be both. I think with the 11 equipment slots that you have, you can run both, although it is actually surprisingly really tight in that equipment loadout, because there's a few pieces that you want to play with across your Null Rune, across your different arm pieces. But I think the claws is huge in the Kano and Ira matchup. I think against Ira, you have to try and find these big turns with Blood Rush Bellows or an Alpha Rampage or whatever it might be, before they they get the engine going, they get the life gain all out, they get set up, and Kano, it's just honestly, it's a bit of a table vomit a little bit. You've just got to race, and you can kill Kano on turn 1 if you set up correctly. So look, I think claws in those 2 matchups particularly, but then the club comes in probably in some matchups like Warrior.
What happens if a Kano player or a Rhino player kills on turn 0, turn 1? We're going to be for a loss of coverage, aren't we? There's a lot of fast games. Hopefully we have fast rounds as well. And we have some great games. But it will be exciting to see a turn 0 kill or a turn 1 kill. I would not mind seeing that at least once today.
Yeah, I'm sure chat can keep us entertained after that. And I'm sure chat would love to see a turn 1 kill.
What about any other classes? Are those the only 2 classes that you think are capable of killing on turn 1? Or is there a sneaky Dark Horse Azalea that's out there that's ready to strike from the shadows?
Sounds like you're speaking my language. Maybe not on turn 1, but there is there is a sneaky Azalea out there. Someone who's going to play 3 of a kind and draw all the cards. Maybe in one turn, but maybe not turn 1, but maybe in one turn. I definitely think he's out there. There's somebody... I know there's some Azalea purists in the field, and I really, really hope that we're going to be able to see some on stream. Definitely agreeing with you, Hayden, though, that Reinar is, may not be recognized as much in, the metagame analysis or anything like that, but always a threat to take the tournament and, really, really a hero to be respected here.
Yeah, definitely. And I think now we're hopefully not far away from kicking off with round 1. But Sasha, I just wanted to quickly touch. I know there's been a few comments in stream, and we might have some new viewers here today. So are you able to maybe just quickly explain how the pre-game procedure works in Blitz, and does that differ to Classic Constructed at all?
Yes, Hayden, great question. It does differ slightly. So similarly to Classic Constructed, you would sit down across from your opponent, greet them, wish them well, reveal both your heroes, and then your deck is set. You have 40 cards. You can't change any cards in your deck. So you don't even have to think about that. That's easy. What you do have to think about is what weapons and equipment you bring to the table. You have 11 slots to pick out your 5 to 6 cards, depending if you're running one-handed weapons or not. And there you go. So it is a lot of flexibility. You do have a lot of niche equipment that are great, like a lot of Arcane Barrier against Wizards, for example. Do you need at least one Arcane Barrier against Runeblade? Do you expect to see Runeblade? So many questions to answer, and that sneaky Gambler's Gloves in case you run into a KO or a Brute that just loves to roll in Scabskin Leathers. There's quite a few options, and as time evolves, then we're going to just get plenty more, and it's going to become more and more interesting. So what would you guys play today if you were actually here? Because I know I definitely would want to be there if I could be.
I'll let Brendan kick that off, I think. What would you be playing today, Brendan?
I think I would definitely be playing Ira. Not because I think the deck is, particularly the strongest or anything like that, but I think, part of me believes that the Ira deck spawned out of the Ninja Turtle deck, which was a favorite of mine back in the early constructed days of Welcome to Wraith. And it almost seems sacrilegious for me to not be playing some sort of derivative of that. What about you, Hayden?
You want to turtle people to victory, Dachi.
Yeah, just make it as boring as possible for everybody watching and everybody playing against me.
I think for me, look, I already bigged up the Reinar, and it's definitely a deck that I would have considered playing had I been going to this event. I was fortunate enough to be able to get in some games, of testing with a couple of the guys that are there today. Thankfully, thanks to the joy that is the internet. The other decks that probably were on my radar actually were, because of the metagame, I do actually quite like Dorinthia if you have the right build. I think, a few of the decks in the meta right now are trying to cut defense reactions to deal with Kano, and Dorinthia can really take advantage of that. So that was probably another deck that I would have been, I guess, tossing up had I been able to be in attendance today.
What about you, Sasha? What would you bring if you could?
I've been a fan of Wizard from day one, not a lie. But I would have hoped that if I had the time to prepare, I would have found some 3-of-a-kind Tome of Fiandol brew that would have abused Feign Death in this format. I saw a great question in chat actually asking why is Sigil of Solace such a popular and notable card in this format. And the reason why is why similarly Feign Death and cards like Bonehead Barrier are very, very powerful in Blitz is that they defend generically both against physical damage and arcane damage. And being able to have a resource card or a card that you can play quickly that can effectively defend yourself from multiple angles is quite valuable, because Blitz is all about consistency. It's a long tournament, long day. Any card that reduces your consistency is going to effectively give you a loss, and you want to avoid as many losses as possible. So Sigil of Solace, although kind of vanilla on the front of the face, that it actually is quite versatile and there's a lot of value in pretty much every matchup. What other guys do you think are staples of the format as well?
I was just going to ask you the same thing. I got there first. I think Brendan's already talked about one. Enlightened Strike is a card that, for the similar reasons, is versatile. So a card that easily slots into a Blitz deck. I think we're going to see, cards like Sink Below, of course, but less than we might see in Classic Constructed because you can't remove those from your deck for the matchups like Kano, like potentially an OTK Viserai where you want to make sure you've got that 40 card set up as lean and mean as possible. And one other card I think we'll see a few copies of today is Toma Fiendale. I think Toma Fiendale is a card that both Wizard wants to play. Any decks that want to set up, control decks that want to gain that life and get those cards, maybe because they're playing a Time Snap Potion or Mage Master Boots. So I think those are cards that are staples, and we'll see today. What about you, Brendan? Is there any other cards that you're expecting to see as staples today?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just going to piggyback off that and say, agree with you on Toma Fiendal. I mean, that card was underrated for way too long, in my opinion. I'm very happy to see it, see it so popular nowadays. I mean, just its versatility and, what it does, it's just fantastic. But one thing I want to circle around to is, I'm virtually sitting next to 2 calling champions right now. Very blessed. But my question is, we've talked about this multiple times. It's going to be a very long event. We have double elimination in top 8. How are you guys, if you guys were going to this event, how are you preparing for, a long event like this to not get fatigued, to stay focused? What are your ways to kind of conquer that? Let's start with you, Sasha.
Well, I've played a lot of card game tournaments in my time, so it's kind of just well practiced and well versed at this point. But it really is just kind of fundamentals. Get a good night's sleep, make sure you're hydrated, have a lot of snacks throughout the day. Don't have a big meal so that your brain isn't clogged down, and just try to be in the zone. Playing a slow deck is kind of a massive cost because you're never going to take a break. You're never going to actually be able to rest your brain between rounds. But there are also sometimes strategical benefits to that. What do you think, Hayden? Do you also agree that it's all about the fundamentals, or do you have some secret tech that no one knows about?
I do agree. I just saw in chat, new guy 2878 just said, I stay focused by drinking beer. I think that's, maybe that's the secret tech. So, no, look, for me, it's the same. It's, as you say, get a good night's sleep, although it's not always easy the night before a big event. Snacks, 100%. If you're playing between rounds and, maybe your games are going a little longer than you'd hope or expect, it's going to be tough to get down to maybe the lunchroom or to a cafe or whatever it might be nearby. So make sure you have that food available. Lots of water. I know personally I drink quite a few liters of water a day, so I've got to have that with me. One of the other things I think as well is to just, when you have those between rounds, is to decompress. It's so easy to continue to think about your last match, and it might be playing on your mind, especially if it was a really close match and maybe you didn't quite get the win. Things can really play on your mind, and it's difficult, if you're thinking for the next 10 minutes after your game, even heading into the next round, still thinking about that last game. In the end, it's not going to matter. It's happened. It's behind you. It's all about what's happening for the rest of the day. Get your mind on that next game. Get set up, and because you can start to spiral through the day if your mind's overworked. Especially, today the players are looking at playing 11 rounds. It is 30-minute rounds, so it is a bit quicker than, say, Classic Constructed, but it's still a lot. I know, personally, I played the first calling that I played, the limited calling. There was, I think it was 7 rounds Swiss, and I didn't really get a break, and my mind was going the whole time. And by the time I got to top 8, I was exhausted. So I'm hoping these players take a bit of time for themselves between rounds today.
Excellent. And the round 1 pairings have just been shared with us. So hopefully that we get a feature match on camera and on stream very, very soon. But totally, I think those fundamentals are great. Quickly, Brendan, do you want to touch on that topic as well before we hopefully jump into a game?
Yeah, Sasha, I think you've been privy to my sort of secret sauce and how conquering that. It's always comes down to cold cuts and bananas, if you remember. I also like the occasional pep talk from my friend and the nervous run to the bathroom. That's what gets me through events like this.
Excellent. I'll make sure to stock up on cold cuts and send some over to the guys at the calling today. But too easy. Are you guys having a look at this list here? We have so many players. It's so inspiring. I'm just scrolling page after page after page. Here we go. Who are some key players that you would like to see first round, or a key deck that you would like to see first round? I expect to see a lot of Wizard and Ira later in the day, so I wouldn't mind seeing some spice up front if we can actually get it.
Yeah, I'd love to see some Cavding. That's the number one thing I'd love to see on probably Cambridge Day is a well-tuned and exciting Cavding deck.
Yeah, absolutely. I know we're going to be seeing a lot of Wizard, a lot of Ira here, but I have my eyes on Nick Holding, and he's always a joy to watch. He's kind of the master of the game, and I'm the student of the game, and that's where I learn all my fancy Wizard plays from. So anytime I get to see him on stream is definitely a joy, and just the speed at which that man plays blows my mind.
Yeah, just for reference, so Nick Holding is a Kano player. Is that correct, Brendan?
Correct. Also known as the Drakai of Ether, and he's the winner of the first major Blitz event, PTI event at NZ Nationals in 2020. I mean, it kind of goes on and on. This guy's a threat at every tournament he goes to, and I mean, it's face up what he's playing, right? Everybody knows he's always playing Kano, but they can't seem to evade him when it comes to actually winning the match.
I'm seeing from chat a lot of calls for Runeblade. There's a call for Kasai. What else we did? Oh, Shiana. Someone's hoping to see a Shiana today. That would be pretty spicy, I think, actually, if we did see a Shiana busted out.
I would not mind. So who do you think are the underdogs of today? So we talked about a lot about Kano, talked a lot about Ira, a little bit of Dorinthia, a little bit of Reiner, but who are the underdogs? Is it Shiana? Would anyone bring Shiana today? Are any classes or heroes not represented today? What do you guys think, Hayden?
I think Benji. I mean, personally, I couldn't crack Benji from my playing and testing. I really just couldn't find a deck or a build that I felt was favored against a lot of other heroes. So I'd love to see if someone brings that Benji. I would call that the underdog story, that's for sure. Datadol is probably the other one. That 3 intellect barrier seems to be a really tough hurdle for a lot of players to get their head around and find something that might work. So those are the two. I know chat's blowing up with Datadol here as well. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually think, although slightly mentioned, but I think still an underdog and still a bit underrated is Viserai. Would love to see some, because multiple archetypes when we talk about him. So either bringing an OTK deck or just kind of your standard mid-range deck. But I think he has a very good chance to actually show up in the top 8 or either the later Swiss rounds. I'm actually looking at the pairings right now, and speaking of underdogs that I would expect to win the tournament, actually, Karol Ruskowitz is up against Isaac Olsen first round here, so that's going to be an incredible match, and Karol's one of my all-time favorite players, and I've actually had the pleasure of playing against him in a calling back in Auckland Constructed for Welcome to Wraith. But yeah, for me, Viserai could be a spicy one. What about you, Sasha?
Sorry, I was a little bit distracted paying attention to some comms with Alan here. So what was your question, Brendan? Sorry.
We're talking about underdogs for the tournament, either be it heroes or players, but specifically hero to start out. Who do you expect to kind of pull through that we haven't really talked about yet?
To pull through, it's tough to say, but I definitely think Datadol is the underdog just with that lack of intellect. But we put up a hero spotlight of Datadol on the YouTube channel just the other day, and James White showed us how it's done. Datadol is actually a monstrous threat against Kano. 3 intellect is not that many, but when half your items defend against damage pretty easily, it can definitely put a damper on them. But I would love to see Azalea. Azalea is my girl. She has to shoot those arrows. She's talked down about a lot, and she needs some justice, I think. And Blitz might be the point to do it. People are on low enough health, and the arrows are very, very large.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pop that link to the showcase in the chat if chat wants to watch that video at some point. It's a great game between James, and I think he's playing against Newson there. And as Sasha says, watching that Datadol go to work is a thing of beauty. I thought I was thoroughly impressed.
Yes, so much chatter today. It's going to be great. Fab. There you go. You can hear it.
And just to let chat know, we're going to be checking, of course, through chat through the day. So any questions that you want to ask us through rounds, between rounds, if you'd like to know, any information about players on stream or decks, we'll do our best to find out for you and communicate it back.
Yeah, please do. Who are you guys hoping for this first round feature match? There are a few pairings that look quite spicy.
I'm just looking through now.
Yeah, so I had a quick look over while we were talking here. I mean, obviously, like I said earlier, the Kale Ruskowitz and Isaac Olsen is um, kind of a tier one, just golden match. I would love to get an eye on that. I'm looking through the rest here, so still kind of scrolling, but yeah, I mean, Carroll's just one of my all-time favorites, and Isaac, of course, just being a top lad. Would love to see him. I wonder what they brought too. What do you think? Do you think Carroll's on the brute?
I think that's somewhat likely. Actually, I know what Isaac is playing. Fortunately, I have had some discussions with Isaac about the format, about decks and options. So look, let's see what comes up on table one. But I'm pretty confident I know what he has brought to the table today. Carroll, on the other hand, I'm not sure. He is known as a brute player and a bit of a brute master. But at the same time, I know he was sort of playing around with a few other heroes and decks. So maybe we'll see him bring a Benji or an Azalea or who knows? Who knows? But in terms of other matches, I know on table 10 we've got Callum Gittins, who was the topper of he went 6-1 in yesterday's PTI event Swiss. A relatively new player to Flesh and Blood, but is a seasoned Magic the Gathering player. Played at Worlds before and Pro Tours, I believe. So looking out for him against Liam Spronkin, who is played a bit of Brute and has made a few top 8s in the Road to Callings and Road to Nationals events before.
Just looking through this list, there are so many prolific players here, and eventually they're going to clash. It's just very exciting to have these two notable characters clash straight away. Carol from Session Blood, who creates beautiful content, very much appreciated, and hopefully he shared some insights that are used by the players today on their podcast with Kieran. And man, so Isaac, you know what he's playing. I hope he has a little bit of spice. Always hope that Isaac has some spice. He's a fan of it. My goodness. Hopefully we get the gameplay starting soon as possible. I kind of just want to dive into this, and so does everyone in chat, I imagine. Thank you, chat, for being here. It means a lot to us that you would actually show up at whatever time zone you're in, inconvenient or not, and actually support us. It's really great. I just wish that we could all just be together in the Flesh and Blood, being able to play games. Hopefully that comes sooner rather than later.
And
yes,
just for
let's start already.
Exactly. Just for a bit of clarity, so the players were just sat in the player meeting with 100, and I think we're at 156 players. We could have gone up since then. It's a mammoth task for the team on site today to get everyone in seats and through the player meeting. So we are running a little bit behind, but I know things will be ready to kick off soon. And just for everyone out there, I know there's been a few questions about can we get the metagame breakdown. We're going to try and get that for you as soon as possible. And once we have it, we'll communicate that to you and let you know what decks are around today.
I think we do have confirmation that it is Carol and Isaac. So that is going to be super exciting. A lot of people from all over the world, USA, Florida, Germany, in the UK, Netherlands in lockdown. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. It really means a lot. Hopefully we can put on a good show for you today. And Carol just got engaged recently as well, so congratulations to Carol. Hopefully he uses that luck and actually puts it through to this event. I'm sure that he'll like to take out the first prize. Weddings aren't cheap. So Canada, a lot of Canada. It's like 4 in a row, Canada. I love it. Thank you, everybody. All 2 of us.
Wow, Brazil.
Brazil. Wow.
Puerto Rico.
That's so cool. A lot in the States. Even from New Zealand. Aaron, why aren't you at the event? Please tell us why. Oh, goodness. We're getting a 1-minute warning from the coverage team on the ground. Keep the chat going. World. Yes, we're all together in this. That's awesome. Thank you, Full Circle.
I see quite a few names actually from locally here in Texas in the chat. I know DM Armada here. Pretty popular YouTuber, makes a lot of great content for Flesh and Blood. Really enjoy his stuff. And actually, I've had the pleasure of playing against him at my locals.
Everyone who makes content for Flesh and Blood is great, in my opinion. Like, we just appreciate everybody who shares their thoughts and opinions to the world and just mainly takes their time to do so. It's very great. Very much appreciated. Sweden. To Sweden. Yes, plenty of communities online, whether it's Discord or Facebook. Plenty of places to find people like-minded who want to play Flesh and Blood locally. And here we go. Carol on the left, Isaac Olsen on the right. Well, the first thing I have to say is that Isaac's unfortunately not going to win this event because he's not wearing a red shirt. For those of you who don't know, there's this long-standing tradition where calling winners have randomly been wearing a red shirt. So Isaac is just putting himself at a deficit here. Oh, he's got the red hat though. He's gonna at least try to top 8.
He's got it. Look, Sasha, that's not strictly to. I personally was wearing a white T-shirt for my calling wins, so I think it's callings in New Zealand. So I think you're still right.
Fair enough. Okay, a little bit of discrepancy there, but we can play the odds and just try to wear red as much as possible.
Always. So we've got Isaac on the right here, Karol Ruskowitz on the left here. Karol is playing Ira, as you can see, and he's going to lead up with Kodachis as his weapons, and with Isaac on the right on the Dorinthia playing the Dawnblade. So I know Isaac went through a lot of different heroes and decks for testing to try and find something that he felt could both stand up well against Kano and Ira in particular. So I know he's tested this matchup a lot, so it's going to be really exciting to see how he sort of goes about playing this match and crafting lines of play.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the pedigree of these players just quickly before we jump in. So Isaac is clearly an established calling champion. Karol's hungry after the trophy. Who do you think wants this more? Does Isaac want the redemption of trying to win another trophy? Because now he won the first calling, which is probably the smallest event, and now this is the largest. Does he want to prove himself at a bigger scale? And Karol just wants to just crack in, prove the name of Session Blood, actually say that what he's talking about actually has worth.
I don't think you can question either of these two's sort of want and drive to win this. I know both of them have been testing hard, and for Isaac, he'd love to put another calling win on his resume, and Karol would love to get his first to go alongside a top 8. So we're going to kick off here. Isaac's going to lead off with a Sharpened Steel. So he's on the play here. He's going to come in for 6 on turn 1. And if you're Karol here, what's your sort of thought process? Obviously, going second here. What are you thinking about with this attack coming in?
I think Isaac's just trying to buy cards out of Karol. So Karol's probably just going to defend with 2 cards, if not more, because Isaac is threatening attack reactions with that pitch. Isaac pitching that Iron Song response as well. So Isaac, with the sneaky Glinda Quicksilver, this is going to punish Karol. Hopefully Isaac can put through some damage on the first turn. Isaac looking like he might push 4 damage here if this is a +2 on the Lightning Strike.
He's gone with the card draw, I think, which is I think is a great play there. You want to still set up. The big thing about going first in Flesh and Blood is, you don't get the opportunity to try and swing the tempo as your opponent draws back up. But what you can do is you can get set up and get a card into Arsenal and try and craft your hand a little bit. So rather than the extra 2 damage, Isaac sort of values that card into Arsenal a lot more. And most of the cards in his deck are fine to go into Arsenal.
Yes, absolutely. We're hoping to get the glare fixed as well. I noticed a lot of the sleeves that the players have brought are quite reflective today. So hopefully we can resolve that sooner rather than later. But here comes Karol with the Kodachi.
And I think just seeing a few questions in chat about no tunic and Carriage of Bladehold for Isaac. So one of the reasons for that, of course, is with Ninja, there's a lot of on-hit effects, and although Ira might have less because it's a bit more of a control deck traditionally, that's still a consideration for Isaac, especially with the third card of a chain coming in, something like this with a Soulbeat Strike. So a red Soulbeat Strike for 4 here. That's going to take more than 1 card out of Isaac to block up. So at some point he's going to want to use his defensive equipment to block that. And the other thing that Courage of Bladehold does as well is it allows Isaac to have a really big turn. So on the turn where he really wants to go for it, he gets to crack the Courage of Bladehold, reduce his weapon swings for the turn by 1. It's almost like having another card in his hand. It's 2 resources as opposed to the 1 that Tunic would be worth on that turn. So I think that's the reason Isaac's chosen to go with Courage here.
Yes, absolutely. You see Isaac defending with that bolters straight away, just making sure that the Solby doesn't hit. Isaac also threatening that bolters is active at any point now. It's not an unforeseen play. And there's a second red Sharpen still, two of them gone. That's all he has. Sharpen's still a very potent card for Warrior, easily pushing up the damage. And Carol defending for Command and Conquer here. I can't tell what the other card is because of Glare. I apologize for that as well. We hope to have that resolved by the start of the next round. Red Stroke of Foresight. Isaac threatening 3 damage, but Ira does have a lot of defense reactions. Carol might just be trying to bait Isaac into playing as many cards as possible.
Yeah, I think in fact there might be a defense reaction in his arsenal. I think I might have seen a springboard somersault or by the looks of it. But yeah, I mean, this is how Carroll wants to play the game, right? Is he wants to probably block the face value and know he's always going to have a defense reaction to follow up with if Isaac does have that attack reaction. But it doesn't look like he does here. It looks like he's just going to take the 3, or he's at least opting to, because there's no go again on this this attack. So he just takes the 3.
Isaac has that notable Ironsong response in his hand and now putting it in his arsenal. Hopefully it's not going to be locked for the entire game thanks to this new updated rule change.
So I think Carroll should be on 15 here.
Yes, he should have taken 3 from that Stroke of Foresight.
But yeah, Sasha, as you say, with the rule change to Ironsong response, you now can play that card even if Reprise isn't active. So you can, you no longer get the Ironsong trap in Arsenal, which for me personally was a favorite to do to my opponents on Dorinthia, but it does make sense for the way that the card reads, and I know the way that the developers want to take the game moving forward.
Absolutely. So Isaac just thinking about how to defend this Kadachi. How much more damage do you think Carol can output here? He's got 2 more resources remaining thanks to pitching a blue Soulbeat Strike. So if he uses 1 more for Kadachi and pitch another card and attack with a card from Arsenal, because the card in Arsenal wasn't used as a defense reaction, so it might be a big attack like Torrent of Tempo or the second Command and Conquer.
Yeah, that's definitely what Isaac's got to think about here. He's got to think, well, there was no defense reaction at Arsenal. Does that mean that it's actually an attack? But what we're going to see here is a drone for 7. So red drone for 6, but getting that +1 from Ira's ability. So coming in for 7 here. So again, Carol just trying to sort of control the game and present damage with 1 or 2 cards as he's sort of allowed to do, depending on what Isaac wants to do with his sort of offense. And it looks like, Sasha, that Isaac's trying to line up probably a big turn here. Yeah, he's just going to take it all. It looks like, I can't quite see all the cards in his hand, but I definitely see a Singing Steelblade in Isaac's hand, which is a card that can often lead to setting up a big turn off the Dawnblade. So be interesting to see what happens next here.
And Isaac is playing a Light and Strike. How many or attack action cards do you think Isaac is playing as a deck? Is it just a Light and Strike because of its notoriety? Or do you think Isaac is playing other cards like Command and Conquer as well?
So I know, I'm fairly certain Isaac isn't playing Command and Conquer, but I know that Scar for Scar was a consideration for Isaac because of this matchup, actually. So he felt that the way to play this matchup was basically what he's doing now. Try and be quite aggressive, force, these defense reactions out of the Ira player's hand, but also probably take damage on the way back, try and utilize big 4 and 5 card hands. So I think for that reason, he might also be playing Scar. I don't know if he settled on it in the end, but I know that was sort of a thought process of his.
Isaac has the opportunity to play the Ironsong response here to push another attack with Dawnblade, but Isaac looks like he's happy going to a little bit of a lower life total and maybe saving the Ironsong response for the end. Carol still hasn't used that card in his arsenal. It might be the cheeky defense reaction for when that moment does come.
Yeah, it feels like both these players are kind of playing chicken a little bit with their arsenal here, with Isaac having the attack reaction and Carol likely having that defense reaction.
Isaac also valuing his equipment very highly, has not really used it for any Kadachi that's attacking for 2 thanks to Ira's ability. With a second attack each turn gets +1 power. So Isaac happy to go low. Maybe this is part of his strategy. Go low, the scars are active, and then start defending with equipment.
Yeah, it looks like it. And Sasha, with keeping that those equipments back, what's the sort of thought process for most players in keeping those equipment back till late in the game?
So equipment offer you additional defense in moments where you can't defend properly with your hand. For example, equipment strive brilliantly when you're facing a dominated attack or even multiple attacks like ninjas are very well at doing. So instead of wasting many cards in your hand, you can just waste half a piece of your equipment if it has Battle Wall on or Temper. And similarly, that Mask Momentum is a very key card from Carol, who threatens to draw cards. So using equipment to stop a second attack from Ira just to disrupt that long combat chain so that Carol doesn't draw any cards. As if 3 attacks hit in a row in the combat chain, Carol will draw a card thanks to the Mask Momentum.
Yeah, and Isaac here actually popping those scalers. So he hits him for 3, Carol elects not to block, and then to defend, and then Isaac decides to pop the Refraction Bolters to give his weapon go again and come in again here. So another 3. So now if this Stormblade does hit, he's going to get a counter on it. So Carol now having to think about how to block this. And it looks like Carol might have a League Tap in hand, so he might potentially have a kind of an awkward hand for defending because of the 2 defense value on that League Tap.
That's super funny that you mentioned that. Isaac opted not to use Braveforge braces as well. So what do you think that represents from Isaac? He's got 1 resource floating.
Yeah, so I think if you're in Carol's shoes here, you're thinking, okay, Singing Steelblade is a big one, but also probably the route could be an option as well. So 2 cost on route. So he's probably trying to save his resources here.
Isaac has to pay a resource for that. So Isaac should be at 0 resources for everybody at home. So Carol defending with 2 monstrous equipment just to turn off Reprise and trying to stop that Dawnblade, forcing Isaac to play attack reactions from hand just to try to deal damage and get some tempo. Carol is looking to do this as well because he's, like you said, he does have the red leg tap. He's trying to push a go wide turn. There we go. That defense reaction finally leaves the arsenal. Reprise is still not active. That Ironsong response in Isaac's arsenal does nothing.
Exactly. And are you surprised to see Carol use the mask so early here? Or do you think he might be setting up a big turn of his own here, trying to swing the tempo?
Absolutely. Meaning from that red leg tap. Like a mask in a defensive deck is more a glorified Iron Rod helmet than an actual offensive threat. But the threat is still there and you always have to be cognizant of it.
Yeah, especially as you say, with Isaac having those all his equipment still up, he can always make sure that mask doesn't trigger by blocking the second Kodachi. So that does make sense, yeah, for sure.
Here comes Carol with his typical 1 and then a 2. We'll see this a lot today. Very versatile weapon, the Kodachis. And here's Isaac trying to use his equipment now, that tempered Courage of Bladehold. I couldn't see that card.
It's a leg tap. Yeah, it's a red League Tap coming in here. So again, apologies for the glare, but Alan on side said that we'll be able to fix that up for the second game. But yeah, he's coming in for 4 here. And I believe, so no resources left for Carol, 2 cards in hand.
Beautiful. Do you think if you're Isaac, you're worried about Red Rising Knee Thrust if this connects?
Not out of the Ira deck especially. I mean, I wouldn't have been until my opponent played that, to be honest. Of course, it's not Katsu. He can't go and find it, so he has to have it.
Oh, Isaac defending with that Ironsong response is very key for the Singing Steelblade. Singing Steelblade will not be able to pump for 4 of 1 single resource now. And because the other Ironsong response is in Isaac's arsenal, unable to find it.
That'll definitely be something that Carol notes here. Should a Singing Steelblade be in his consideration that now Isaac's going to have to pay an extra 1 to be able to pump for 3. There's no, 1 resource floating, play Singing into 4 for +4 damage. And we see Isaac coming in here for 5 with the Steelblade Supremacy, so threatening to draw a card. And what if you're Carol's side here? I mean, you're 8 life up. You're feeling pretty in control. What are you now worried about in terms of Isaac being able to swing this game back?
I think you're worried about losing life unnecessarily. Isaac can push a lot of damage through Ironsong Determination with Dominate and a big sword. He's already used 2 Sharpened Steels, so that isn't as likely. But still, you want to maintain your position. These Kodachis will whittle away cards from Isaac. Like right now, each Kodachi hit is nearly lethal. If I was Carol, I just want to stay as comfortable as possible. Carol does have that Snapdragon Scales, though. I'm not exactly sure what for, but maybe Carol just might want to go extra wide. He does have the Tunic, and he does have Breaking Scales. He could potentially just push over if he ignores this. And it looks like he does.
Yeah, it looks like Carol might have a hand of gas. He might just be trying to finish it this turn, or at least take all of Isaac's cards out of his hand. It looks like he does have a red Razor Reflex, so probably knowing that Isaac is on very limited or no defense reactions. So this Razor Reflex could be lethal on any attack that isn't blocked for 3 here.
From Carol's perspective, that card in Arsenal from Isaac can only be Ironsong Response or Steelblade Shunt. There is no other card that could actually fit in my eyes.
Yeah,
So
he might
maybe
be.
Carroll might be running into a steel blade shunt and is on 2, and Isaac is just drawing out to playing double steel blade shunt. Carroll has to be kind of cautious here. Maybe attacking the Kodachis isn't the right thing.
I do think I think Carroll might have a sigil in hand. So I think he's aware of that and is potentially looking to play around that. I think I might have seen a sigil. Either that or I'm completely wrong. Okay, he's just got so the Rays are presenting lethal there. As we sort of said, once you get down to that left, exactly, and he did have the sigil in Arsenal. So Carroll was kind of set up for if Isaac did have the double steel blade shunt. So look, a game there that sort of. I know, looking at what Isaac was trying to do there, was trying to be pretty aggressive, trying to set the Ira player back on the heels. But with the sigil, the first sigil, and the sync coming out of Arsenal at the right time, obviously Carroll waited and held on to that. It was well played there by Carroll.
Absolutely. Both gentlemen put a fantastic display. Isaac, unfortunately, has a round 1 curse for feature matches, it seems, at Callings. But commendations to him for trying to put up a great game of Warrior. Almost got there. That Iron Song response and Singer Steel Blade on Arsenal, 2 wasted cards that could have made the difference.
Yeah, and I'd be interested to find out if Isaac is on the Scar for Scars or not. If he just didn't draw them or he decided not to play them. And we already talked about it.
Yeah, interesting. Do you think there are any Steel Blade shunts in Isaac's deck? Like the blue Steel Blade shunt seems quite good in a Kano and Ira metagame. Sneakily sneak damage against Ira and still a pitch 3 against Kano.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident he is playing the blue, and I think that's the 2 that you play. I don't think in this meta that you're walking into with the Kano and Ira, I don't think you can afford to be playing yellow or red Steel Blade shunts. You can realistically only play the blue, and you've got to try and be a deck that can present damage and be aggressive and find those big turns. We did talk about Courage of Blade Hole. We didn't see it in that game. But the deck does have the capability to set up those big 4-card hand plus the Arsenal plus the Courage and guarantee that they can push through damage.
Amazing stuff. So Ira is starting off fantastically today, as probably predicted by a lot of us here and many people in chat. And Isaac is off to run the gauntlet. He's done it before and he'll do it again. He will quite happily EXO in the losers bracket and try to come up with a sneaky 8th place in top 8.
So, Sasha, on that, do we know roughly what a record looks like to be able to top 8 with it? So it's 156 players, 11 rounds, as I understand. What sort of record are the players targeting to sort of be on the bubble or guarantee being in that top 8?
Well, with the way tiebreakers work, you always want to get your losses as late as possible. So obviously, losing is never ideal when you're striving for top 8. But you always want to stay the X1 range in the last 2 rounds of the event, I feel, to improve your breakers. I think based off the numbers, one person at the bracket of the results that actually should get knocked out makes top 8. So the person who loses down to X3, I think, might make top 8.
Right, gotcha. And Nick Murphy in chat, they're just saying 11 rounds. Holy, yes, it is a lot of rounds today, Nick. But just bearing in mind, the games are that quick. They're going to be blink of an eye, so make sure you sort of stay tuned. And I guess the great thing is that we're going to see 11 rounds. We're going to see 11 different players and a mix of matchups, which is going to be really exciting, I think. On that, what are you sort of? I know we talked about it earlier, Sasha, but if you could pick the next round, what would you love to see matchup wise? 2 decks battling it out.
Thank you, Eden. I would love to just start off with some fireworks. Kano versus a dark horse, and I want the dark horse to win. Show me that Azalea with Feign Death. Show me that Brute with extra Bonehead Barrier, yellow sigils, red sigils. I want to see it happen.
Yeah, and just to clarify a couple of questions in chat, is it best of 1? Yep, so all the games are best of 1 today. Into the top 8, it is best of 1, but it's double elimination. So if you walk into that top 8, lose your quarterfinal, you get another chance.
Absolutely. Brendan, are you still around? I'd love to get your thoughts on what you think of that game and how we can progress in the future.
Yeah, very happy to see Carroll pulling it through. I was I really thought that Carroll played around the Iron Sun responses really well, especially around surprise, because there was a point when, Isaac almost had double Iron Song response plus a Razor Reflex. I think came in the hand after in his hand. So I think he was almost he was considering playing around, just a massive pump there. And by blocking with that mask and avoiding reprise on those later turns, he was able to, pull out that win. especially the Razor Reflex on the Kadachi. So we did see a blue Steelblade shunt, I believe, in Isaac's hand. So there was a reason to believe that he could die to double blue Steelblade shunt there at the end. So it was kind of an interesting trade-off, right? Both players were playing chicken, like you say, and especially at the end of the game, because it could have been double Steelblade to lose for Carol, and it could have also been pumped for 9+ on Isaac's side to win. So it was really kind of a nail biter there.
There's a lot of decisions that ended up being quite consequential. As a matter of fact, that turn 1 Enlightened Strike, if Isaac chose not to draw and put that Ironsong response in the arsenal, that 2 damage would have done
it. I think on that, there was the sigil out of Carol, right? So he still could have played that sigil that he'd set in arsenal.
You're right. So he did have his hedge against the double Steelblade with the sigil in the arsenal. Yeah. So Carol was safer.
It's a different world, my friends. A different world.
I think Carol played that game fantastically. As you said, Brendan, I think the other play that was really heads up was, and I called it out to Sasha in that game, was the mask block, which I think not every player would go for that block there. But Carol knew the lines. He knew sort of approximately there were 2 or 3 turns left and how he wanted to finish out the game. He had the idea in his head pretty clearly, I think, about how he wanted to go about finishing Isaac off, basically. He probably knew what Isaac was going to try and do on the swing back, the damage he could output, and it seemed like Carol was pretty across that.
Yeah. Also, just it's very heartwarming for me to see two Welcome to Wraith heroes, swinging it out in the beginnings of the round. Just kind of brings me back a little bit of nostalgia, the old warrior versus ninja. I know it's Ira out there, but that was definitely 2 deck archetypes that were reminiscent of something that we saw back in the old constructed era, where there was the Ninja Turtle per se, and then the aggressive warrior. So that was one for the ages.
Yeah, and Brendan, did you actually get a chance to play some of the Ira Welcome decks in the mirror matches? Were you starting to play Flesh and Blood when that happened?
Absolutely, yeah. That's Ira Welcome decks were actually my introduction to the game as well, and why to this day I still look up to Luke Badger as my inspiration for what it means to be a great player. Too bad I don't think he's in attendance today, but Luke Badger himself is our Ira World Champion. But yeah, those decks are fantastic, and I did love kind of the back and forth and face up information that came with it, and it was all about getting in your opponent's head.
I'm quite happy to announce that Luke Badger is enlisted today. I want to see him do well. Hopefully he's on his Ira roots. That guy does love his Rhino as well.
Yes, he does love his Rhino with his 2 defense attack every turn decks. He's quite the character, and I mean, the Badger is definitely my spirit animal for any Flesh and Blood tournament.
Yeah, I'm happy to see Luke. I'm going to be disappointed if he hasn't just rocked up with the Ira deck with a few additions and no other changes, basically. So no equipment for Luke Badger today, I'm hoping. He's got to run it back.
Yeah. Edge of Autumn, right? He needs that 2-handed sword to really assert his dominance.
I see chat here saying they'd love to see some Guardian today. Hopefully we will see some Guardian on camera. Personally, I think Guardian has a good chance, a good shout of doing well today, putting up some good results and potentially putting a deck into top 8. That's for sure.
Yes, Luke Badger is the Honey Badger of Flesh and Blood, the world premier champion, and hopefully he can bring back his title and take something out again today. It'll be amazing to see. Who, out of the players now, we have the full list, would you love to see to raise that trophy? Who do you think has strived and put in the effort to actually hoist the mantle? I know Kale won the PTI yesterday. If he wins back-to-back, that would be incredible. Definitely a feat to remember. But who do you guys think should actually have a great chance of winning the trophy or really appreciate winning the trophy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there's somehow we haven't talked about the legendary Matt Rogers yet. So prolific that he actually retired the #1 Flesh and Blood player before him. But nobody can deny that. Nobody can deny that Matt Rogers has not put in the work and the time. A true student of the game, and I think during his Nationals run, his only loss to the whole entire split, and you'd have to kind of elaborate more on that timeline for me, was to Jacob Pearson. It was quite an undefeated streak that he went on piloting Dash.
Speaking about those two men, they both did very well in a recent Blitz event as well. Jacob Pearson taking out Matt Rogers in the final. Both of them playing Ira. I expect to see them both playing Ira again. They've shown us in the past that once they're on a streak, they don't really like to wave away from their deck. How do you feel about that as a choice or a decision in general? If you're doing well with the deck, even though you think you might want to iterate, would you switch decks or just stick with what's working if you're getting the results? Hayden or Brendan, either.
Yeah, I think players like Jacob and Matt, who are, you would say at this point are some of the best players in New Zealand, certainly from what we've seen so far. Matt, of course, number one ranked player in the world and reigning national champion in New Zealand. Those two players would have gone and tested the format. So they would have reassessed after that event where, as you say, Jacob came first, Matt second with Ira. They would have sat down, probably, I think they test together as well, so funnily enough, probably looked at what they would have needed to do in this calling. How are people going to respond to Ira in the format? They would have worked that out. How would they respond? And then they probably would have taken a step further. Okay, if the metagame is going to evolve and we're going to see players start to try and combat Ira, what does that mean? And then how do we make sure that we're also in a position to, potentially beat those decks or be in a good position at least to be favored in those matchups? So I'm sure that's what they would have looked and done. And, I think we've heard that Matt is playing Ira today. He put up a video on channelfireball.com about his testing and lead up to this event and did say that he would be playing Ira. But I do believe it's a bit of a different list. He's sort of got a plan against Kano for sure.
How many Whirling Mist Blossoms do you think are out there in the Ira decks today?
It's a great question. I'm not sure. I think probably around 50% of the Ira decks, maybe 60% of the Ira decks are going to play Whirling Mist Blossom, I think.
Do you think the addition of Whirling Mist Blossom to your deck changes dramatically how you build your Ira deck? Like when you sit down to build your Ira deck, what are the fundamental decisions do you think, or the key cards? Like the first thing I'm doing is, like I mentioned earlier, I'm adding this Flick Flex. I love the great defensive card and then the combo cards to go alongside it. Like, what do you think is the turning point in the decision for an Ira deck to be built?
Yeah, well, so I think that's a great call. So Flick Flex, for instance, if you want to play Flick Flex in your deck, in a game, in a Blitz format where you can't sideboard cards out, you can have those in every match. You're kind of committing yourself to being a little bit more probably defensive minded. But what also the Flick Flex mean is that you want to get that combo number up. And the way to do that is to make sure you've got blue cards that have combo on them so that you can then block on the next chain link with Flick Flack. And you're probably moving away from some cards like we saw with Carol with League Tap, maybe Whirling Mist Blossom aren't going to be as effective. So I think you fundamentally, if you're looking at a deck like Ira, when you sit down to build that deck, you're saying to yourself, okay, what are the matchups I want to target and which direction am I going to take it? Say you are targeting Kano and you want to be really aggressive with your Ira deck, or you want to be able to output a lot of damage. So, 2 Razor Reflex might be the first 2 cards, 2 Whirling Mist Blossoms, 2 Red Torrent of Tempo. You start to look at the cards list and the build starts to come together. Then maybe there might be a couple of Flick Flacks, or maybe decide in this build, for instance, Flick Flack is not a card that you can afford to have because you need to focus on damage output. So I'm sure, that's personally how I would do it. And if it was the other way around, I felt that I really wanted to target the mirror, for instance. So I wanted to make sure I had 6 Flick Flacks in the deck. Then I'd start to build around that and probably look a bit different. Maybe no Whirling Mist Blossoms, for instance.
Tremendous and insightful analysis. So you would say that maybe the pivot doesn't start with Flick Flack and maybe Whirling Mist Blossom is the pivot start. Because it's the only card that can be run in an Ira deck, so you should consider it straight away. But amazing. Deck building in general for Flesh and Blood is such an interesting and unexplored topic. We've only touched the surface, I think, and I think fans and players have a lot more to discover, and it's going to be quite a joy to see players discover it and put it on camera as well.
Yeah.
Brendan. Yep.
Yeah, I was just going to ask. I have one question for you, Sasha. Do you think that there's any merit and any chance that any of these top players have, maybe sandbagged, kind of their secret deck for this event? Because Blitz has been out for a while, right? So we've had the Blitz on, we've had PTIs, we've had serious events, but nothing like the calling, right? The calling is kind of the pinnacle of Flesh and Blood. So do you think that there's a chance that Matt Rogers or Jacob Pearce, any of them, have maybe been playing a deck that they might not actually be bringing? Maybe something spicy?
I think it is the dream of every player to bring a dark horse and take down an event with it. Like you said, there have been plenty of events, plenty of data to go from to see what the metagame looks like. And with that data, you can make an informed decision on how to attack that metagame. If you're not comfortable due to time or repetition or practice with your dark horse, then ultimately it's probably not in your best interest to play it. Like a lot of people out there today probably are playing a dark horse with Feign Death, Bonehead Barrier, similar cards like that, Excess, Sigil of Solace. But who knows how they'll go through the gauntlet. 11 rounds is a long time, and Blitz requires you to be consistent. Like playing cards that don't defend at all, like Potion of Strength and other cards that can eke over the defenses of Ira, have a significant cost to them. Yeah, it's just going to be exciting to see what everybody brings to the table today. I just heard that there is about 5 minutes-ish left in the round. So hopefully with this new updated policy that we're trialing for this event, where the end of match procedure is just one additional turn, that round cleans up quickly and that we are able to get more great games in front of you, and hopefully the glare is resolved as well. I know Alan is working quite tirelessly to resolve that for you while the games have been cleared out. But let's see how we go. I think we are going to take 5-minute intermission as we wait for that stream game to start back up. Hope that everyone's doing well, and we'll be back shortly. Hello and welcome back. Here we have our next feature match for round 2. I'm Sasha Markovic, employee of Legend Story Studios, and I'm glad to be joined by Brendan Patrick, finalist of the Calling Austin, Texas.
Yep,
Hello,
Brendan
Brendan.
Patrick here. Yep, first loser of the Calling Austin, Texas to the only Sasha Markovic. But yeah, we got something really spicy here. Shamal here on the Katsu. It's actually 1 of 2 in the field, so that is something.
Absolutely. And Adam Little from Wellington on Reiner. We do have the metagame breakdown stats just posted to us, and 1 of 2 Katsu is amazing to see winning already in the first round. How many Reiners are there today?
Let me check for you. For Reinar, we've got 14 Reinars. So actually a little bit less than I expected, but still getting a good amount.
Just
Quickly
under
before
10% showing.
Yeah, quickly before we decide is this club or claws? Call it right now.
Oh, I want to see the club. I'm a massive fan of the club, but I won't be disappointed with the claws. I think claws will be hard against Katsu here because it'll be much more difficult to keep a full hand. And Shamal showing that he's playing the hard and cross trap. That's super exciting to see. That to me screams that he's going to be playing surging strikes for free off the Katsu and aggressively attacking with his bigger hands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hard and cross up definitely having a higher value in faster formats like this in Blitz compared to sometimes it's more popular competition being Fiandel Spring Tunic. Do you want to go into that a little bit?
The difference between hard and cross strap and Fiandel Spring.
Yeah,
Tunic?
I mean,
Absolutely.
I think a lot of people will default to the Tunic, but this a common card hard and cross strap couldn't be better, and absolutely has its place in a fast format like this.
Yes, I think hard and cross strap is probably better than Tunic and Blitz. And same with Vest of the First Fist. These games are fast, and you're not always going to get 3 turns to get the profit off the Tunic. And if you do get the profit off the Tunic, sometimes 1 resource just isn't enough. And hard and cross strap, reducing the next attack action card played by 2 resources, is quite a astounding thing to do, especially when you're playing a ninja deck that wants to play many cards in a turn. Not having to pitch for a surging strike is quite a blessing.
Absolutely, and I agree with your choice. I would have been a club man myself because it's going to be hard to have the mana for these claws, but we'll see. Getting a 3, I think that was a roll in Scabskin's Leathers. So it's going to have 1 action point here for Adam Little, starting off as the first turn player of the game.
Mm-hmm. So here he comes with the claws, just trying to take a card out of Shamal's hand. Easy trade. Takes out a red Soulbeat Strike. That's a key attacking card. Any 4-power ninja card is quite valuable.
Absolutely, very interesting. I am seeing it also has an E-Strike in that hand, but the blue Rising Knee Thrust as well. So interesting call on the defense there.
Perhaps Shamal only has 1 blue card in his hand and just needs to keep the resources.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here we go.
He has action points from Scabskin Leathers. That's why he's attacking with the claw first. That roll for 6 wasn't for Stevo's first or second. That was a roll for Scabskin Leathers.
I see. So the 3 was the number of action points. Here we go. Oof, we're
what a high roll to start the game. Using Goliath Golem straight away as well. Double Intimidate from Barraging Beatdown and the Pack Hunt. Wow. Adam Little's getting in some damage here. So this will only hit for 2.
Yeah. And I'm hoping we could potentially get a phone on the board to track the life totals easily here on stream.
Yes. So Shamal should be on 18. And Adam Little not putting a card in his arsenal for the first turn.
Mm-hmm. And both players drawing back up to 4 cards here since that was the first turn of the game.
Absolutely. Adam Little also playing Tunic instead of Barkbone Strapping. I like Barkbone Strapping a lot more when you're playing the claws. The resources are very much in demand here. And here comes a red leg tap.
Mm-hmm.
Pitching a Hurricane technique. So there is no go again these Kodachis at the moment. So Adam Little
we can also assume he's
got attack.
We can also assume he's got the whole line in the deck if he's got the Hurricane technique and the leg tap. So maybe something we'll see in the future here.
I wonder if he's playing more than 1 Hurricane technique, whether Adam Little should be worried about Shamal tutoring for the last one.
So he's going to Katsu off the 1 damage he hits Adam with.
Yep, so Shamal should be on 18 and Adam Little should be on 19. And here comes a red Rising Knee Thrust, the combo card searched up by Katsu. This will be attacking for 5 with Go Again. Quite a powerful combo.
Interesting. What's the last card in Shamal's hand? Do you know?
Enlightened Strike.
I thought so as well.
So here's the issue when defending a ninja attack. You're not sure if they have the other cards. Does Shamal have two Hurricane techniques in hand? Is Adam Little scared of that? It looks like Adam Little is a little bit wearisome. So
Yeah,
Adam Little's going to
absolutely.
defend for this, go to 17 against Shamal's 18, taking 2. So Shamal's just going to Arsenal that card. Shamal did have an extra resource. He could have attacked with a Kodachi.
Yeah, he did telegraph having the 2 Hurricanes in hand, but I guess he wants to get that E-Strike in Arsenal, which I don't disagree with. And there we go. There's our life total. So 13 for Shamal and 17 for Adam Little here.
13. I must have missed something there. I believe the Barraging Beatdown was not activated from Adam's first turn.
It was blocked with 2 cards.
So here is a Mandible Claw coming in for Sneaky 5. Only being defended by 1 card, so it'll still retain the bonus, and Shamal will take 1 and go to 12. A Katsu deck running Sync Below is quite interesting as well. Katsu is notably much more aggressive than Ira, thanks to his hero ability, wanting to fetch up combo cards or wanting to have combo cards in your hand as much as possible. And especially the Hard and Cross Trap as well. You would not expect Shamal to want to play for the long game.
Does opt to use the trigger off the Sync Below and put a card on the bottom of his deck and draw a card off the top.
Okay, thank you, Adventure Co in chat. Apparently we missed that. Shamal defended the Barraging Beatdown pack hunt on turn 1 with a card from hand and an equipment. So it still retained the bonus.
Got it.
I.e. that breaking scales with a counter on it. Thank you, Adventure Co Gaming.
And thank you to Alan for fixing the glare, because it is crystal clear now.
So there's a Command and Conquer as well. That might be the target for Hard and Cross Trap rather than Surging Strike. And the second red leg tap. There are no more red leg taps in Shamal's deck. So Adam Little, knowing that Shamal doesn't have many cards in his hand, might be able to actively take a hit from this, knowing that the Hurricane technique at the bottom of his deck is no longer valuable.
Shamal most likely looking to play E-Strike off this out of his arsenal for 7.
See what Adam does here. Does he want to keep a big hand for claws? He does have Tunic turning on next turn. It's always tempting to roll that Scabskin Levers. He's rolled a 6 before. Can he do it again? Thank you, Hayden Day on chat. Chat, who do you think is going to pull this game out?
Yes, it's going to be an E-Strike for 7.
I would imagine so. Rooting for Brute. Use your feet. Scabskin Levers. Love the sprint.
So what do you think's going through Adam's mind? Is he going to take as little as possible and try to swing back, or
risk versus reward? That's what's going through his head, I think.
He seems pretty keen to keep that hand.
It's got 1 guaranteed Intimidate and a Savage Feast. Savage Feast is really, really good if he actually has the extra action points, but that does rely on rolling for Scabskin Levers. And he's going to defend with the Barraging Beatdown. Guaranteed Intimidate is quite powerful from Brute. Maybe he just wants to set up for another turn, pitch with a Claw, and then put a Savage Feast into the arsenal. Or using Savage Feast straight up
Savage Feast, yeah.
With no other action points, he's just setting up for a future turn, putting a random card from the top of his deck into his arsenal. I wonder if Adam Little's playing Sigil of Solace and if he can peel a Sigil of Solace to play straight away.
We also see a Ravenous Rabble in Shamal's hand, so this is definitely not a defensive Katsu deck we got here. The first showing of that card this tournament, and a Beast Within.
So Beast Within is not necessarily the best card you want to keep in your arsenal. You typically want to discard that card. It's very difficult to play as well. Brute does not run many blue cards. Beast Within does have a cost of 3. So not the best random card for Adam to get here. If I was Adam, I'd be more inclined to keep that card in my hand, to be honest.
I agree with you on that one. Goes in the arsenal. Okay. 3 cards
See a
for
blackout
Shamal
kick
here.
in Shamal's hand. Shamal must have yellow leg taps. He has so many finishes.
The
Standard
Kadachi. So just quickly to touch upon this, yeah, that is unlucky for Shamal. That Ravenous Rebels attack is discounted by the pitch or by the value of the card on the top. So it is only coming in for a small amount. But to kind of talk about this ninja a little bit, that Kadachi threat is an iconic setup, and that's because of the card Mask Momentum. You want to talk a little bit about what that card does and why it's so important?
Yeah, absolutely. Mask Momentum is the legendary headpiece that Shamal has equipped there, the beautiful Fox Mask. So when you hit 3 attacks in a row in any combat chain, if the 3rd attack or higher is an attack action card, you get a draw card. And Ninja is very well versed in attacking many times in a single combat chain. And the Kadachis just go there to prove it. By pitching a blue 0 cost, you can attack with 2 Kadachis, easily hit because they only attack for 1 damage. They're not really worth defending. And then you can throw it in a card draw with no matter what attack you have afterwards, which usually would prompt a defense. And a lot of Ninja attack cards have Go Again. So if they draw a card, it's not being put to waste. So very, very consistent way to attack from a Ninja. And then we go Adam proving me wrong and just attacking with the Beast Within straight away from Arsenal. Shamal does have a sink below in his arsenal as well, or he could just use 2 cards to defend. Most cards defend for 3, so attack cards of 6 value, which Brute has plenty of, usually just buy up 2 cards. But if Brute intimidates, where it removes cards from your opponent's hand, then it makes it much more difficult to defend. And a Brute can just go savage and just swing left and right with those threatening Mandible Claws.
Shamal opting to take 3 here, and Adam putting the Massacre in the arsenal.
Massacre, another card that you typically want to discard. But Adam's proving all feats incorrect. And here's a red Scar for Scar, which has Go Again if when you play it, you're on lower health, which Shamal is. So this is 4 power with Go Again. 4 power also difficult to defend, but Adam still hasn't used his defensive equipment in the form of Skull Cap and Scabskin Levers. So Adam could defend this quite easily. Scar for a Scar from a Katsu typically lets you get full information. If it hits, you can let them Katsu and see what combo they're trying to play this turn and defend appropriately with more information.
Yeah, I'm just looking at his hand. I'm interested. In this line. So he's going to Katsu away the Fine Center.
Yep. So with Katsu, you have to discard a 0 cost card and find a card of combo. So here's a red Rising Knee Thrust. We've seen 2 red leg taps already. So maybe he's just going to brute force the combo with Snapdragon Scalers, not playing a leg tap at all.
Yeah, and to piggyback
kick and the Hurricane technique.
Yeah, to piggyback off that as well, that is the 2nd Rising Knee Thrust, so that's the last one on the deck.
Yes, maybe he's just taking this just because he wants to reduce that combo chain in his deck and just attack for 3. But if that's a blackout kick in his arsenal, I'm pretty sure it's a sink below though.
I'll trust you on the sink below, but I did not see it myself. Interesting.
So this is threatening the mask. So he does have the breaking scales there in the arms equipment, which does give a combo card +1 power as an attack reaction if you destroy it. So Adam might want to overdefend this. So Adam defending just for 3, but Adam has that defense reaction in Reckless Swing. So if he wastes the equipment here, which is a pivotal way to end games, and the Snapdragon Scalers. So this does have Go Again. So this to Adam speaks that blackout kick is coming. So does Adam stop the mask? Because Reckless Swing will require him to discard a card. Then he'll just take a whopping 7. And they'll be game because...
Yeah?
Oh, no, it won't be game, sorry. Because the blackout kick won't have Go Again, so that last Kadachi wouldn't deal damage. Maybe Shamal could have attacked that second Kadachi and extend the chain a little bit further.
There is the blackout kick.
He just put the blackout kick to his hand, which he shouldn't do because Mask Momentum draws a card. Because the blackout kick was in his arsenal.
Correct.
We can verify that Blackout Kick was in his arsenal. I did see him pick it up. So he comes 7. Adam Little might have bitten off more than he could chew here because Shamal will now have an extra card in his hand and Adam Little won't have any cards to counterattack with. So it'll be 5 plays for 4, sorry. Oh no, he defended with the Scab Skin as well, so he will only say 6.
Yeah, I'm taking Shamal here, taking 2 from the Reckless Swing off the discard. Reckless Swing, that's a pretty key card for the Brutes. We're probably going to see it and talk about it throughout the day. You want to go into a little bit about what that does and why it can be so surprising?
Absolutely. Brute is all about damage that can't be defended with easily on key turns. So when you intimidate 3 or 4 cards out of their hand, they're taking a lot of damage, but they get to keep those cards for next turn. They'll hit right back. When you have those tempo swings, Reckless Swing swings it right back in your favor on the final hour. Discarding card, dealing 2 damage if you discard a random card with 6 or more power, and the Brute has plenty of 6 power cards, being its thematic attack. So Shamal trying to whittle away with Kadachi's here, threatening Mask Momentum again. And here comes the Hardened Cross Strap, I think. But he can't use Hardened Cross Strap to pay for the Surging Strike because that would break the combat chain, and Mask Momentum would actually be null and void. So he's pitching for the Surging Strike here. We haven't seen any Red Whelming Gust Waves as well. But with the reduction of breaking scales, it's going to be harder for those to be hit.
Yeah, we are seeing slightly the death by 1,000 cuts with these Kadachis coming in. As Adam gets lower and lower in life, those get more and more valuable because as we get closer to 1, each one is going to represent a lethal attack. So Adam's got to be thinking about how he's going to defend this Surging Strike here.
So Adam once again defending with the Barraging Beatdown, the guaranteed Intimidate, which would put pressure on Shamal to defend to turn the tide. Shamal not relenting. Torrent Tempo for 5 power. If Torrent Tempo hits, it gains go again. So if you want to stop the turn, you can just defend this card outright. But I don't think Shamal can do much more.
Yeah, Shamal not taking his foot off the gas pedal here. Do you know what that last card is in his hand?
I do not. Sorry, I did not spot it.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Little has that Alpha Rampage, which is effectively 3 damage guaranteed on a 3-card hand, but he won't be able to take that today. So Adam Little could have defended with his Scab Skin levers, go down to 1, attack with the Alpha Rampage, doing the 3 guaranteed damage, putting Shamal down to 2, and just hoping to reap a Reckless Swing. If that's Adam Little is trying to fight his way tooth and nail.
Yeah, and only 1 Reckless Swing left in the deck as well. Exactly. Yeah, so we're looking at just another claw with pitching the yellow Echo Romp. So I don't think Shamal's going to be too pressured by this, and coming in on the backswing, it's not looking good for Adam Little right now.
Okay, he's in Reckless Swing range. Every attack is now scary. I wonder if Shamal's playing Sigil of Solace. I've seen Sink Below. Maybe he has other defensive cards.
He has Reckless Swing in hand. But he has Blood Rush Bellow, so this is going to be a gamble on the discard.
Not at all. You defend with Blood Rush Bellow.
Oh, defend. Yeah, correct. Yep. Here we go. Yep. He's going to defend and then.
Oh, I don't know why Adam didn't defend and kill him straight away. Is he playing around Razor Reflex? He's just adding risk to the reward. Or maybe that Savage Feast doesn't have 6 power, but it makes no sense. He would have just kept the Beast within. I think we have Adam Little winning this game here unless Shamal has Sigil of Solace in his hand.
Surely.
There you go. Random discard, Reckless Swing. Adam Little gets there with a Reckless Swing. 2 damage, furiously swiped.
Yep, those Reckless Swings can just come out of nowhere. And, really interesting choice by Shamal to go down to 2 when he knew there was 1 more in the deck. And maybe a little bit of luck got Adam's size to rip it on that turn.
Definitely fortunate for Adam to get it on that turn when Shamal decided to attack blindly. That's it. You get too close to the Brute, you're going to get ripped apart.
Mm-hmm. What did you think of this Ninja deck, by the way? Being being 1 of 2 in our field. How'd you think of, it's kind of its archetype and how it played out in the end?
I'm a fan of Red Leg Tap and Red Rising Knee Thrust. I was also a massive fan to see Hardened Cross Trap because you can like turn on your Surging Strike turns really easily. Unfortunately, it didn't turn out well for Shamal, but I'm a fan of the deck. It's a stark contrast to an overly defensive Ira. I like combat chains where you have 5+ attacks.
Mhm.
I would have
Yeah,
loved to
I'm
have
also
seen Salt the Wound from Shamal, to be honest.
yeah, agreed. I'm also interested on the claw choice here from Adam instead of the club. Um, usually going against Ninja, it's hard to kind of keep the mana up to be able to swing with those claws twice in a row.
Correct. It's very difficult to retain resources and cards against a Katsu who's attacking you furiously with cards and threatening Mask Momentum way more often than Ira would.
Yeah. Nevertheless, a great game showcasing kind of, the better aspects of Flesh and Blood, just the reckless swing for lethal. You love to see it, right?
Love to see it. And it's 14 Reinhards, not 14 KOs, Red Riot Games in chat. But yeah, tremendous game from both players. I commend them both. Can't wait to see what other matches we have. There's 11 minutes left in the rounds. We're about to post some data about the metagame breakdown so you guys can have a look at it. And thank you for joining us. We'll be back sooner rather than later.
Thanks, guys.
folks, welcome to a Hero Spotlight. I am James White, creator of Flesh and Blood, and today we have
Newton Zen, game developer.
And mate, have I been thrown in the deep end? Possibly an insurmountable task. We're going to try my best to get Daradol over the line with a victory. How long is it going to take, Newson?
I don't think he'll win a game, James.
One game, mate! One game. I believe in Daradol. We're going to show you all how it's done today.
I guess
With Daradol. A little
Hello, everyone out there watching today, and welcome back. We're sorry for the short delay there. As Alan said in the chat there, we did have some technical issues, but we're all sorted now when we're coming up with round 3 momentarily. We've got Kieran McIntyre, I believe, versus Jared Fung, getting ready to go now. I'm joined back in the commentary booth here with Brendan. Brendan, how are you going?
Really good. Yeah, this is Brendan joining Hayden, the calling champion of old. And yeah, like you mentioned, Kieran versus Jared Fung. Is this Kieran and I'm sorry, I can't say his last
Kieran
name.
McIntyre on stream. So Kieran is one half of the Session Blood podcast. Today he's running Ira. So we've got an Ira mirror match here actually with Jared also on Ira. I don't know too much about Jared. I believe he might be from either Wellington or Auckland, but I definitely have seen the name around before.
Yeah, interesting. So this is, looking at our meta breakdown, we might see this more than once. So I want to get your take on like what is the mirror breaker here? What are you thinking, and kind of what are you doing to try to pull ahead of the other player?
Yeah, so it really all comes down to your deck setup initially. So, of course, a card that Sasha's already talked about on stream today, Flick Flack, is really important in this matchup because it allows you to block wider and utilize your cards a bit better. You're not having to double block on the second defense. Then just the amount of pure defense reactions you have. A card like Willie Miss Blossom, as we're seeing Jared block there, can sometimes be relevant if you can get that card over.
Yeah, and we're actually seeing a whirling. Yeah, so the whirling Miss Blossom, like you said, is that expected to be in 100% of decks, or is that kind of the tech play there? The whirling Miss Blossom. I still got you here, Hayden. It looks like we've lost Hayden, but it's all good. So Jared leading out with the Scar for a Scar with Go again because he did take those Kodachis. Being defended by the Flick Flack. So this is actually pretty significant because it tells Jared, his next attack is likely to be blocked by a low value card with combo on it. So he's going to get the defensive boost from Flick Flack. So he's probably taking on what if he wants to potentially waste that high value card. So it's going to be another Scar here. Kieran potentially getting a lot of value out of a combo card here with the block as a Flick Flack.
Apologies for that, team. I'm back here. Just had a little technical difficulty myself there.
Oh, good. Welcome back. Yeah, so we had Scar and a Scar. The first was defended by a Flick Flack. So now we're going into a Kodachi here.
Yeah. So wow. So 2 early Scar for Scars out of Jared's side here. So that's all we're going to see for this matchup from him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and seeing that Pounding Gale as well with the Flick Flack is some good information. Continue going on to 2 for Kieran. We'll see. So we're pitching for the first Kodachi here.
And I wonder just the differences in lists that we've seen here. We've seen, of course, 2 Scar for Scar to Jared's side. I wonder if Kieran's on that, or he might be on a more defensive sort of Ira with a lot more defense reactions. We've already seen a Springboard Somersault pitch there, a Flick Flack used already.
Yeah, absolutely. And inversely on Jared's side, we've seen 2 Scar for Scars. I see a Razor Reflex in his hand, and we've seen the Whirly Miss Blossom. So it could not be the exact mirror we were thinking we were getting.
And we are trying to just organize the life counter on the table there. The team's just come back pretty quickly, so I've asked them to organize that for us. Do we know, sorry, Brendan, do you know what the life totals are roughly based on what we've seen?
Above 15 for both players. Sorry, my memory is nowhere near Sasha's. But yeah, it's mostly been Kodachi hits that's gotten to at this point, I believe. Didn't pay too much attention to how Jared blocked that last turn, but I'm sure we'll get those life counters up soon. So we got a red crane dance here.
Yeah, interesting to lead out with the red crane dance there without, setting up the Kodachis first. So either representing, probably for Jared here, a Razor Reflex or potentially popping those Snapdragon Scalers, but that would be really early to be sending off the Snapdragon Scalers here as the crane dance doesn't have Go again. And then we see the Razor Reflex.
Yeah, so that Razor Reflex is going to give Crane Dance Go again and go over the top for a few points of damage.
Yeah, if Kieran doesn't pop the defense reaction here, it could be... Okay, he's not going to. Oh, wow, and there's Heron's Flight off the back of that as well.
Interesting. Do you by chance know what's in Kieran's arsenal?
I'm not sure. Not sure. But the Heron's Flight is interesting here because Heron's Flight. So because Crane Dance was the last card on the chain, Heron's Flight combo is activated. So it is coming in for 5. And it can't be. He gets to choose attack or non-attack, and it can't be blocked by one of those cards. I'm not quite sure what Jared chose there. But obviously Kieran just had to take it.
Yeah, he took it. Yeah, so it's a Tunic turn for Kieran. Not sure how impactful that will be in this deck, but yeah, the Kodachi coming in for 1 here. We're sure to see, kind of death by 1,000 cuts on both sides here with a lot of Kodachi play.
Yeah, definitely. It is a battle of attrition, back and forth. And I know, Brendan, you've played a lot of the Ninja Mirror, maybe not so much the Ira, but in Classic Constructed. Is that how you sort of see the matchup? It is really back and forth with Kodachis?
Yeah, absolutely. It's less about the Kodachis, it's more about the value of your deck, right? So as you expend those resources, and depending on what you block with or what the other players block with, the overall value of your deck is dynamically changing over the game. And that kind of leads to your end game, right? Unless you're able to stack your deck so that you have a powerful hand with a Razor Reflex or something like that when you know they won't have a defense reaction. It's really all about being able to pull off valuable blocks, and also the more consistent you can kind of get that Kodachi threat line. That's what these decks really try to do. Speaking of that, the whole entire play, one of the key pieces of that is Mask of Momentum. Do you want to go into a little bit of detail of what that card does and why it's so important, Hayden?
Yeah, so the mask is an effect if the third or higher chain link in a row hits and it's an attack action, you get to draw a card. So both these decks traditionally will be trying to set up that instance where they go Kodachi into a threatening attack to present the mask draw to the opponent. So basically you're saying, block out something in this chain or I am going to be drawing cards. So it is really important. And just wanted to touch back on a point before. We just saw it there. You talked about the value of cards and getting the value in this game, and we saw a couple of turns in a row double blocks on the third attack, which can be, not only is that burning 2 cards from the opponent, but it's, as we said, preventing the mask draw.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm wondering what Kieran is putting Jared on as in having in his arsenal right now.
Yeah, I think for both sides, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Brendan, but in this kind of matchup, you almost want to sandbag a defense reaction in your arsenal as long as possible for either the Razor or on a key turn, or potentially. And we see a Flick Flack coming out of arsenal there.
Yeah,
so
blue Flick Flack on the second Kodachi here is really key because now you can get a very cheap combo card, maybe a blue one Gust Wave or a blue Fine Center like we see here to block for immense value.
Yeah, so Flick Flack giving +2 to the next card that's blocked, used to defend that has combo. So that finds center blocking for 5, which keeps out the torrent. So as I said earlier, the Flick Flacks are really important in this matchup for the point that you made earlier, Brendan, of getting the value out of your cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Flick Flacks are, I know they're pretty standard and probably run in every single deck nowadays, but back when Ninja Turtle was first introduced into the metagame, they were absolutely the meta breaker and Innerkin of Ninja v Ninja matchup for that exact reason.
Yeah, exactly. And it'd be interesting to see how many of each both players are running, as we see a yellow sigil out from Kieran there. So just gaining 2 life.
Yeah. Do the Ira decks usually run both red and yellow sigil and maybe even the full 9, or is it usually just red?
Yeah, so of course in Blitz they can have up to 2 copies of a card, but traditionally red, yes, and yellow we've seen a lot more recently as a sort of a life gain strategy against Kano to try and get out of reach of that burn range.
Yeah, and guys, we are working to get the life counter for you as soon as possible.
So we see here Kieran blocking out the second Kodachi, and again, that's to try and prevent that mask trigger. So he might not be confident he can block out the third attack if something like a Razor comes in, so he decides to block out the second Kodachi. And as you see, so Jared coming over there to give +1 to his Soulbeat Strike to get it over top of that Springboard Somersault. But because Kieran did block that Kodachi, he doesn't get to get that mask trigger. So it's sort of really good heads-up play from Kieran there.
For sure. And Snatch out of the arsenal is such a classic play in this deck. And also, looking to draw here as well.
Yeah, second lunging press from Jared there gets that Snatch over the top. So he's going to draw a card here off the Snatches on hit trigger. So he will be able to arsenal his last card.
It's like a Torn Tempo, if my eyes caught it correctly. I think a yellow.
Yeah, one thing we are seeing here is Jared has gone through a lot of cards in his deck. He is playing the things like the Scars, the lunging presses. Like, he is putting a lot of cards out here. So there could be, if this game does go long and blocking continues, Kieran could be having slightly the upper hand. We've already seen a drone out of him, so we know he can probably maybe battle through that fatigue.
Yeah, absolutely. And also with the sigil packages here, which it's honestly looking like Jared's deck is much more aggressively inclined. So we could just be looking for looking towards the standard Ninja Turtle fatigue strategy here.
Yeah, and the one thing I like out of Kieran's side with that life gain strategy, what it actually does is, I think Jared currently has a defense reaction in Arsenal. I think by the looks of it, I think it's a springboard of some sort. It could be wrong, but if you are getting that life and you're actually almost putting dead cards into your opponent's hand, they aren't able to utilize their hand to the best of their ability, especially in Ira, because you don't have an abundance of go again cards. A lot of it's conditional go again. So if you're sat there with a hand with multiple go again if you hit, so Soul Beat Strikes, Torrent of Tempos, and the first one's blocked out, you can sometimes have a card that you actually can't utilize.
Yeah, for sure. And talking about another iconic card of this tournament, E-Strike is coming down. E-Strike having 3 modes, one being +2 attack to get to 7, the other one drawing a card with Go Again. And remind me of the last one. I'm sorry, I'm kind of blanking here.
Yeah, +2, Go Again, or draw a card. Exactly.
Exactly, yeah. So or draw a card, yeah.
So interesting though, we do see the Flick Flack here and the E-Strike. So Kieran opts to use his tome to block this here. And actually what this means is, I believe when he plays the next card to the chain, it's still going to get the Flick Flack buff.
Correct.
He's making sure that he can block for 5 on the next one if he does have a combo card in hand.
Considering the double block there, it almost looked like, so maybe not a combo card in hand.
Yeah, it looks like he's lining up a double block. He doesn't want to let this through potentially. Although with one card left in Jared's hand, what does he... I'm not really sure what he might be sort of scared of coming out of.
Yeah, so looks like he looks like the Flick Flack was a bit of a bluff with having that combo card in hand.
The other thing for Kieran here is that he might just be... I know we still haven't, unfortunately, got the life totals up. But I believe Kieran is quite a bit ahead here. He might just be looking to preserve life and run Jared down on cards. As I said earlier, it looks like Jared's, his graveyard is really piling up. He's gone through a lot of cards here.
Oh, yeah.
And meanwhile, we see another drone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, drone block on the second Kodachi, another classic play to stop that mass trigger. Just go straight to the bottom of the deck, nothing gained, nothing lost. Really, I mean, drone and these sort of these kind of beat down Welcome to Wraith. I know that Ira is from Crucible, but let's say Welcome to Wraith decks is just such a game breaker and such a meta breaker, especially in the mirror, because you can just keep going you can just keep putting it right on the bottom of the deck and out fatigue your opponent. But it looks like we might get an E-Strike for 7 here. I'm not sure because he does have 2 cards in hand.
I think that's for 7 there. Yep, by the looks of it. Or it could be for Go Again potentially.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, I guess Kieran, he's seen a lot of Jared's deck now. He's probably pretty confident that there's no drones in Jared's build, so he's probably looking to, or minimal. So he's looking to probably just long game it, really.
Oh yeah. And have you seen a Flick Flack out of Jared?
No, I don't believe we have. I don't know if we've seen any defense reactions actually.
Yeah. So if I was in Kieran's seat and I hadn't seen a Flick Flack or a sigil or anything like that, I would 100% be on the long game here, looking to fatigue with my drones.
And then you see him counting the deck as well, counting how many cards Jared has left in his deck.
Yeah, I mean, this deck that's being run by Kieran just has inevitability in the end. It's pretty hard to go over the top of it. He really has to die draw, especially with the sigil package. I would say Kieran's heavily favored here.
Yeah, I think one of the things Kieran does need to do is now start to think about what damage is likely left in Jared's deck, and think about the defense reactions that Kieran has left for himself, and just line up those turns. He's seen how Jared's been pitching here. He's probably working out, what is the extent of damage that Jared can actually do for the rest of this game, and can I just prevent it all and just fatigue him out?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's Jared putting a plunder run in the arsenal as well, so we could see a potential big turn next turn out of him. Yeah,
I do think it was a blue plunder run though, so a little bit less, than a red plunder run could be offering.
Yeah. So just the +1 on that with the draw, the conditional draw. Yeah, so Kieran looking at the graveyard of Jared here, it's going to be pretty easy to figure out, kind of the entire attack value of the rest of his deck from that.
Yeah, Jared's pretty content to, he knows that, right? He knows that there's a time limit on him. He can't just be blocking here. He's got to be the aggressor. He's got to try and use his cards to deal damage effectively. Otherwise, he won't win that long game. Sorry, correction, it is a red plunder run. So Jared leads the red plunder run there. And he plays that first off the chain because if he plays it mid-chain, it will actually break the chain and he won't be able to get the master trigger. So he ensures that he plays the non-attack action first.
Correct, yes.
So this Kodachi is only coming in for one. It's not for the... And there we go, guys. We got the life counter. Apologies for that. We're ready. I don't believe it's 2020, though.
Yeah, it's not.
Wow, so really close game here. It is 5-6, yeah. So we are in the sort of the dying throes of the game.
Yeah, very close game, and I think, unless Jared can, kind of rip something, something very, very lucky, or has something unusual in his deck, Kieran's gonna know exactly what's coming at him, and is gonna be able to pace himself out through the rest of this game. When you're playing a turtley deck like Kieran, like your life total is not too relevant, especially if you know face up what kind of attack reactions you're facing or any other kind of big threats. You should be able to pace your health out just fine over these last this last 25%.
Yeah, especially if that's a defense reaction in Arsenal for Kieran, he can kind of have that fallback, and he hasn't used any of his equipment yet. Just the scales. So this is a Williamus Blossom coming in for 5 because of that plunder run trigger.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the card that Kieran's really got to be worried about is the last Razor Reflex. I believe there's still one in Jared's deck.
Could be, or he could be cheeky and just play one, because that is always keeps people on their toes. I know Kieran did play one Razor Reflex in his deck at the final calling and constructed for Welcome the Wraith, and had his opponent quite confused.
His opponent's trying to map the deck and work out what's happening. So I think Jared
you're always going to expect the second.
Exactly right. I think Jared's got a ancestral in hand here.
Yeah.
So he can give +1 to this Williamus Blossom, and Kieran's got a factor, and of course he's just looked through the graveyard. He's got a factor in the cards that could come out here as an attack reaction. You would think if Jared can get this Williamus Blossom to hit and draw 3 cards in total, that's going to be massive. So yeah, we see Kieran committing the equipment there. So blocking for 6 currently versus the 5.
Yeah, very, very good play by Kieran so far.
Yeah, really heads up to know that I think there's still one ancestral in the deck, so he blocks for 6 rather than the 5.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, like Kieran knows he knows how to pace himself through this game. He's got the inevitability with the drones, throwing away the mask and the tunic. It does seem like a high cost, but and we run into a Razor, so maybe that defensive reaction is coming out of the arsenal if it is there.
I think it's got to here. He's got to. This is probably the turn that's gonna. This is the combat link that's gonna decide the game. I think.
There we go, flick flack. All up with incest.
This is gonna be a Soul the Wound. Okay, yeah. It's gonna be a blue rising knee thrust. So just coming in for 1 here. But if it does hit, he will draw a card off the plunder run still.
Correct.
I love that Kieran's sporting the Session Blood hat here. Of course, Kieran, half of the Session Blood combo. We saw Carol in round 1. We're now seeing Kieran in round 3. So the Session Blood boys are out here representing today.
Yeah, 100%. So if you're Kieran, what do you think? Are you blocking this, or I don't know what his 2 cards are, but going down to a 1-card hand, he's probably going to be limited to just Kodachi. So what are you thinking if you're him in this position?
Yeah, so he's probably weighing up here. If it's a blue plus an attack action, what he's probably thinking is 1 damage, but he actually gets to present a lot of damage back to Jared. And is that worth a card? Is basically what he's weighing up, because they're now at 5 each. If Kieran can sort of take, I guess, the initiative, take the tempo here, come in for 1, then 2, then maybe 5. If he's got a pounding gale or something, that's going to put a lot of pressure on Jared. And as we know, he doesn't have a lot of cards left to play with. And Jared's actually drawn double Art of War in this hand, which is really awkward for him.
Yeah, very, very awkward indeed.
Of course, Art of War is an instant that costs 1, and because it has no defensive value, with 2 of those, he basically only has a 2-card hand to defend with, unless he can use one of those Art of Wars to draw 2 fresh cards. But because the tunic's only on 2, that's actually going to cost him 2 cards as well. So he's basically just cycling through his deck. And as we know, we've just spoken about, not many cards left in the deck.
Yeah, definitely not. It's definitely not what Jared want to draw for sure. He's got a bit of a rough hand here. Luckily, I don't think there's going to be too much damage coming out from Kieran. So those 2-0 defense cards shouldn't hurt him. Shouldn't kill him this turn at least.
And with knowing that Jared does still, of course, have his mask and tunic to use defensively if he has to here. But I think he's probably just going to have to take most of this and try and swing back.
Yeah, 100%. Ooh, Command and Conquer.
Yeah, that's massive. Yes, this is Command and Conquer for 7, and with those 2 Art of Wars in hand, it's going to be really difficult for Jared to block this out and keep that arsenal.
Yeah, so I'm assuming he's gonna. Okay, I'm just doing the math now, but yeah, that's pretty much worst case scenario, isn't it? At this point, the Command and Conquer coming out there.
Yeah, and now you understand why Kieran sort of tanked so long on that final attack from Jared to weigh up, is my Command and Conquer worth a card from Jared, and Kieran ultimately decides yes, which to be honest I think I agree with. I think the Command and Conquer is just massive here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Flying Compass in chat saying close game so far. It definitely is a close game. One missed block or one decision that sort of could lead to one of the other players breaking through here.
Yeah. So obviously we have those 2 Art of Wars in hand, which are not, Kieran doesn't have that information yet, but what Kieran does know is that both lunging presses have been used, both razor reflexes have been used. So a lot of that surprise damage has been alleviated through the course of this game. So it shouldn't be too much to be scared about, but obviously those Art of Wars in hand, they are something to consider, but I think we're going to see one used this turn.
Yeah, definitely. And is it a consideration for you when you're playing a deck like Ninja, knowing that you have limited, I guess, damage in an aggressive deck like this? Would you often be looking to, I guess, pitch cards for late game, like maybe a Razor or an Ancestral or a Lunging Press?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, so I haven't played Ninja too much in Blitz, but if I'm extrapolating my knowledge from the construction, you absolutely have to, because those are going to be your win conditions at these late stages of the game, especially if you don't want to go. These rounds are timed, so I'm assuming that going to fatigue is not Kieran's plan, and neither Jared's. So yeah, I mean, hiding that Razor and kind of tucking it and bringing it into late game for that hand where it actually does its work is definitely a strategy you should employ.
For sure. And we see Jared here, Art of War. Looks like he's going to banish an attack action to draw 2 cards and probably give +1 on his attacks this turn, although it could be go again. So it looks like he's got another Art of War, as we said, Command and Conquer, and it looks like a blue Rising Knee Thrust, or red Rising Knee Thrust even.
Mm-hmm.
So the first Kodachi for 1. So Kieran must be feeling pretty good now if he can keep 1, maybe even 2 cards in hand. I believe it is a defense reaction arsenal, which can sort of give him that backup. He can just start Kodachiing, just wear Jared down, either run him out of cards or just kill him at this point.
Yeah, I mean, with Jared at 2 soon enough, I mean, I can already tell from this game that Kieran's up on cards, even though I'm not counting the decks. And those Kodachis are only going to expedite that process. And then the drones are going to come after that. So there's a lot of inevitability with this deck as we move into the late game.
Yeah, so Jared really trying to craft something this turn to sort of get him back into it. And Kieran on the other side trying to make sure that, he probably feels that he's got the upper hand here. He just wants to make sure that it doesn't let it slip.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the game is really his to lose at this point.
I can't quite see what Kieran has in hand, though, so it is hard to see what his sort of lines or options could be here.
Yeah, both ninjas still have breaking skills up and available, so that is something to consider as well. But I'm sure these players are seasoned enough to play around that as much as possible.
Yeah, and I think you see here, and I'm Brennan, I know you've definitely experienced this in the past through your experiences in callings, but as the game comes down to these last few turns, some of the decision points it's the game, right? Like, is that how you feel about it? You've really got to make sure of your plays.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, so Kieran, all this information's face up, right? Because it's all in his graveyard. I mean, Jared's played every single card in his deck as a one of, because he's got, obviously there's 2 copies of these, but Kieran knows every single card in his deck at this point, what's left and what's in his graveyard. So there's nothing that should surprise him. So, being up on cards, having drones in your deck, it's your game to lose at this point. And it's just about, blocking correctly, not getting too greedy.
Yeah, although this could be very awkward for Kieran if he does have multiple defense reactions. Say if he has 1 in Arsenal, 1 in hand, I believe this is for 8. So if the other 2 cards only, block for 3, he's going to have to throw both those cards and lose his Arsenal, go down to 1. So Actually, Jared's crafted a pretty good game state here, considering the position he's been in. And he might be able to sort of even it back up here. He could be putting Kieran to 1 here.
Yeah. I mean, depending on Kieran's hand, this could be an absolutely devastating attack. Command and Conquer not letting those defensive actions be played.
Yeah, Kieran really having to think about this one. I think that is the hand that Kieran has, though. Although, if he had 2 defense reactions, 1 Arsenal and 1 hand, I think he just has to throw the other 2 cards because otherwise he's dead. So I think he must have 3 cards that can block. In his hand, he must, and then just the defense reaction in Arsenal. Metagame Gaming just saying Blitz is single elimination. It's not single elimination. This is 11 rounds of Swiss, and then we're going to cut to top 8, which will be double elimination. So all these players still live. No one's out just yet.
Interested to see what this triple block's going to be. So we're taking on it again.
Yeah, I think Kieran's going to have to make a play soon, though. It's a really difficult situation for both players here. We've had 2 Command and Conquer turns, and we see just how effective Command and Conquer is as a card. The pressure it puts on when defense reactions are being played in the format.
Mm-hmm. And this is 100% where the game is going to be won or lost, is on this block right here.
Yeah, so he goes for the triple block.
Yep, and I agree with that. Oof, that's why. Yeah, he had the sigil. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
I didn't see what the last card is, but I think that might be potentially a defense reaction, especially if you wanted to line up that play there.
Yeah, I mean, these sigils and these drones in the deck are just brutal when it comes to, Jared trying to win this game.
Yeah, 5-2 now. Kieran's really probably played that turn quite well. This is just for chat. I know full circle 5 and 10. This is round 3 currently. Is that right, Brendan? Round 3? Yes.
That's correct, yes.
Both these players are 2-0, I believe.
Okay, so we got the leg tap into, I think I'm trying to remember what was in his hand. But yeah, we might leak 1 damage here. Let's see, goes to the double. Interesting. Okay, so blocks are 5 on this.
I think going back to that play, Kieran's just now, he's certainly trying to run Jared out of cards here.
Yep, 100%.
And it's a blue Soulbeat strike for 2. Yep, again, he's just going to throw his hand at these now. Oh, okay. We're going to see a Scalar's cracked here.
Ooh, what is this?
Fine center. Okay, and this is going to trigger. Is that right? No, it's not the... That's not the combo line, unfortunately. So it is just for 1.
I think it's coming in for 2, correct? Blue fine center.
Yeah. Sorry, you're right. Yep. And so he cracks the...
Yeah. And cracks that brings him down to 1. So every Kodachi attack here is going to be lethal. So that's going to drastically hurt Kieran's hand. That being said, Kieran is going to have drones to throw away as he gets lower in this deck.
4 cards left in his deck. Yeah. 4
cards left in Jared's deck, and then Kieran's going to have drones to put away here.
And it's really a balancing act because Kieran can't really, if Jared still has some attack actions in his deck, Kieran can't actually afford to just keep throwing cards. He's going to have to throw a card at each Kodachi, and then plus, multiple cards if there's 2 actions. So what Kieran really wants to find is keep his own blue so that he can then put pressure back on. And that's a red sigil, I believe. See
that the sigils they're brutal here. They're absolutely brutal here.
Yeah. It's effectively, that yellow sigil is effectively two Kodachi swings for 1 card, which is, as you say, huge. And then if Kieran can come back with his own Kodachis, he puts the pressure right back on Jared.
Yep, taking those cards out of his hands, which we now know after seeing him count the cards that he doesn't have much of.
Oh yeah, and Sasha's correcting me there. So it was a red sigil, but they just netted the damage out. So he didn't defend. So he took 1, but he gained 3.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, Sasha. And a red Rising Knee Thrust just coming in for 3 here. No combo line.
Shouldn't be scared of this. Is there potential for an ancestral empowerment? I'm not sure.
Oh wow. Oh no, that's the correct life totals. Okay, after the Yep. So he took the second Kodachi from 3 down to 1. They were just players just adjusting the life totals there to be correct. Yep. So he did take town number 9. He did take the second Kodachi swing there.
Yep, took the first and the second. Okay.
So he's committed to blocking this card out because the combo line is live.
Yep.
So he's going to block for 3 and then potentially play a defense reaction on top.
Yes, I have the defense reaction here. Yeah,
Yep.
okay. Yeah, because he had every reason to know that was coming.
Yep. And I think that's now all of Jared's attack reactions done and dusted, so Kieran can play pretty safe now.
Yep. And that's torn a tempo in the arsenal. Yeah, Kieran's pulled far ahead here. It's going to leak probably at least 2 cards out of Jared's hand here. If that is a threat.
Bearing in mind though
card.
that Jared does still have the tunic up here. And that breaking scales from Kieran's side it's not going to be live on any of his cards here. So Jared can potentially take the first one here, block the second, and then block out. So it is going to be 2 cards out of his hand, as you say, but then he would come back with 2 cards in hand and 1 card in arsenal.
This is why I love these ninja mirrors. They just get so technical. I mean, it really pulls kind of everything you know about the game together. Sometimes they can drag out and be a little bit boring, but these end game scenarios are they're puzzles to crack.
A few questions there. Brew, Tapcast. Kieran's chess piece was also a tunic. And Town number 9 saying that Jared has another Art of War, which can be a quasi-attack reaction. That's true, he does.
Kieran with 3 in the deck. So is that a drone in his hand then?
Sure.
I don't remember seeing it being pitched or defended with since we saw earlier. So I think that's likely it in his hand, but I could have miscounted.
So we're going to see if he's going to commit to it.
Yeah, there we go.
Right.
There we go.
Drone. So this is drone for 7.
Yep. This is the classic line, and it's even stronger in Ira. Like it's so much stronger in Ira than it was in Katsu. But this pitch the blue 0 for the Kodachi into drone while you're cycling these drones on the bottom of your deck and having this recursive loop. It's so strong. I mean, Kieran is heavily in the driver's seat here.
And can you explain why the drone is a bit better in Ira than it is in Katsu?
Yeah, so I mean, this red drone hits for 6, right? But so Ira makes it so that your second attack has +1 attack. So now the 6 becomes a 7, and it can't be evenly blocked by 2 cards. That means he's going to leak 1 damage here, or he's going to have to triple block. Or worst case scenario, he doesn't have 2-3 blocks or 2-3 defenses. Then he's definitely going to triple block because it will be lethal. So I mean, this is just because we're now playing Ira instead of Katsu and getting that extra damage through. Like we're likely to leak a damage, which makes all the difference because now Kieran comes next turn with Kodachi, which take card.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's going to leak 1.
Yeah, he can take the 1 here, go to 1, and he does have that Art of War, as was pointed out. But the problem is he can play it, but he has to hope that Kieran doesn't block the attack out of his arsenal because he has no way to Kodachi's here to put on the pressure. So the last card in hand is Art of War, and I think it might be an attack action out of his arsenal.
Yeah, there we go. There's the tunic.
Yep. So if Kieran blocks for 6 here, make sure to play around that Art of War. He should be able to present lethal on his turn. Should be all over.
100%. Kieran should 100% know that that's Art of War hand and should overblock this.
Yep, he's seen it. You'd back Kieran to. Oh no, he's going to. He's blocking for 5 here. He might have a defense reaction. We'll see.
Correct. He must.
Oh no, sorry, because he had to. Apologies, he had to pay for the torrent off the tunic, so he doesn't have any resources available.
Right, you're right.
You're right. He can't pay
Safe
for the
to
Art of War.
block.
Yep. So that should be it. So Kieran was onto it. He knew what was happening there.
There we go. And then we're gonna see the drone for 7. Yep, that's the Ninja Turtle play. Love to see it. I really enjoyed this match. I liked because these were 2 very, very different decks that were running the same hero. This Ira's really paid homage to its original Ninja Turtle deck with kind of ending in this recursive Kodachi Drone of Brutality line. But Jared's deck really interesting, really aggressive. We saw 2 Razor Reflexes, we saw 2 Ancestral Empowerments, we saw the Art of Wars. It is just honestly the decks were to some extent not even very similar at all.
No, very different. I mean, I don't know defense reactions out of Jared's deck, if I'm not mistaken. So he's very aggressive. It's a completely different, same hero, two completely different lines and builds there, which is, yeah, super exciting to see. And both players playing that match very well. You know, as you said earlier, Brendan, very strategic, very methodical plays by both sides there as they thought through those final turns about how the game was going to play out. Both players realistically having to think 1, 2, even 3 turns ahead. You know, Kieran there was looking at what had been pitched. He knew what was coming up and looking to play around it. So, yeah, well played by both players there. Expect to see, you know, these players probably later in the day as well, just the level that they're playing at.
Yeah, I'm a bit biased. I'm a huge fan of Kieran's deck, and I'm actually really interested to see how it matches up against Kano, because this, you know, his deck really preys upon, you know, the Guardians, the Ninjas, the Warriors. I'm really interested to see how it's evolved, you know, with, you know, Arcane Rising and now Crucible. I wonder if it can still kind of, you know, be the bully it used to be in Welcome to Wraith.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's an interesting take. Maybe that's also why Jared has gone that aggressive route. He knows that maybe he's really targeting the Kano matchup, as opposed to potentially with Kieran there, as you say, trying to target those combat damage decks. In saying that, though, I think, you know, the 4 sigils out of Kieran's side, he's probably on that plan of trying to get over the top of Kano, get out of reach of where Kano can deal damage. And we saw a lot of blues out of Kieran there. Again, potentially probably trying to play a null 3 or a null rune 4 strategy in that matchup. But we might see something like that later in the day. I'm excited to see an Ira Kano matchup because they have been sort of the two juggernauts of Blitz so far. And I think it really is an interesting matchup. It can go quick sometimes. It can go long. It's a very varied sort of matchup.
Yeah, I love to see two Ira decks on the complete opposite side of the spectrum there, just duking it out. We really came down to the wire there. You know, both players, you know, Kira on 1 health multiple times. Both players on, you know, very low life totals, very low deck, very low amount of cards in their deck. It was really fun to see.
Just want to say to chat, thanks for bearing with us and staying with us through the sort of the break we had there. We're hoping to get through the rounds a lot quicker now, all things being the way they are. So stick with us. I think we're probably going to take a quick break. We went through most of that round, so we shouldn't be hopefully too far away. Stay tuned.
Thanks, guys.
Hello, everybody. We are back on the precipice of round 4. The pairings have just been posted. We expect the round to start within 5 minutes. My name is Sasha Markovic. I'm an employee of Legend Story Studios, the creators of Flesh and Blood, this fantastic card game that we all love to play and to watch. And with me today for this round is Hayden Dale, the champion of the Calling Sydney. Hayden, how's the tournament been so far for you?
Hey Sasha, yeah, good to be back in. It's been great so far. We've seen some that last round 3 that me and Brendan were calling was a fantastic match between the Ira Mirror there with Kieran on one side and Jared on the other. Went right down to the wire, 1 life apiece. So that was great to see. Obviously, we started the day with a Warrior and Ira matchup as well. And yeah, just excited to see more games today. You got any big takeaways so far from the first 3 rounds there, Sasha?
Yeah, I'm happy to see Flick Flack doing work. I was really cool to see different variations of Ninja. I think we've seen Ninja every single round so far. Different heroes for 2 of them, and in the last mirror match, vastly different takes on Ira. So it's cool to see how just a single class has multiple different avenues. Hopefully we can see Benji. I don't think there's a lot of Benji in the metagame. Checking that metagame snapshot that's pinned, there are 5 Benjis out of, I think, the 157 participants. So it's great, excellent to see that variety. What do you think should be coming up next? Do you think all the IRAs are bubbling up to the top of the tables, or do you think there's some dark horses that can prey on the deadly ninjas?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening down the ground with the IRAs at the moment, but I do think that some of these IRAs will get punished. We had the target on its back, right? So there's going to be people out there who are ready with the deck to beat it. They know the matchup. So as much as I expect some IRAs to be doing really well, I think at the same time there'll be some that are, maybe ready to start contemplating the rest of their afternoon. But we'll see what happens. I do think just on that piece about heroes and the way that they can play differently, one of the most exciting things for me about Blitz and one of the things that I'm glad we've already seen today is that you can have the same hero played 2 different ways, which is phenomenal. And of course, in Blitz, we already have over a dozen young heroes available to the players to use. And I think we've seen all but 2 of the heroes available are going to be playing in the calling today. So super exciting.
Absolutely. The diversity is there. It just all the density just happens to be on Ira. What do you think the density is on Ira? Is it just because she's flexible, you can play aggressive and controlling with her? Or is it just because of the powerful ability?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. I think the deck is really flexible. We've seen Kadachi's be a way to again be both aggressive and defensive with some of the Ninja Turtle decks we've seen in the past. The other thing as well is I think it's a reasonably straightforward strategy. That the essence of playing a lot of your games with the Kadachi into an attack action is it's quite a repeatable thing to do. With Mask, there is a threat. It's always a threat. You've got to respect it and make sure you're playing correctly. So it reminds me a little bit of I guess what Dash does in Classic Constructed is it's a consistent deck that players have to have a strategy to beat. They're going to get outvalued, as it were, from turn to turn. Just seen as well in the chat, we had a question about what is Ira's toughest matchup. That's really interesting. I think it is dependent on the way people build their decks, but I know the Viscerai OTK deck is pretty tuned to beat Ira traditionally, so that's a matchup that can be really difficult for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just got confirmation what our feature matchup is for this round, and I don't think I can be more excited. This might be a foretelling of the finals, to be honest. It's Jacob Pearson versus Kale McCreath. Jacob Pearson has won a massive Blitz event previously with his Ira control deck, and Kale won the Arcane Rising Sealed PTR yesterday. Ira versus Bravo. I can only assume that Kale is piloting Bravo. What do you think about this matchup, Hayden?
Yeah, Ira versus Bravo. Yeah, so I think traditionally Bravo was struggling with the Ira matchup, but I think from what I understand, Kale and some of the other Bravo players have really tuned that deck to try and set their matchup against Ira, and I think it's pretty close. But of course, we are seeing Jacob, a great player as well on that Ira side, and I'm sure he's also got a plan for how to counteract the Bravo matchup. So I think we're in for an awesome game here.
And look at that. Kale has that golden Arcanite Skullcat, which he earned yesterday, as long as that golden Tectonic plating, which he earned for being the first player in New Zealand to earn 1,000 XP. What a armor suite. You can't be helped by be intimidated when you sit across from that on the table.
You've got to be, but Jacob's trying to, I guess, flex his own on the other side with his Charizard sleeves there. So, match and match.
Absolutely. I have to favor with Kale here. I think it's much more threatening.
100%.
Too easy. Kale opting for the strongest armor piece possible against Ira. Looking like he's just going to either be overly defensive or use his equipment to just stop damage on a key turn and then just crush right on back. So how do you think Kale approaches this matchup, Hayden, against Ira? Assuming Ira control, because that's what Jacob has had success with in the past.
Yeah, I think for Kale's side, he's got to assume it's an Ira control deck. And I think the strategy that he's going to go for here is to set up almost an OTK. Either one big turn by laying down some potions and using Towering Titan, which is the new aura from Crucible of War, or he will try and set up back-to-back Crippling Crushes at the bottom of his deck so he can use the first Crippling Crush to try and clear through maybe a defense reaction that Jacob set on, and then hit with the next one with his potions that he's probably going to put into play with that arm piece as well that can help buff. So I think that's probably what Kale's going to look to do here. He knows he can't outvalue the Ira deck. Ira's going to come in with those Kadachis. It's going to come in with that attack action. So Kale just has to, I think, set up and look for that break point.
Too easy. Kale lost the die roll there. I was going to ask if how important going first is for Kale for maybe a free Towering Titan, but I guess we'll never know now. So Jacob starting it off, putting the counter on his Tunic, and away we go. Clash of the Titans, round 4.
Yeah, I think for Jacob's side, you really can't let the Guardian go first for fear of them just dominating and definitely getting through damage. And, well, okay, so we see a Razor straight away for Jacob on the Kadachi, which Kale responds with the defense reaction.
Tried to sneak it through, didn't he?
Yeah, tried to get in some early damage here, which he is going to get through one, but that's all it's going to be.
Kale must have a potion. He didn't defend that random attack at the end.
Yeah, I would think that's probably what he's got going here.
Key card like Crippling Crush.
So pretty classic play we're seeing from the Bravo player here from Kale, using that Tectonic Plating to set up a Seismic Surge token, and then coming in with the Anathos for 6 because of the 2 cards in pitch being cost 3 or greater.
Correct. Anathos usually has 4 power, but when you have 2 cards with 3 cost or higher in your pitch zone, it buffs it up to 6.
And I want to know, you've already said this, we're seeing two of the best players currently playing the game in New Zealand. Chat, who do you think is going to take this one? Let us know.
Kale pummeling his hammer right over this defending Russian River. So that is a whopping 10 coming at Jacob. Jacob might not have a defense reaction. It is still early in the game. But let's see. Is he taking the 7 here?
Yeah, I mean, Jacob
starting a card because it's not an attack action card of cost 2 or more, but still damage is damage.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess even if Jacob has that defense reaction there, one of the things he's got to consider is Jacob trying to buy, is Kale trying to buy this defense reaction out of my arsenal to clear the way for potentially, if that's a Crippling Crush, that he's just setting arsenal next turn. So even if it is a defense reaction, Jacob probably might not have been too inclined to flip it out of arsenal there, knowing that he can't get another one into arsenal for next turn.
So we have an E-Strike here, I would expect for 7. It is threatening Mask, though. So may have Go Again. Who knows what's in the arsenal? Kale defense for 7 cleanly. Using that Iron Rod Boots, 1 piece of armor goes. Surging Strike coming, Seismic Surge, sorry. But no Guardian attack action to follow up with. This Anathos is for 4, that Remembrance has a cost of 0, and pitching that pivotal Crippling Crush. Now we know 1's on the bottom, and Jacob can maybe fade one of the most devastating attacks in the game for a while.
Yeah, and Red Right Games just saying that does he lose a card? I assume he means the pummel on Jacob, but it was on the weapon, not an attack action, so no need to discard a card there. That's only on attack actions. So I did think that KO was going to try and play a longer game here, but we've already seen him get in 7 damage and play the first 2 turns quite aggressively with that pummel and really try and push some damage, try and buy maybe the defense reaction out of Jacob's arsenal. And saying that, though, now he could be in a position to start to set up those turns. We'll have to wait and see what he does here.
Sneaky, they're just trading resources right now. Kale getting back up ahead rather than taking Jacob's life down with that Sigil of Solace. Kale, the bottom of Kale's pitch deck is kind of awkward right now. I'm kind of interested to see how the late game goes.
Yeah, he pitched a Remembrance and a Crippling Crush at the same turn, and then another defense reaction. So it is, as you say, a little bit awkward here. Now
Creative Fist aggressively used. Oh, taking the 5. Opting Jacob Pearson Go Again because of the Torrent of Tempo hitting, and the yellow Sigil.
Yeah.
More of the Sigils. They're just gaining life back and forward.
Exactly. So yeah, again, not how I expected Kale to play this match, but he might it might just be the way he's drawn his cards here. He might feel that he has to play this way because he hasn't been able to set up maybe his pitch the way he likes, or the cards just haven't fallen his way. He's seen no potions so far. I assume he is playing quite a few potions. And then wow,
Ooh.
Crippling Crush.
What a turn with the Heart of Fyendal as well. That's a cold for Heart of Fyendal, everybody. That is a rare card. The Disguised Defense, negating the discard 2 random cards ability of Crippling Crush by gaining 6 life with those sigils. And then unfortunately Jacob Pearson discards Life for Life. That's an interesting
Wow,
card
interesting.
for the control deck.
Yeah, so maybe Kale has the read on this. I thought Kale was playing this a lot differently to how I expected, but maybe he knew Jacob was on a different build to the sort of traditional defensive Ira deck. I mean, we've seen Life for Life there, Pounding Gale. Looks like Jacob is a lot more sort of aggressive.
Life indicates it might just be a hedge against Kano because gaining as much life as possible is always beneficial. But there we go. Is that a yellow Blessing of Deliverance? I can't see the color strip too clearly.
It's either yellow or red.
And 2 last-ditch efforts gone down to the bottom again.
Both these players really playing at a quick pace. You can sort of tell that they have played this matchup before and they know what's happening. I wouldn't be surprised if these guys have both played this matchup. Maybe local armories. They do live in the same city.
Probably against each other as well.
Exactly. So just falling into a bit of a pattern here. Although there's the infamous CNC for 7, Command and Conquer for 7 with Ira's ability here.
I think it's trademarked at this point. And that is for a clean 7, thanks to the Pummel only defending for 2. That's both Pummels gone. Jacob can rest easy now, unless Kale's playing a sneaky blue Pummel.
Yeah, for sure. So it was a red blessing there, as we see Kale flip over 3 cards and I think just gain the 2 life there. So another thing to note is Kale's equipment is really winding down here. He's only got the skull cap and 1 defense left on that tectonic plating, which is quite relevant in this matchup.
And there's that Towering Titan at the bottom as well. I'm really concerned with Kale's pitch order here. It does not look favorable for the late game.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what Kale wants to set up here. I know he's got the Remembrance. Is he trying to get back around to that Remembrance and set it up for 2 final turns potentially? Yeah, not 100% sure here.
And that blue flip flag might come to bite as well. Kale never really goes again, but it will line up nicely against Kale's last-ditch effort turn if that does come to fruition. And here we go, the drone. That go again. This might be why. Life for Life just lets you extend the combat chain so you can actually hit with Command and Conquer, or what else?
Yeah, it's definitely something we haven't seen out of Iras to date, either it be in previous Blitz events like the Mighty App event a few weeks ago, or from what we've seen so far today with the Iras. There's a lot of red cards. Kale just flicking through Jacob's graveyard. There are a lot of red cards in Jacob's graveyard already, though.
I think Jacob is hoping to rely on the finesse of the Kadachis to actually close out the game. So losing all your reds is not that big of a deal. But Kale is unwavering. He's still staying at a very relatively healthy life total. But his equipment is dwindling.
So it's a line strike there.
I could only assume for 7.
Yeah, I assume that's for 7.
Using that last tectonic plating, there's only 1 piece of equipment left for Kale.
I feel like Kale knew that was coming. He felt it. He was already ready with the block. It's just this. I'm impressed by the speed that these players are both playing at. I'll reiterate again. I think it's just they clearly know what's happening here very, very well.
Absolute masters of the game. You can tell they're very well versed and practiced. So we're having a bit of a risk to repeat now that the card quality is going down because all the reds are losing out. But there we go, Flying Kick as well. A card we haven't seen before today.
Yeah, I mean, in saying that, with the amount of reds going down from Jacob here, I think Kale can feel okay about that if he's thinking about how many reds realistically are left to come, and he can set up for that end game. I mean, we talked about the pitch order being a little bit awkward, but if he gets back to that Remembrance, shuffle back Crippling Crush, he could be set up here. He just has to probably stay. He can't fall too much lower in life total because he does need to be still at a reasonably high life total to potentially take a full swing and then come back at Jacob with something like a Crippling Crush.
Jacob will also always have the red drone brutality, so the threats aren't ending.
That's true. Very true. So Jacob's starting here with another Kodachi. Rinse and repeat here a little bit.
Do we know what's in Jacob's arsenal? I feel like he's just tanking the defense reaction for that turn where KO decides to go for it. Oh,
No,
I guess it's a flying kick.
Yeah, I think outside of the flick flex, Jacob isn't playing any other defense reactions here by the looks of it. He looks like he's cut pretty low. So KO blocking out the full attack there to not allow the master trigger. KO is starting to get low.
Worrying so. He might not be able to just take a lot of damage anymore. His equipment has run out while he's on higher life. Luckily, Arcanite Skullclap is there, but it still doesn't do that much.
Yeah, and Jacob's still on 9 life here. Jacob's got to feel pretty comfortable with his life total here.
Ooh, this might be the turn.
KO pretty committed to just taking these Kodachis here.
Unlucky. KO was hoping to fade a large attack.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately he has to commit the defense reaction there. So it's a blue disable that's been sitting in KO's arsenal there, which he finally gets out. And we see pitching the second remembrance and another blue disable.
Blue disable attacking for 7.
No dominate here, just straight for 7. And of course, it's reduced by 1 because of the seismic surge.
And Jacob Pearson still has a plethora of armor. That breaking scales could happily jump in front of this with 2 cards. But Jacob does not care about the life total.
Yeah, I mean, the breaking scales, it's either going to be for lethal or he's never going to use it, right? So he's happy just to keep it up until he absolutely necessarily, needs to commit it to the chain. Yeah, KO was really in peril here if he can't find. Okay, so he's got the show time to try and set up, but it just feels like it's
can never
too
take the turn
late.
off.
Yeah.
Jacob has so many blue cards that are just combo cards that randomly attack, which KO will have to respect and won't be able to pitch.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe KO can defend with 1 card, go down to 1, and draw a random blue with the showtime. This might be it.
Yeah, of course he will get to draw that extra card at the start of his next turn, so he does get a card back. But he is going to need 3 cards in hand to play that Crippling Crush. He's going to go to 1 here.
He goes to 1. And a red drone. Unfortunately, KO has to defend with 2 cards instead of 1.
Yeah, but in saying that, he does so. He's gonna draw up here, and he's gonna have the 3-card hand plus the crippling.
I assume he activates Bravo here.
Yes, I think he pointed to it to start with, so it's coming with dominate.
11 to dominate, but I think Jacob can safely defend against this. He's got a lot of equipment.
Off the defense reaction. And again, why he leaves the breaking scale until absolutely necessary, because he does leak just the 3 there, not the 4. Whereas if he used the breaking scale earlier, he would have not been able to stop that crush effect from Crippling Crush.
Or sacrifice the Mask of Momentum.
Yeah, of course, or the Tunic, which he doesn't want to do unless absolutely necessary.
I think this is the writings on the wall for KO here. Jacob has just always had the threat in the turns where KO doesn't need them.
Yeah, KO just showing 3 cards left in deck there.
I don't think it matters what cards KO shuffles in.
Yeah, unfortunately. I'm really surprised. Really surprised at KO's build here. Not seeing the potions, and I wonder if this is a strategy for Kano, or he actually feels that this is a strategy he can run into Ira, the traditional Ira. Of course, Jacob's list quite different to what we've seen. So we've seen 3, pretty different Ira decks here. Jacob here playing the life gain, but also playing a lot of blues and big red attack actions, really relying on that sort of Kodachi threat. So as opposed to some decks that might be looking to the Razor Reflex or some other tricks in their arsenal.
And here we are, edge on the wall.
Yeah, well played by both players there.
The Heart of Fienda ultimately being KO's demise. Even though it gained 3 life, it couldn't defend at the end.
Certainly, yeah, and that's an interesting thing, about the Fableds. are they necessary? Are they something you want in your deck? And I think ultimately you often pay the price for running those cards. They don't defend. They can often be a liability, as we saw there. So,
Absolutely. What a fantastic display of showmanship and skill. These players played incredibly fast and to innate accuracy. Kale might have been a little bit unfortunate having the Crippling Crush paired with non-blue cards and messing up his mid-game, but I feel like he still played a respectable outcome and made something work and was able to Crippling Crush again, where I would imagine a lot of players might not have been able to put that together.
Yeah, I think from Kale's side, a little bit maybe initially unlucky on how the cards came off the top of the deck, and then made it a bit awkward for him trying to set his pitch for later on. And then, of course, he also had to block with his last-ditch effort pretty late in the game. And I think that's probably a turn eventually he wants to try and set up. But really difficult when he went so low on life there with the way that Jacob was playing that match.
Yeah, it'll be interesting I imagine Kale would reanalyze his game now that it's been recorded to see where he could have edged out a little bit of wins. And that's just what makes Kale such a great flesh and blood player. He will reiterate and will review all his matches and try to learn as much as possible. As you might have noticed, Jacob and Kale having a bit of a quip there at the end, noticing what they've played throughout the game. Even though as fast as they play, they don't have to talk as long either.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things we see there, right? You see this, again, the speed of play, but still really, I guess, methodical, and they know the lines. And I think you're right. Both players potentially go back and watch this match and review what happened, the lines of play they made. That's the thing about Flesh and Blood. I mean, you talked about it, Sasha, the pitch order and how that was set up. Maybe Kale will go back and look at that, or think about different lines. But I think it was pretty clear that he did have a plan there. It just didn't quite come together.
Yeah, well, what a fantastic display. It's great to see a new hero enter the arena of the stream, being Bravo, and another kind of different take on Ira, life for a life with this like weird half measure of defense reactions and attack reactions. Kind of interesting seeing what people are bringing to the table.
Yeah, definitely. And we're now, so round 4 in the books there, round 5 be coming shortly. And so far, as you say, we've seen a few different heroes. What are some heroes that you'd love to see up next, Sasha?
He's on the screen right now. I want to see some Kano. I want to see some fire and lightning rain down onto opponents. I think Kano always puts on a good show. Doesn't matter what the opponent is, you're going to have to think about the game. I think Kano brings a brilliant puzzle to Flesh and Blood, and every game is a little bit unique and a bit challenging depending on how your opponent plays and what equipment they bring as well.
Yeah.
What about yourself? Is there anything else that you're trying to eke out for? I know we're all rooting for the Azalea or for the Data Doll to be up there in the stream and the Swiss rounds, but what are you hoping for, Hayden?
Yeah, I mean, Azalea is definitely one. I think there's a few decks out there. I'd love to see another Reiner on camera, maybe against Kano. I'd love to see that matchup. It's a matchup I think is quite interesting. I'm a little bit upset that we're not going to see Kev Dean today, unfortunately. I was hoping we might see Kev Dean on camera at least once. But yeah, as you say, Azalea, Kano, Reiner, 3 decks I'd love to see on stream a little bit more. And it's pretty crazy, right? We've got another 7 rounds of Swiss here to go, and it's a big day for the players. And I was thinking, Sash, how as a player who's played in callings before and played in other TCG events, how do you keep mentally fresh as you go through? I mean, it's now currently 2:20 in New Zealand. We're creeping past lunchtime. What do you think is going through the players' heads in terms of trying to just stay focused and stay on top of the game?
I think it's a critical question and something that you have to prepare for ahead of time. If you do have that massive lunch break, you're probably going to bog down yourself. I think consistent breaks, a lot of hydration and water, and quick, nice little snacks. I think like some, what do you call it? It's like nuts and stuff. You guys have a
trail mix, Scroggin.
Trail mix.
Scroggin.
Scroggin, that's it. Scroggin. Yeah. Yeah, you got to pack your Scroggin and be well versed. But I think just like a routine as well. Once you finish your match, maybe go to the bathroom, wash your face. That is definitely a routine that I've experienced and actually have done in previous events as well, to kind of just refresh your brain. Like you said previously, to kind of reset, redampen, decompress. That's the word. Yeah. So to actually get yourself out of that frame of mind, you shouldn't obsess over what's happening. It's already happened. So just kind of prepare yourself for the next round and take it one round at a time, because that's all you can really do. You can't linger over what's been done.
Yeah, definitely. And I see someone in the chat there calling out. Luckily, there's a supermarket close by for the guys. You know, if they start to get a bit weary, need some snacks, it's always perfect. If you've even pre-packed, might go for a little walk between rounds. And Sasha, we talked about some of the matchups we want to see. What are some of the cards that you're still waiting to see? Maybe have their mark on this weekend in this calling that we haven't quite seen yet.
Vest of the First Fist. That is the card that I want to see. Vest of the First Fist, I think, is one of the most premier equipments in this Blitz format. And we've seen a lot of ninjas, but not many of them are choosing to equip it. And I want to see someone create a lot of resources on a big blowout turn and just deal like 20 plus damage that can't be defended. I just want to see the setup. I'm all about the setup.
What's the advantage to the Vest of the First Fist over something, say, like a Tunic, which we're seeing quite a bit of today?
So the Tunic lives off the timer where you create one resource every 3 turns. I'm not sure if a lot of the viewers have been watching, but a lot of the games, especially the ninja games, last a lot less than 3 turns, sometimes even 1 or 2. And being able to create as many resources as possible to make that feasible to end the game that quickly is what's advantageous. Tunic is great when the games go on long forever, but it's difficult to tell what your opponent's plan is up to. Just because they bring a certain hero doesn't mean you know exactly how they're playing. Given to the fact we've seen 5 different Iras today, so you never know what you're seeing down across.
Yeah, of course, yeah. And I just saw in the chat here. So the way that the round's working. So Sasha, when we go to time now in this event, how does that work for this calling?
Yeah, so we're trialing a new end of match procedure with this event to see how events and games actually finish up cleanly and nicely. Previously, we had additional turns, but now there's only one additional turn once the end of the match has been called. And that's just to try to get results rather than anything else and just get games flowing and keeps rounds going on and on and on. Because I'm sure a majority of us have been there where time is called on the round and you don't know how much longer it's going to be. 30 minutes? What is the definition of how long a turn is? And seeing games end quickly and played fastly is what Blitz is all about. But what is your take on the end of match procedure change? Would you be a fan of it, or how many times do you like go to turns in a tournament? And how much is that a actual factor in your preparation as well?
I might answer the last bit first because I think that's quite interesting. Am I thinking about the time of a round? Definitely. There's certain decks that maybe I'd be having my eye on playing, but they could be really long, drawn-out control decks that I'm worried about going to time with because there's just so many turns through the game, and not just myself, but my opponent's got to make a lot of decisions, which could mean that we are sort of really stretching the time limit. So that's something that I would definitely think about and consider, especially for a day like the calling, where today the guys are playing 11 rounds. That's huge, right? Do I want to be going to time every round? Definitely not. And then the next piece of that is, do I go to time very often? I try not to. I try and definitely play in a timely manner. I think if both players are playing in a timely manner, I mean, we don't need to be at the speed that we just saw Jacob and Kale playing at. But we also, want to make sure that there's not slow play and people are making decisions in timely fashions. I think in general you can avoid going to time majority of rounds. You might have the odd one where a few things might happen, or it might be a really different or difficult game state. Or players go to fatigue where you might head towards time. But I think in general, the players can get through in that time. So I do like the finish the current turn, head to that one extra turn, and if there's no result, of course, then it's a double loss for the players. But there's still an extra turn to maybe get a result out.
Absolutely. And speaking of the premise of time and how quickly Jacob and Kale played, I'm not saying that they played slowly at all, but do you think maybe Kale's thinking right now that if he took a little bit more time to think through some turns, maybe the result could have been different or just have a different outcome?
Maybe. I don't think so. I don't think you can think like that. I mean, you play what's in front of you, right? And Kale's obviously a very experienced player. I mean, he's the number one player in the world in terms of XP. He's clearly played the most, sanctioned or won the most at least games. So I don't think you can think like that. I think you've got to back yourself. You've got to go into the round knowing how you want to play. He was clearly, both players were clearly very confident about knowing how they wanted to play the matchup and what their opponents were going to do. So if you leave the table and think, wow, if I played a little bit slower, maybe this, maybe that, that's probably more of a tournament retrospective. Do I need to change the way I approach that event? Do I need to maybe in all of my gameplay just take a little bit of extra time? to think about things. But I can't imagine Kale, having played against Kale before, I know he does like to play quickly. He's pretty decisive in the way he plays, and that's his style. So I can't imagine he's thinking too much about it.
Absolutely. I think you do a great testament to Kale's there. He just likes to make the decision quick and fast and swing that hammer hard. That's brilliant, I think. I don't think Kale would have wanted to waver at all. Maybe there's a second doubt. Who knows? But Kale knows what he wants to do. He's played Guardian a lot, probably more than anybody else in the world, I think.
100%. And actually, I was just having a little look back at the meta there because some of the chat were talking about the meta game before. Are you surprised at any of the meta numbers we're seeing here, the deck numbers showing up today?
I'm quite surprised at how large the Ira range is, to be honest. I would have expected Kano to be the largest slice of the pie. But just tapping back into it now, it's great to see the other decks. So Kano, Dorinthia, Reiner, Viserai. I would argue that 3 of those 4 are specifically targeted to beat Ira, Dorinthia being the outlier there. But it's great to see. And then the last 25% is Dark Horses or decks that are not overly popular. And that's also great to see that people are willing to bring these decks to such a prolific tournament. $10,000 is no joke.
Yeah, huge price pool today, and I mean that's as well. Not factoring the amazing extra promos and stuff that all these guys get, playmats that are just awesome. Not only collectors items, but items for themselves to keep and say, I was there at the 10K calling Auckland, and yeah, I mean it's such an awesome opportunity for these players.
100%. And with that, I think we might lean into our next break. And we hope to bring you the round sooner or faster rather than later. Jacob and Kale played a little bit too fast for us to give us a longer break. So we hung around to chat for a while. And we hope to see you again soon. Thank you, Hayden.
Thanks, everyone. Talk soon.
Hello and welcome back. We're about to start round 5. My name is Sasha Markovic. I'm an employee of Legend Story Studios, the creators of Flesh and Blood. And for this round, I'm joined by Brendan Patrick, finalist of the Calling Austin. Hello, Brendan. We have an exciting match going on today. We have Callum Giddens versus Nick Holding. Nick Holding was the Blitzathon runner-up with Kano and also won the very first Blitz PTI with Kano. So we can expect him to be on the young wizard himself. Callum, on the other hand, he is a rising star from New Zealand. He's had a lot of success in other TCGs. I wonder what he's bringing to the table.
Yes, Sasha, how's it going? Yeah, Nick Holding here, also known as the Jokai of Ether. And known that for a reason. This man has been on Kano since day one and has been a force to reckon with. So if there's a Kano player to beat, it's Nick Holding. So Callum's got his work ahead of him.
It'd be interesting to see how dedicated Callum is to beating Kano. And I'm sure Nick is prepared for Ira with it being the most popular hero today. But let's see if they're going for each other. There we go. Both of these gentlemen are 4-0.
Do you expect Callum to be on a more aggressive Ira or more defensive here?
I would expect him to go the status quo and lean towards defensive. Nick Holding just losing the dice roll by 1. How unfortunate. Here we go. Shuffling up. Do you think Callum will want to take the play or the draw against Kano?
I think he's going to want to take the play here.
Just reduce Kano, giving that free turn of maybe getting
100%.
Bolt.
Yeah. Or getting out a free potion or anything. Any of the many bad things that can happen when Kano goes first.
Absolutely. It would be interesting to see if Ira sets up any potions herself. I'm always a fan of the potions.
Yep. Potion of Strength coming in strong, right?
Absolutely. It's one of the best potions there are. But we all know what the best
waiting
potion is. We will leave that one up for debate there.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what do you think? So this matchup obviously is going to be our most prolific matchup of the day. We're going to see it a lot. And especially in top 8, who's favored here, and who do you expect to kind of have the initial edge before we see the intricacies of the deck?
I have to lean towards the champion here. The guy on the right has a lot of experience, Nick Holding. You have to assume that even though he starts at a 5-life deficit because he's playing the wizard, I think I'm going to put my faith into the experienced player here. But let's see how much preparation Callum has brought. 2 Arcane Barrier, 3 Arcane Barrier. And a Snapdragon
only
scale.
3. Yeah, 3 is interesting. It's a big question of the tournament. Is the Arcane Barrier 3 or the Arcane Barrier 4? He opts for the 3. You think?
Nick Holding's
that's
on
on
first, by the way.
Ooh,
Callum must
spicy.
have chosen to go second. Callum also has that Zephyr Needle, which is great when pairing with Ira's ability of giving +1 power to an attack, your second attack each turn. Expecting that Nick has no defense reactions, and I would probably say that's a safe bet. And here we go. As predicted, turn 1, Red Voltic Bolt fueled by Crucible of Aetherweave. It is 6 arcane damage coming to Callum. Callum can only prevent 3 of it thanks to 3 Arcane Barrier.
Mm-hmm. Do you think this 3 Arcane Barrier isn't enough respect for his opponent? Do you think he should go 4? What would be your play?
I personally like 4, but I'm also interested. Maybe he has a plan with that Snapdragon Scalers. I would like to prevent as much life as possible, especially if you're choosing to go second, knowing that the Kano player is going to have effectively a free turn against you.
Mm-hmm. So I see that Drone of Brutality.
Yes, the drone is not necessarily the best thing against Nick right here. It only pitches for 1 and it's always in your deck. I did not catch what Nick put in his arsenal. It's probably very important to keep track of the wizard because they are this ever-moving machine of combination of cards that can deal damage out of nowhere. That's the exciting part about Kano, playing at instant speed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, can you tell us a little bit more about Kano? What makes him so different from the other heroes? He's kind of able to interact on your opponent's turn, correct?
Absolutely. Kano's hero abilities, you can pay 3 resources. Look at the top card of your deck. If it's a wizard non-attack action, aka a burn spell, then you can flip it over, banish it, and then play it as an instant for that remainder of that turn. So they could attack. You're facing lethal damage, activate Kano, get a burn spell, shoot them right back before you get hit. And that's what's exciting about Kano. Anything can happen out of nowhere.
You got an Aether Flare for 4, hitting Callum here for 1.
Just a sneaky flaw, not pumping anything else with that Aether Flare.
Yeah, also very interested to know what's in that arsenal. I agree with you.
It might be a stir. He did block with a Blazing Ether already, so he's low on 1 massive kill con at the end with a lesson lava. So he's attacking for 3 with his Zephyr Needle, which is going to be a consistent pattern from Callum. And I think that's a yellow torrent of tempo for 4.
Correct. And Nick holding here with Stir in the hand, so...
That's the second Blazing Ether gone as well. Oh, it hits, and Command and Conquer, brutal. Can Nick Holding defend this? I do not know what the card in his arsenal is, but it may be very important because he's kept it there for a few turns. That's the Snapdragon Scales gone as well. That's the reason why.
Yeah,
They pushed the Command
that
and
is the
Conquer.
reason.
Hopefully this card in Nick's arsenal isn't that important. Oh, Forked Lightning.
Forked
He's lost 2
Lightning.
Blazing Ethers as well. So his outreach might be a little bit dampened here.
Yeah.
Likely relying on the Stir of the Ether Winds to push through this game.
Opts to draw 2 off that tome.
And that's using his
Kana.
action point. And so now he's just going to activate Kana to try to deal some damage out of nowhere. So now Nick's deciding whether he should keep the card in Arsenal or play this Lesson Lava. He does have the Tunic to play the Lesson Lava, but maybe he wants to use the Crucible of Aetherweave for some reason to put a certain card on top of his deck. Because when Lesson Lava does arcane damage to your own opponent, you can search your deck for a wizard non-attack action card and put it on top, equal or lesser to the damage dealt. So he chooses
Looks
to
like-
deal extra damage.
Yeah, opting to come in for the 4 here on Lesson in Lava and get that card on the top of his deck.
So what card do you think Nick would want to be put on top of his deck here, Brendan?
Why have me speculate what Nick's going to show us? There's going to be a Gaze of
There we
Ages
go.
right here.
A nice blue resource card. Gaze the Ages can let you set up the top of your deck. When you play it, you opt to, and if you played another wizard non-attack action card, you return it to your hand once it resolves. Just peek into the future.
As they say.
So Nick's
So what do you...
is-
How are you feeling if you're Nick in this situation? You starting to feel a little bit on the back foot after that big swing turn?
I think Callum has done his big output, and now the rest of Callum's turns can be quite predictable. Kadachi, then the Needle for 3, and then an X attack for maybe up to 6. So I think the Nick's pattern here is he's going to defend the Needle for 3, and then defend with 2 cards for Callum's next attack. And I think Nick's going to continue to do this until Callum doesn't have a powerful 3rd attack and just create a window. However, Nick does have a clock of 6 life because that first Kadachi is usually always going to hit.
Yep, and that's going to be a Stir the Aetherwind in the arsenal and draw back up to 4 and pass over to Callum.
That's exactly what Nick wants. He wants that Stir the Aetherwinds in his arsenal. Very likely to be used as Storm Striders if Callum doesn't attack for too much. But we'll see what happens.
And as you predicted, licking that 1 damage off the initial Kadachi, likely to block the Zephyr Needle unless he has some interaction on.
You can see Callum has a Pounding Gale in his hand, or is it a Whelming Gust Wave? It's kind of difficult to tell as he shuffles away from the screen, but consistent attack straight after turn with the Zephyr Needle. And I don't think this storm is going to end. It's going to be relentless from Callum. Nick Holding will have to pull something out of the hat of tricks with the Wizard here.
Yeah. Opposite block with a Stir.
So he takes 1 there.
Yeah. Accelerates that clock, and there's the Snatch.
Snatch being another reason Callum will be playing that Snapdragon Scalers.
Yeah. Are you worried about Mariz Reflex on this at all if you're Nick Holding?
It's in the range of possibility, I think. Callum seems to be showing some type of aggressive mid-range version of Ira. And Nick just playing passively. Maybe Nick just wants to keep a card in hand to activate for Kano. And playing the Sigil Solace here. Widening the
Sigil
gap.
Solace. Yep. Back up to
Far and away
18.
ahead.
Yep. Just getting himself that safe buffer in case, for a win, Nick Holding does decide to go off and, take advantage of that Stir in his arsenal. We got another tone coming out.
The last tone, there's also no Blazing Ether left in his deck either.
Opts to draw 2, does get a potion.
Red Ether Spindle. So Nick Holding finally putting the tempo back onto Callum. Only taking 1 card out of Callum's hand though, thanks to Arcane Barrier 3. So when Ether Spindle does arcane damage, you can opt X, where X is the damage it deals. And opt is powerful in Wizard as you can activate Kano, But unfortunately, Nick doesn't have enough cards or resources to use Kano at the same turn.
Yeah, it looked like he kept two blues on top and also draws the Sonic Boom there.
Sonic Boom might be good enough to help Nick push over the top, but still, I'll reiterate, no Blazing Ethers left in the deck. Well, this looks like the turn that Nick's using Storm Striders, removing the counters of Tunic to create a resource and then defending with it.
Going down to 1. There's the snatch.
This might be the moment. Callum could potentially defend for 6 on 2 different sources of arcane damage if they're both blue in his hand. That's an energy potion on top of his deck.
The stats out of the arsenal pretty good for Callum here, as he's not having to commit another card to threaten this lethal.
So Talismanic Lands goes bottom with the op 2. That's not what Nick wants at all. He's playing randomly off the top. He just chooses to live another day and defend.
Yeah, so Nick's gonna have his work cut out for him as it passes back to Callum. It's gonna be lethal with every Kodachi.
Yes, Nick has to attack on this turn and then likely Striders on the following turn. It does not look good for Nick. So this Sonic Boom should hit for 1. What does Nick have on top randomly? Sonic Boom reduces the cost of the top card of your deck by 1 if it's a Wizard non-attack action card, and you may play it as an instant this turn. But Nick chose not to. He must have whiffed or must not have been able to play it. It looks like it was a Forked Lightning as well.
Ugh.
Callum relentlessly attacking, not giving Nick a moment to take any breath of air.
So this has got to be it here, huh?
Yep. Good game.
And there's the hand. Good game. Now it really goes to show how fast it can go. Either, as the Kano, it's fast in your favor or fast in your opponent's. But, once he fell behind, it was hard for Nick to come back, especially after that Tunic block.
Exactly. Burn brightly, live fast, die young.
Flew a little too close to the sun there, and looks like our eye was able to Kodachi him out. Death by 1,000 cuts.
Massive congratulations to Callum Giddens, though, taking out Nick Holding, a very proficient player in this tournament, setting himself up nicely to slot himself into top 8. Callum Giddens also came first seed in the End of Swiss in yesterday's PTI event with Arcane Rising Sealed. So definitely a name on the rise and hoping to prove a name for himself today. If he could take out the trophy, he would be astounded, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited to see where Callum goes at this tournament, and I'm excited to cast his games as he continues to blaze on his streak throughout these Swiss rounds.
Blisteringly fast. And I've been informed we have 25 minutes left of the round, which just shows how fast those players played. What do you think about that matchup in general, though, Brendan? Do you think that was an accurate portrayal of how Wizard operates? I clearly don't think so. Nick Holding was at 4-0. Was this unfortunate turn of events, or did Callum put some pressure on there, which really changed and took Nick by surprise? What do you think?
Yes. So 2 big points there. The torn of tempo Snapdragon Scalers into the Command and Conquer was huge. That was a massive swing turn and big for Callum. But then again, we saw Nick's Holding and we saw bottom on the opt. It really seemed like Nick didn't draw what he was looking to draw there. In terms of any kind of misplays or anything like that, I know he had to commit some cards to blocking that he potentially didn't want to early in the game, and I think that stir was in the arsenal for a while. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I feel like Nick got an unfortunate mix of blues and reds, and Callum just took advantage of that and didn't give Nick any window to set up. That Snapdragon Scalers turn, like you said, that was prolific. It was actually epic, just pushing over all the cards, all the damage, and getting rid of Nick's arsenal. Just unrelenting. Callum really proved that Snapdragon Scalers was worth much more than the Arcane Barrier 1 that the Norrin boots would have offered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and in terms of Kano, what's your opinion on the deck itself? What do you think of some key cards, and what do you think we should expect to see in the future as he visits our table in the future?
Kano is a magnificently fun class to play. He is a puzzle every single time you play with him. It's something unique that you have to solve. Unfortunately for Nick, the puzzle didn't really come to his favor because Callum getting cut up to pieces and hit some pieces away from him with that Command and Conquer. But regardless, cards like Talismanic Lens, which help make the puzzle become easy to solve, and Storm Striders, which lets you effectively cheat at the game and play cards at instant speed on demand. It's quite satisfying to do. And it's just in the spirit of Kano, just burn bright.
Yeah, Kano has a bit of a stigma as being a hard deck to play. Do you necessarily agree with that sentiment, or what are your thoughts about that?
I definitely agree in the sentiment that he's complex. Every time you play Kano, you always have the option to activate his ability compared to other classes where they happen passively or only once per turn. Kano, you can activate him whenever you like, and it's always tempting. Temptation is a thing that derails players' focus, and that's what makes him difficult to play, I believe. Similarly, Scabskin Levers, it's always there for you to roll if you want, and that temptation is actually proven to make people second guess themselves and maybe make the incorrect decision.
Absolutely. So as we kind of enter into the, the somewhat later rounds, going into round 6 here, what are you expecting to see? Are we expecting the Iris to kind of pull through and the Canis to pull through? Or are we going to see some Reinars and some Dorinthias as we move forward?
I would love to see a Viserai who's been preying on some Kanos, preying on some Iras. I would love to see that. I think just getting an update on how many heroes are doing well, what is bubbling up to the top based off the metagame prediction, I think it's going to be very exciting. Every Ira we've seen so far has been different to some capacity, and that's great. Every hero that can have multiple shapes and multiple forms. I'd love to see a different variation of Kano. If a Kano was playing Talasha, I'd be very, very excited. But I think that might be a bit of a stretch. But it's just more exciting games to see, and everything has been unique so far, which has been incredible.
Yeah, 100%. I totally agree with you. I've very much enjoyed the diversity, especially when it comes to Ira, seeing that deck built aggressively, seeing it built in the the sort of Ninja Turtle fashion, and it's really it's interesting for me personally to see Drone Brutality being played by these Ira decks, and Kano kind of punishing that, because I know back in Welcome to Wraith, before Kano existed, Drone Brutality was a bit of a problem card, and Kano really snuffed that one out.
A problem card in that people weren't prepared for it, I think you mean, Brendan. Like Arcane Damage in particular is a great combatant to Drone Brutality, defending over and over and over. But so is Dominate from Bravo and Intimidate from Rhina.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. Well, with that being said, I think we are going to head off for now and look forward to the next round within 15 minutes, I hope. And thank you again for tuning in, everybody. It's been great 5 rounds so far. Looking forward to the next 6 of the rounds of Swiss.
Thanks, guys. All right, guys, and we're back heading into round 6. I'm joined by Hayden Dale, former calling champion. Looks like we're going to be spectating Jason Thomas Sheck versus Tom Penny in this round. What are you thinking? What are you thinking about this pairing, Hayden? I know Tom Penny is a bit renowned for his warrior play, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. I think within the New Zealand community, Tom known as a bit of a warrior player. And yep, me and Brendan in the booth for this game. So glad to be back. So both these players are at 4-1 currently. So very much live, very much in it, and it's going to be a Dorinthia mirror. So both players, not just Tom, but also Jason here, are on Dorinthia.
Yeah, very excited to see the mirror actually, because with Dorinthia is it's a face-up deck at its most basic playstyle, but then when you kind of get into the nuances and the intricacies, not only can you see multiple different archetypes of this deck, but the technical play is very serious, and I'm assuming we're going to see something pretty special out of these two.
Yeah, definitely interested to see what the deck makeups look like here. What we've seen so far, we saw Dorinthia in round 1, piloted by Isaac Olsen, who only had the 2 defense reactions. So we could be in a match here where Tom and Jason both not playing many defense reactions. It could just be a sort of a bit of a race, and could come down to key turns where they sort of need to overblock, or you could enter into a bluffing game sort of. So it's going to be really interesting to see, especially if there is just, say the 2 blue Steelblade shunts from both players, how they then navigate the game. I think whoever's going second has a bit of an edge here as well, potentially.
Yeah, definitely agreed. It's Warrior's always been kind of one of those classes where whoever's sort of tempoing the other player's hand seems to kind of stay ahead. It's kind of a win more scenario usually. I know I experienced a lot myself playing mid-range ninja versus warrior early in Welcome to Wraith.
Yeah, and both players here opting for basically looks like mirroring each other's equipment loadout for this game, and of course both on the Dawn Blades. So looks like we're about to get underway with, I believe it might be Tom on the play here.
Yeah, so I'm already seeing a Razor Reflex and a Route in his hand. Is that a red overpower? Because that would be surprising. Blue I would understand, but red would be spicy.
Apologies, Jason on the left of screen on the play here. I actually don't mind the one-off over red overpower. I think it's something that can, if you're high on blues because of the Kano matchups, you want to keep your blue count high. I think playing a red overpower in your deck is quite a good option, to utilize the high resource count that you do have in the deck. So I'm not overly surprised to see it. I would assume he'd probably be playing 1. I wouldn't think he'd be on 2, as it can get a little bit awkward.
Yeah. And face up to see it pitched initially in the game. Tom's going to be defending with his Iron Song response and Out for Blood here. Full blocking for 6. We'll see if Jason responds. I don't think Jason has the mana to route here.
No, not and do anything else. So he opts not to do it. I think the way that both players are going to play this matchup will depend on, again, what they've got in their deck. And I see from Jason there, I think I saw a red sync go into his hand there. So Jason clearly playing some defense reactions. So he might look to be playing more that defensive role and craft turns and look for, to take advantage maybe of a defense reaction out of Arsenal and then come back at Tom for 4 cards. So we'll see what happens here. But yeah, Jason might look to take sort of that more, I guess, quote unquote control role in this matchup.
Mm-hmm. And on Tom, we're seeing the Red Warrior's Valor pumping the Stoneblade up to 6. If it does hit, it does get go again. Conditional. I think so. Jason likely here is going to opt for the double block of 6, keeping the Sink Below in hand for insurance, I'm assuming.
Yep, likely. It's all good. I imagine you'd want to try and get that Sink Below into Arsenal, but it's going to be very difficult for him to do so. In fact, actually, is that a blue Sink Below that's in Jason's hand, not red? That's interesting.
It is. Wow. Perfect. It's a blue Iron Song response.
lines up well here for Jason.
Wow.
So I'm guessing the blue sync is a bit of a concession to obviously wanting blues versus Kano, but then at the same time still having some defense reactions to play in situations like that where he can sort of craft a blocking state. So then Jason just replying, coming in here for 3, pitching that Spoils of War.
Yeah, crazy to see the blue sync blown line up perfectly with the blue Iron Song response. It's did not expect that.
No, but now Tom is thinking about it, right? He's thinking, well, there's probably another blue sync somewhere in this deck, potentially blue Steelblade Shunt as well.
Yeah. Tom's starting off with a 5-card hand here, so counting that arsenal, so should have some power coming.
Yep, feels like Tom can definitely sort of take the tempo with this turn if oh, so Tom also playing the blue sync below, so this might be some tech that these players share here.
Yeah.
Chat have called me out. Apparently I did say the M word, the dirty M word. I apologize for that. Of course, resources, not mana and flesh and blood.
Gonna Alfred Blood pump to 6, no response. So we're gonna go down to 14 here for Jason.
Yeah, so Jason trying not to block there and turn on any reprise. I think he's happy with his hand. He wants to make sure he can just come back, with his own 5-card hand. Tom, they're not able to utilize his 5-card hand, so maybe Jason can here.
Yep. Singing Steel, Dawnblade for 6. No go again yet. 2 resources floating, so telegraphing a route here.
Yeah, interesting to see how Tom here blocks this. He might elect for the overblock here, or when it's just a face up 6 and he's 6 life ahead already, he might just opt to, say no defense and see what Jason does next.
Do we know what's in Tom's arsenal, by the way?
Oh, he almost flashed it to us. Couldn't quite see. That was the quickest arsenal check I've ever seen from Tom there.
Yeah, so blue overpower in hand for him as well. Oof.
So I'm going to go ahead, block for 3 with the equipment, so potentially representing a defense reaction.
Glint Quicksilver here with no reprise.
So Tom just signaling there that he's letting that glint resolve on the chain, so that there is no reprise effect if Tom did decide to play a defense reaction after the reprise. So Jason now with go again here. 1 resource left. He's going to Brave Forge. By the looks of it.
Yeah, Brave Forge pump. So Dawnblade coming in for 4 here.
And those 2 equipment, yeah, of course. So Jason, they're just pointing out that those equipment are now off the chain because Jason has activated a non-attack action with the Brave Forge braces. The chain has been closed in order for him to do that. So the equipment come off and can be used to block again. If Tom did decide that for whatever reason he wanted to block with that Courage of Blade hold again.
Mm-hmm.
The Flying Compass in chat, they're just saying much slower matchup than we've seen. Life totals still fairly preserved. We're only a couple of turns in, but yeah, both players have blocked out a couple of turns, and I think that's because they're looking to craft their way into potentially a state where they can utilize all 5 cards in their hand, even if their opponent does decide to block.
Yeah, I'm honestly thinking that Tom is really trying to set up for an Iron Song Determination turn here because he does have is it Singing Steelblade? Not Singing Steelblade. The +3.
Iron Song response.
The pre-pump one.
Sorry, Warriors Valor, are we talking about?
The one that doesn't give a go again, just +3. I'm forgetting it.
Cost 1, Dauntless.
We'll get it eventually. Anyway, he's got that with Iron Song Determination, plus with Iron Song, plus Iron Song Response. So I think he's got a big 5-card hand turn here with Dominate, so not much interaction Jason can do with that. So I think that's what Tom's kind of taking on here, is like maybe he does take this Dawnblade hit. I think that is, he did, and he's going to take it and give the counter. So, yeah, definitely big turn out of Tom coming here.
Yeah, and importantly, Tom turning off Jason's skull cap there as well, because Tom now is at lower life at 13 to 14. It means for Jason doesn't have that 2 defense available on the skull cap, which is really important when he's going for a dominate turn like this.
Sure. And as we can see here, and Chad has helped me out, it is Sharpened Steel.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, Sharpened Steel. So Sharpened Steel costs 0, of course.
Yeah, so we got Dawnblade for 7 here with Dominate. 2 resources floating. So
Yeah,
definitely telegraphing the route.
100%. And Tom needs to push back here, right? So there's a counter on that Dawnblade. But I mean, if Jason looks to, he could take this, but then the bolters are up for Tom. Tom can come in again. So Jason's gonna have to work out how we can sort of, craft a way around this.
Yeah, I mean, surely Tom might go for a bolter's play here, just because he did let him get that counter.
I think Tom has to here.
Yeah, there it is.
I think that's what he's signaling. He's going to use the bolters here. Yeah, with Jason opting not to block and a counter on his Dawnblade and 5 cards, 4 cards plus the Arsenal, I think he has to respect it and go for it here.
Yeah, my question is, can Tom kill this turn?
So Jason does still have, now Jason is on lower life, so he has turned his Skull Cap back on, so he does have the ability to block with 7 just with his equipment. And this attack force coming in for 5, so he can potentially just block with equipment here, which it looks like it's exactly what he's going to do.
Yep, it's going to make that Iron Song response in the hand to a dud.
And Brendan, have you yourself, I know you've spoken about playing against Warrior, have you had much experience playing Warrior, or is it you mostly on the other side of the table?
Played a lot of Warrior myself as well, mostly in preparation. But yeah, I mean, it's just like the Ninja matchup as well. It's a massive management of resources and kind of keeping the value of your deck high and preparing for the late game and preparing for, a hand that can win. Because with Warrior, you have this, like the Iron Song Determination card is just, it's huge, right? And I know Crucible of War brought in a lot of, brought in some more armor that could help block that kind of action. But it's always something you're kind of preparing for and playing around. And now we're seeing the Iron Song Determination coming out of the other player who already has a counter on his Dawnblade and pops his Courage of Blade Hold as well. So, I mean, I'm expecting a massive tournament out of Jason here.
Yeah, this is why Jason opted not to block it all and just let that damage come in. He was lining his own massive 5-card hand up, popping that Courage of Blade Hold. So there's so many, I guess, permutations of cards that Jason could have here. Tom's really going to be in the tank here, I think, about how we can play around this. And to be honest, there's not a whole heap he can do because of the determination here. But at 13, maybe he opts to try and not activate Reprise. Looks to block as minimally as possible. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Tom, his Skull Cap is not on. So I'm interested to see how he blocks here.
Yeah, and I think one of the ways that this matchup differs differently to how it's played in Classic Constructed is that and actually Tower Number 9 is just calling on the chat, is that defense reactions are very important in Classic Constructed, but most of these builds and blitz aren't running defense reactions, so it is quite a different game, the way these players are playing, and we've already seen that. A lot of no blocks, a lot of trying to swing tempo and set up these big 5-card hands.
No blocks.
So he would be taking 5 here, dropping Tom to 8 if there's no other reactions out of Jason's side.
Yeah, so Twinning Blade, Singing Steel Blade, and I didn't see the third. Surely we are looking at a Bolters, I think, out of Jason here.
It's be Jason's time to pop the bolters.
Yeah, and get the second counter. Again, Tom's Skull Cap is not going to be on here to block. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, it's huge here. It's the difference between he could actually just block for 5 here with just the equipment and turn off any reprise. It would force Jason to have something like an Alpha Blood or a Stroke of Foresight.
Mm-hmm.
I think fortunately it does look like Jason does have the Alpha Blood anyway. But again, this is dominated, so Tom's in a bit of a tight spot here. I guess the maximum he can block for here is 7 with his current hand.
Correct. Looks like he has the Alpha Blood, Twinning Blade, and the Stroke of Foresight. I didn't catch the color on the Stroke of Foresight for Jason. Do you know what's in his arsenal, by the way, Jason?
No, but he kept it in there since last turn now, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this is a critical turn.
That's not the route still in his arsenal, is it?
Yeah, so we're pumping. Yeah. So Dawnblade now at 6. Interesting. So I don't think Tom has any defense reactions in hand or in arsenal. So he has to block this in case of a pump. It's just Jason could totally route and just blow this whole game out.
Yeah, so of course coming in for 6. If Tom was to elect to block here for 3, he would be okay. He could survive unless he thinks that Jason potentially has a way to push 6 damage. But there's no resources left for Jason, so it's going to be very difficult, especially if Tom feels that he can keep his hand here. He's got an Enlightened Strike, a Razor Reflex, a Singing Steel Blade. If he feels that he can force Jason to block next turn, it might be the play that he goes for.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost interesting. This matchup is almost a race to see who can turn on Reprise faster. We've seen, apart from the first 2 turns of the game, we've seen no blocks really, so apart from the equipment. So it does feel a lot like that.
Yeah, I mean, this Iron Song response in Tom's hand has been a dud the whole game. Interesting to see. It's kind of this game of chicken as well. I mean, Jason obviously now having the counter on the Dawnblade, threading another counter as well because of that. Mm-hmm. But either this turn or the turn after, respective for both players, is the kill turn.
Yep, we're going to see. It's interesting that we've seen a determination from both sides here. So if they play a second or not, it might just come down to a game of blocking. And as you say, route could be the card that ends up deciding it after that. Good to note as well that there has been a recent rules change to Iron Song response. So if the players did want to get that card out of their hand, they can play it onto the Dawnblade, even if Reprise isn't active. Well, so that's exactly for lethal.
Yeah, it's actually for lethal.
Yeah.
Does he have it in his arsenal? That's what. So he needs the.
There's the hand.
Doesn't have the blue sink below. It was the Iron Song response he knew, though. It was kind of dead in his hand and in the arsenal the whole game. But yeah, I mean, these games are so technical, and it's just such a game of chicken. Like I said, building up to this Iron Song determination turn is just huge.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw, I think Tom there felt like he had to go for that block. As I said, 6 was going to be the magic number if he felt like he could just block with equipment. And as it turns out, Jason could push that extra 6. So, Tom looking to really come back with that 5-card hand. He could have gone down to, 4 or similar, and then come back on his turn. 3, but not to be. So, well played by both players there, putting on a bit of a warrior masterclass. 2 very good Dorothea players. And as we say, a very sort of different prospect to what we've probably traditionally seen in the classic constructed matchup, where this was only lasted, I think, 5 turns on either side. So a really quick game there.
Yeah, 100%. I'm actually I was really surprised. I mean, both decks are very similar, obviously, but, similar to the extent where both are running blue sync blow. I'm guessing this is for Kano. Definitely super surprised about that. Interesting to see, it seeing play, but I'm assuming it's tech for Kano, of course. But yeah, I'd love to see the warrior matchups. And so for you, what do you think about going first in this kind of matchup? Do you think that going second, like you asked about earlier, is a big advantage, or do you think there's a merit to going first in terms of pressuring your opponent's life, maybe even getting out an ID turn initially?
I think going second is the best option in this matchup, especially in Blitz, where they're not going to have defense reactions. So, to have that first attack, that first true attack before, of course, on the very first turn, both players draw back up to 4. But on that next turn, the subsequent turn, players are not going to draw back up to 4. So if you're going second, you're effectively having the first real attack. So I think that's so important to be going second in this matchup.
Yeah, I agree with you too. I mean, being able to tempo the other player's hand is huge. But yeah, so do you want to close this out as we head to break here, Hayden?
Yeah, I just wanted to share one thing. I don't think we've talked about it on stream today, but recently announced is the skirmish events coming up throughout, I know, APAC in stores, with also some stores running online events through the US and Europe, where unfortunately, of course, in-store events are very difficult at this time, and we want everyone to be safe, of course. So if you check out FAD TCG, the skirmish events have gone up there with all the details, and I believe that in the next few days or this coming week, that we're going to see where those events are being held in your region. So keep an eye out for those. Those are going to be either, I believe, Blitz or limited events. So a great opportunity to, maybe bust out some of the decks that we're seeing today. Well, of course, deck lists will go up after this event, so you'll be able to check out some of the decks that do eventually top 8 in this event.
Yeah, awesome. Can't wait. Can't wait to break out my Kano Talishar deck and start beating people down.
Is Kano your favorite Arcane Rising hero, do you think?
You know I'd never deviate from Azalea. What a
Remember-
question. This man's trying to trick me. No, I would always stay with my girl Azalea. Some people think that, she's maybe a little bit underpowered, maybe not enough represented. I'm telling you, it's just because people are waiting to bring her out for when it matters. Worlds, it's going to be Azalea all across the board.
Look, I think Azalea's a contender already in Blitz, to be honest. I'm hoping that maybe throughout the day, we've got a few more rounds to go. We might see an Azalea at the top tables. We will try and get you a bit of an understanding of what's currently at the top tables here at the event. Give you a bit of a breakdown of what decks are doing well, who's sort of running the tables at the moment, as soon as we can.
Yeah, awesome. So we'll take a little break in between the next round, and we appreciate you guys sticking around, and talk to you soon.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the stream. We're here with round 7 right now. And we've got Viserai on the table, playing against Ira. So Jesse on the right here versus Nick on the left. Jesse on Viserai. Not too sure what form of Viserai he's on. I believe it might be sort of an OTK one-turn kill version of the deck. He's got the Reaping Blade as his weapon here, and some fantastic Justice League Batman sleeves. And then Nick, of course, running the traditional Kodachis on Ira here. Looks like Nick's going to lead us off with Kodachi off a fine center. And another Kodachi blocked out here. And Nick's going to follow up with that Tyrant. Looks like he's also got Sigil. So because he can't gain life because of the Reaping Blade, that prevents any player on high life from gaining any life here. So he's not going to use that Sigil here, unfortunately. Just lining up what to block here. Of course, we might see Jesse actually also has a Sigil in hand, so he might opt to use his own Sigil. We might see Nick then, in response, play his own Sigil, so we could see an interesting sort of turn of events here. Just tanking on what he wants to do here. Looks like he's going to play the reduced rune chant defense reaction here, getting himself a rune chant and taking a couple more damage from the Tyrant tempo. So Jesse leaking 3 damage there to start with, and opting not to use his Sigil that he did have in hand there. So certainly looks like Jesse as the Viserai player here might be on the sort of one-turn build-up. So what he's going to be looking to do through this game is really try and prevent a lot of the damage that Nick's trying to bring at him, setting up as many rune chants as he can. He's already up to 3 there, so Mordred Tide.
Absolutely.
Again,
All about building up as many rune chances as possible and have a devastating final turn attack.
Welcome to Sasha Markovic, 4-time calling top 8, 2-time winner with us here, LSS employee. Welcome to the stream, Sasha.
Thank you. Very happy to be here. Amazing games happening today. So catch me up, Hayden.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got Nick on the left here playing Ira into Jesse on Viserai. Looks like Viserai OTK sort of version. And just what's happening here is Nick's come in with the Kodachi, and then during his reaction step, it looks like he's playing Sigil as both players were on equal life. So he can gain the life while they're equal. The blade does say higher life, you can't gain life.
And there we go. The reason why Needle is being played is because of that card right there, reduced to rune chant. If your opponent doesn't have a defense reaction of 4 or more defense, then Needle's all good, but you can always be cautious.
Yeah, exactly. Nick just taking the cautious route here. It's going to be interesting. Do you think with the top 8, once players know a lot more about what they're facing, there's having that needle in your arsenal or in your sort of your armory loadout is going to be really beneficial to these players?
Absolutely. It's free upside if you get more information, right? Like dealing extra damage per turn. Fantastic.
So Jesse on the right here, already up to 4 rune chants. As I say, he's going to be trying to build up those big turns, and he's got another Mordred Tide in hand. So he could be looking to play that next turn, or potentially wait and set up for a turn coming a little bit later.
Mordred Tide is probably the key card out of Jesse's deck. So setting up large turns of that would be pivotal and critical. What card do you like to pair with Mordred Tide, Hayden? Or what do you think Jesse will pair with it here?
We're seeing the classic come out of Jesse here with Read the Runes. That's sort of a classic. My favorite is definitely to use those Mage Master Boots. So to give a non-attack action go again and play 2 Read the Runes if I can. You can get some pretty big stacks off the Mordred Tide into double Read the Runes there.
Absolutely. Now that he's played both Mordred Tides, what do you think he's saving the Mage Master Boots for?
He might have Remembrance in his deck potentially to get back some of those Mordred Tides and Read the Runes, or he could have as well Blood Barrier, Rune Blood Barrier, which is a card that can be potentially quite useful in this matchup for him.
Here we have Nicholas pushing the Soulbeat Strike with the Ira +1 ability. Why would you Ira here as well instead of another Kodachi? Is it just because he pitched red Fleck Flack? I see some defense reactions in Nicholas' hands. I would think that Nicholas will want to get rid of those as quickly as possible, knowing that Jesse's trying to build up to a big rune chain pile.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I missed what was in Nick's Arsenal here, so I'm not sure if that's maybe an attack reaction or he's looking to use the scalers here. But yeah, I would have thought the same, that you want to get some of these defense reactions out. The defense reactions are completely, dead until Jesse's final turn in this match. And just for a little bit of, I guess, color to what Jesse's trying to do here, he's going to try and hit a massive breakpoint on those rune chants. So he's probably going to stack up 20 plus rune chants and then come in with something like a ninth blade or a Arknight Ascendancy, and potentially even pair that Ascendancy with something like an attack, a non-attack action to buff it prior. So that's sort of what he's looking to do here.
And there we go. We found the reason why that Sink Below is going to be pitched to play this drone. But we did not have the guarantee that Soulbeat Strike was going to hit there. But thankfully to Ira's ability, it does just for one. Cruising over that red reduced to rune chant that defends for 4.
Yeah, and it could also be a Razor in Nick's Arsenal, which we're not sure about. But Nick, at the same time, he might be playing a game where he wants to sort of just buy these defense reactions out, and he's kind of happy if the equipment gets used in conjunction with those, and maybe he wants to try and set up, some turns later in the game. But he's got to be conscious that Jesse, he's already at 10 rune chance, so he's probably close to being half on his way to the turn he's looking for here.
What do you think the key number is? Seeing that Nicholas is on 23, do you want to be at 23 runes? Do you want to be a little bit above? How much is the float factor there?
So it's going to depend on what Jesse's final turn looks like. It looks like, just flicking through Jesse's deck there, he looks like he's going for a slightly different setup to what we saw from Jason Chung's deck at the Mighty App event, which was really a 9th blade based build. This looks like he's got Time Snap Potion and Arknight Ascendancy. So probably what he's looking to do, he needs to factor in, basically the first thing is, okay, what can Nick block on the turn I go for it? So the best case scenario would be a defense reaction out of Arsenal, probably a defense reaction out of hand. So that's 8 he can block, plus 3 blue cards to prevent the rune chant damage. So he's already at 17 there, plus his equipment. So he needs to factor that in and be able to go over the top of that. So he's probably looking for somewhere 20 to 25 rune chant tokens, depending on what his attack turn looks like.
And what are the key attacks? You mentioned the 9th blade. Is it just Arknight Ascendancy as well? Or do you think we can expect some sneaky slogisms or regurgitating slogs?
I'd love to see it. I think Slogism itself is a card that can pair really well with Arknight Ascendancy. So, coming in for 11 with Dominate, it's sort of nothing to scrunch your face up at, is it really? It's going to be difficult for Nick to block that out. He'd need to have the defense reaction from Arsenal, the reaction from hand, plus throw his equipment at it.
All these reduced to rune chains quickly stacking up those tokens. Jesse's amassing quite an array of rune chants right here.
Yeah, traditionally this is a matchup that really favors the Viserai player. Their decks kind of build around, making sure that the Ira player can't utilize their hands, because they're never attacking into the defense reactions of the Ira player, and they're trying to set up for one big turn, which is really difficult for the Ira player to deal with. And there's no real pressure coming out from Nick here. We see him now forced to, or feeling that he needs to use his scales just to put on some, Snapdragon scales, just to put on some pressure here.
Snapdragon scales into Kodachi, what does that mean? Just trying to close out as much damage as possible, not trying to reactivate mask momentum, using efficient resources, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I know in previous matches we've seen Callum, for instance, using scales to make sure he could get through a Command and Conquer. But here it's just for pure damage from Nick. He's trying to put some pressure on Jesse. Now that Jesse's all the way up to 15 tokens already, it definitely becomes a little bit scary for him.
How easier or harder does it get for Jesse to create rune chants as the game goes on? The red reduced to rune chants trickle away, and then is it just like that much harder? Because using the Grasp of the Arknight, for example, is great for creating the first few, but the last few, I imagine, are much more difficult to get.
I don't think he's going to have, unfortunately, 17 resources available to him. And if he did, he'd probably use them a little bit differently. But no, I mean, of course, as Jesse burns through those cards, the red read the runes, the Mordred Tides, there's only so many tokens he can actually make, if you lay out all the cards. So it is going to become more difficult. But he does still have a read the runes in hand. And if he has something like a Remembrance to shuffle back some of those key cards like Mordred Tides and read the runes, he can still, create significantly more tokens than he currently has.
And then we see the Tournament Defender being used to defend with, which is a great candidate for Mage Master Boots. And
yeah, exactly. Another reason he might have held on to the Mage Masters earlier, but unfortunately forced to block with it there. He might have another one though. I'm sure he's probably playing 2 in this build. And just going back to your earlier question, Sasha, I think one of the other cards that can be really relevant in this matchup is Rattlebones. So Rattlebones, of course, a card, a Runeblade action that costs 2. But you can play it at instant speed if you've dealt arcane damage this turn. And you can actually almost get an extra action. You get to play your attack action, play that card at instant speed, which has go again, and at least you banish and play another Runeblade attack action. So what Jesse might be trying to do is set up a really big Arknight Ascendancy turn, play a Rattlebones off the back of it, and then into another attack, maybe like a Dread Triptych or potentially a Ninth Blade if he has enough tokens. And then we see the Sloggism in his hand that he's setting up in Arsenal, so probably aiming for that really big turn.
I just saw a very exciting card hit Jesse's hand, Gorganian Tome. What do you think of that card, Hayden?
Yeah, interested to see Jesse playing that card here. It's a card that I like, but it's also it can be a bit of a liability. Of course, it doesn't block, it doesn't pitch, and a matchup like Ira or Dorinthia, you could get that card sort of trapped in your, I guess, draw it up, doesn't block. It can be, something that can actually hurt you in that matchup. So surprised to see it out of him, but I like the card. What's your sort of take on that card?
Yeah, it definitely does have more downsides than upsides, but I think Viserai flips that on its head. Being an action card that has go again and draws you a card, it's essentially a freebie that allows you to start creating rune chants as quickly as possible. So I think it might be worth the risk in Jesse's deck, and very exciting to see him play. I don't think any other deck in the format actually plays it at the moment, given what we've seen in the metagame today.
No, I think you're right. And of course, Jesse probably knows exactly, the number he needs to get to for each matchup on rune chants, and he knows that probably he needs the tome to start a lot of those chains for this one-turn kill OTK deck that he's put together here.
Oh, unfortunately, Jesse did not draw that Sigil of Solace. I was right on top of his deck to cash in with that Gorganian Tome. Instead, it looked like he drew a Runeblood Barrier. How tempted are you to use a Bloodsheath Skeletor to play that Runeblood Barrier there? What are you saving the Skeletor for?
Yeah, so Jesse's almost certainly saving that for the big one-turn kill turn that he's going to have. He probably needs that in order to generate resources for something like a Sloggism to start with, which we've seen he already has. And then also, he might be able to use that for an attack action if he needs, although with the amount of rune chants that he has here, they're almost certainly going to be free for the first one. But I would say, yeah, he's sort of saving it for later.
It would have been very tempting, though, just to click over, get to that magic number of 23, 24, and be sufficed. I probably would have been tempted to do so, but I'm a more vicarious man.
I think that's true, especially when Jesse still has all his equipment up, so he's not priced into necessarily having to block. I guess the scary card for Jesse is there's still one Command and Conquer left in next deck. We've seen one so far, so it is a card he has to be aware of. If he lines up unfortunate timing sort of with that Command and Conquer on the turn he wants to go for it, that could be disastrous for him.
What card is in Jesse's arsenal as well? Do we know?
I believe it's a Sloggism.
I see a Sloggism in his hand as well.
Yep. So I think he arsenal Sloggism, drew up and actually drew another Sloggism to his hand.
Jesse thinking about this turn of tempo here. Does Jesse have enough defense in his hand to counteract this? It looks like he doesn't. 2 Sloggism, a Sloggism, a Runeblade Barrier, and a Sigil of Solace. So maybe Jesse's starting to use his equipment here, and he does with the Arcanite Skullcap. So Runeblade Barrier hitting the bin is massive here, because that's one of Jesse's last few ways to make a lot of rune chants all at once.
Yeah, definitely. So he's at 17 now. Sigil back up there. So Sigil kind of buys him a bit of basically a turn, because he can still block out with most of his hand. So he's got another Read the Runes. So that last Read the Runes might be enough to get him to the point he's looking for to set up that turn with the Sloggism. And then at that point, he's probably just looking for an Ascendancy. see in the chat someone saying, I'm hoping to see Jesse Wizard, but he's using Runeblade. I think this is a different Jesse to who you may be familiar with, playing Wizard from the Dice Jar Games event last year. Or, sorry, start of this year, I think it was. This is Jesse Williams, I believe. Is that right?
Trying to double check here for us. It is Jesse Williams, correct? Not Jesse Watson, who I believe they're trying to refer to.
Yep, exactly.
Flying kick, massive amount of damage.
Yeah, and Jesse has to be careful here because he does need to. He has used now both his values on the skull cap, one on the Skeleta, which he needs to keep. So his defense is getting really low here, and he needs enough life probably to almost tank the turn or take all the damage from the turn before he wants to look for that that one turn kill setup. So he has to be really careful about his life here. He's sort of getting perilously close to a point where he would be struggling to get the turn off.
Absolutely. Have we seen Drone from Nicholas? Because Drone would signify a never-ending stream of powerful attacks as the second or third on the combat chain. But maybe Jesse's objective is to just wait the attacks out. Eventually, they'll just be blue attacks rather than red powerhouses that hit for 6 or 7.
I think the problem with that is that Jesse has some cards that don't block very well. He's got some cards that block for 2. He's already running his equipment low. And Jesse doesn't have an endless stream. At some point, he's going to draw the cards he needs to go off. And if he can't go off, it's going to be a bit of an awkward spot for him. Yeah, really exciting to see Viserai up here near the top tables. I think we saw 11 decks in total of Viserai today, which is really exciting. And some of them still live for the top card, which is great.
Absolutely. Hopefully, Jesse is the one that makes the run from here on out. Or another Read the Runes. Perfect.
So Jesse holding that Slogism. So he might be looking for a double slog setup, might be his strategy. So he might be looking to keep Slogism into something like a Ninth Blade or a Ascendancy. And he does have Ninth Blade in hand now.
21 runes, Ninth Blade in hand. Is this close enough to hit in the action? Slogism with Ninth Blade surely does enough damage.
If he can get off both Slogisms, it's definitely enough. We see there the Rattlebones, the earlier mentioned Rattlebones in his hand.
I think this might be the turn. Jesse might start defending.
And there it is. This is the lineup I was talking about. That awkward Command and Conquer into the turn that you were trying to go for it. It can be super punishing. So Command and Conquer coming in for here for 7.
So if you defend with the Grasp and lose a Slogism in Arsenal, how bad is it for Jesse, do you think?
I think he might still be able to do it. It just really depends what's in Nick's Arsenal there. I think the worst case scenario for Jesse on that is it's a sink below or a flick flag. Yeah, tough spot for Jesse here. This is for Nick's side, this is exactly the turn you want the Command and Conquer, I think. So Jesse's going to elect to block it out by the looks, using the Grasp and 2 cards from hand. So maybe Jesse feeling that he doesn't quite have enough to just block out with the Grasp, go into 1, losing the Slogism out of Arsenal.
He just chooses to pass straight back. There might have been merit to just Skeleta there.
Potentially. And chat just asking there, of course, these players at 4 and 2. I believe there is still a few players at 6 and 0. I have seen or heard, I think Matt Rogers might be one of those players at 6-0. Wow, and now the William Miss Blossom, it kind of demands a block from Jesse here. Otherwise, Nick is representing being able to go really wide here with a full grip of cards.
Not defending this card is asking for a glutton of punishment, I think. Drawing 2 cards is immensely powerful. And that's why William Miss Blossom can only be played with Ira.
Yeah, I don't think it's an option here. He just has to block, and I don't think he can afford to play around Razor either, which he doesn't here.
He chooses the Ninth Blade even over the Arcanite Ascendancy. I feel like Jesse is just hoping to dominate over, that there is no defense reaction in Nicholas's arsenal.
Yeah, or potentially, yeah, because it's not going to be. He can't do it over 2 turns here. It's if he doesn't kill Nick in 1 turn, Nick's going to be able to draw back up and prevent any remaining damage that Jesse can put out.
Brutal. I can only assume this is a lightning strike for 7, so Jesse has to defend at least 4 of it.
Yeah, and I think that's a yellow sink blow in his hand, which is the
Awkward number.
yeah, exactly.
That grasp, though, can come straight in, make it an easy 4.
Yeah, if he feels, I mean, he's not got too many turns left. I think there's only 2 cards left in his deck here as well. So if it's not this turn, I'm not sure when it's going to be. I think if it's not Jesse's next turn, I don't know if he can do it, unfortunately. Jesse really in the tank here. I think he's sort of thinking the same thing here. Maybe, do you think maybe he regrets popping down that 9th blade on the chain here to block?
I think he might do so, unless that's the sneakiest Razor Reflex in Nicholas's arsenal. I think he might be preferring to have that 9th blade back in his hand. Nicholas still has that tunic counter to help prevent 1 damage from the incoming slaughter of rune chants as well. That might be a factor.
That's
Every
actually,
damage counts now for Jesse.
yeah, super relevant. And I've just been informed that Kellen Giddens, who we saw on stream earlier, winning, was at 6-0, but has just taken his first loss of the event. So now it's 6-1, I believe, losing to Akano. Oh, so Jesse does have another 9th blade in hand.
Oh,
That's what that last card is that we couldn't quite see.
Well, there's no worries for Jesse then. He gets his turn now. That Skeleta's going to feel this action-packed slogism into the 9th blade for massive amounts of damage.
Yeah, so
15 plus what?
It's
21
30.
runes.
36, I think it is.
15 runes, pitch them how you like, and then 15 come at your face.
Yeah, one of the things
guy
that
does
does work for Jesse here is that he knows that Nick's drawing back into defense reactions probably about now, which are generally not blue and is going to help him a lot. So if Nick's low on blues here, he might not have enough, which he's just adding it up here.
Exhilarating. Nicholas is just going to furiously do some math. I think you just put your hand down and just pitch as much as you can and defend what you can.
I think as long as Nick has 2 blues or a blue and 2 yellows, he's fine here. I think he can actually survive it. So he's going to prevent
blues.
7.
Lunging press and the blue flick flack and the tunic counter as well. So now 14 runes are hitting Nicholas in the face.
Yep, so we're going to put him down to 9. And then the attack for 15. So he's
So
going
the
to need to block
equipment
out
alone
7.
should keep Nicholas alive.
Yep. Yeah, so he needs to block 7 on the attack.
Defense reactions for days.
So he blocks 8 there, but so it mustn't be a defense reaction in Nick's arsenal, you'd think, or he'd be probably looking to use that here.
Quite curious.
Yeah, but Jesse down to his last 2 cards now, so it looks like Nick's done enough to stave it off in this matchup.
I bet you it's a sigil, because now that Nicholas is on equal life, we'll be able to play it. There we go.
Yes. Yeah, so I think you're right. I think that's a sigil. I actually think that Nick's had that since the early turns. I wasn't sure if it was a sigil defense reaction, but you know what? It's not gonna matter too much now.
Oh, it's a kick in the teeth, isn't it? If only Jesse was on 2, he
Yeah, so
might have had a chance.
Metagame Gaming in the chat asking, is that what Viscerai does? Swing with 1 million rune chant tokens? It can be. This is definitely a strategy that we've seen more prominently in Blitz, is the sort of 1-turn kill, or OTK strategy as it's known. Setting up, a breakpoint of rune chant tokens, blocking out what the opponent's doing, and then hitting for that one big turn to finish them off. And so can you maybe explain a little bit about why that strategy is relevant, or why people choose to go with that strategy as opposed to a consistent attacking strategy?
Yeah, totally. Like, building up a massive array of rune chants is beneficial because A, it's easy to do and to keep track of, very easy to plan out your turns, and B, it's threatening. It fuels your Skeleta, which is probably one of the best aspects. You can cast attack action card and an action card essentially for free. It's just exhilarating. Keeping up the consistent few runes definitely makes you use of Grasp of the Arknight, the legendary arms equipment we see Jesse have equipped there, much more frequently used. But it's just very satisfying to overwhelm opponents as well.
Especially when opponents are, packed full of defense reactions like that. What Jesse's able to do there, or what that deck's able to do, is actually almost punish the Ira deck for running so many defense reactions that they can't utilize their hand to the fullest extent. We saw it there a couple of times. Nick stuck with sinks and flick flacks and whatnot in his hand and not being able to use those. Unfortunately, he can't turn them into attack actions, so they were a bit useless from time to time.
Yeah, absolutely. Just preying on the density of defense reactions is a great point that you make there. And in this Ira metagame, I think it's pretty likely that you're going to see some defense reactions from them.
So Nick moving to 5-2 there, so he's definitely still live for top 8 here. It could be a little bit more difficult for Jesse at this point now at 4-3 to crack that top 8. But a big thing to remember about this calling event is that the prize payout goes quite low. Could you explain maybe a little bit, Sasha, about what the prize structure is for this format and what players can sort of expect to be playing for as we move through these later rounds?
Yeah, absolutely. So typically in previous calling events, the prize structure would just stop at the top 8 players. But in this one, the prize structure has been lowered quite a amount to lower placings, which encourages more people to play more games for longer. So, and more people playing Flesh and Blood is tremendous news to me and hopefully everybody else as well.
Yeah, definitely. And just looking at just reading through the chat, thanks everyone in chat for your participation and comments. We love seeing it. Any questions you have throughout the day, please continue to ask myself, Sasha, and Brendan. We love to respond and to speak with you guys. It looks like just discussing, what happened in that previous match. Yeah, I think, again, coming back to that CNC, that Command and Conquer turn was actually massive there. Potentially, if that Command and Conquer turn wasn't there, Jesse was set up to have the double Solgism turn, which could have been enough to kill him there. I think he would have been able to do it, even with that sigil. I think it would have been exactly enough to kill him.
Yep, funnily enough, Nicholas did end up on 6, and another +6 would have been perfect.
Yeah, exactly. So very, very close game there, and it just shows that, I guess, how as we get into the later parts of the game, certain cards become more important than others, and we saw that in some of the earlier rounds with some of the players, reaching over to have a look through the graveyards of their opponent and just think about what cards am I still worried about playing. What cards do I maybe have to think about playing around? How does the rest of my game become impacted here?
And it's a question that continually needs to be answered with each turn. The factors and variables move so quickly. It's easy to get lost, and I respect anybody who can actually keep up. I find it personally difficult sometimes, but when you get it right, boy, does it feel good.
Definitely. And so it looks like we've had a bit of an update from a man on the floor, Alan Hale, who's just given just a little bit of an overview of some of the top tables that we're seeing. So it looks like we still have quite a few Ira and Kano live at the top tables. We've seen a Dash player at the top tables recently. It looks like Bravo in the hands of Kale is still up there. So yeah, a few decks still in the mix there, looking to play, and that's just I believe the top sort of 8 tables. So there's still players through that sort of tables 8 to 20 range that are still live for top 8. So we could see some movement and shift as the day goes on. What do you think maybe someone like the Dash player, why do you think they might be up there at the moment, Sasha? Is there any particular sort of strategy they could be on that's been employed to, I guess, combat these Kanos and Iras?
Totally unprecedented aggression is what I'm hoping to expect. Boost is such a fantastically powerful mechanic. It's like a ninja on steroids, pretty much. And if ninjas are doing well, why can't a mechanologist?
Stan B asked, any Ranger? I can't see any Ranger at the moment, but as I say, very likely that there could be some of those decks in the sort of 8 to 20 range that are still not only fighting for top 8, but fighting for those, as Sasha said, those cash spots through 8, 16, 32.
Yeah, it would be great to see a match potentially of a Ranger or someone in the lower brackets who are fighting for the cash spots, because those spots are just as important as the top 8. Being sure that you actually get some reward from a calling is a tremendous achievement. Yes, Bradley, we just talked about someone in the top 8 tables is actually playing Mechanologist in the form of Dash, and it would be great to be able to see them on the stream if possible. Matt Rogers, when will he be on stream? Ask Brikilla. Likely at some point today. He looks to be one of the only 2 XOs, so his chances of becoming into the top 8 are quite high. So hopefully we get to see Matt display his showcase of excellent gameplay sometime today. What about you, Hayden? Is there any other particular class that you like to see throughout the day before we end up into what's looking like the slaughter of Kano and Ira mirror matches?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that we'll get to see maybe this dash at some point. I'd actually love to see. We're talking about the bloodbath that could be Kano and Ira, but I'd love to see a Kano mirror match at some point. I think that matchup is very interesting. I'm hoping to see maybe. I'm still hanging out for a Reiner to come right back up to the standings there and make a play for top 8 or top 16. I do think it's a deck that can be well positioned for this meta. So look, I called it at the start of the day, and I'm not ready to let go of it just yet. So I'll still be pulling for that throughout the day.
Absolutely. And Red Zone Rogue asks, what class or hero is Matt running this time? Matt, as far as I believe, is running Ira. But what iteration of Ira? Who knows? We've seen plenty of different versions today, and it's always interesting to see what different players think or bring to the table.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, as I understand it, Matt and Jacob might have already met in an Ira Marin, but I don't know what the difference is in lists, and I'm not quite sure who took it out.
I think Matt took it out. Matt should be one of the 2 XOs at the moment.
There you go.
So I think the current XOs are Dan McKay and Matt Rogers.
Yeah, so 2 players or at XNO there is after 7 rounds, that's a huge achievement for those players, and they'll be close to trying to lock themselves for top 8 now. You'd think if you go 8-0, even if you take 3 losses after that, you should be pretty well locked for top 8, wouldn't you think, Sasha?
You would expect that you're in a prime position, playing further on and guaranteeing and solidifying your points so that you have preference in the top 8 of choosing whether you want to play or draw. I don't think where dice rolls are allowed to determine randomly who chooses to play or draw. So that seed is very important, especially if your deck is banking on that fact. For example, Wizards probably would always love to choose to play or draw.
Yeah, definitely, and it should be as you say, the top 8 should be seeded play first and second decision. So the person who has a higher seed through that first bracket should be deciding that.
100%. And with that, I think we'll take our next break. We hope to bring you more Flesh and Blood action sooner rather than later. As always, this is what we love to do. We're happy to share this with you, and thank you for being here.
Thanks, everyone.
And we're back. Hello, I'm Sasha Markovic, LSS employee for Legendary Studios, the creators of Flesh and Blood. And I am here for this round with Brendan Patrick, finalist of the Calling Austin. Hello, Brendan. This round, we look like we're getting Antonio Radic versus Jason Long.
Yeah, happy to be here, Sasha. Thanks for the introduction. But I'm also more happy to finally see Dash at these top tables. What are you expecting? What kind of archetype out of this Dash? What do you expect it's gonna do? Are we gonna see our classic constructed, turtly poke with the pistol, or as I might expect, is it gonna be a bit more spicy? And are we bringing that gun?
We might see the induction chamber, but I don't think it's going to be a torrent of pew pew pew. I think this Dash is going to be aggressive and it's going to boost into oblivion. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the deck run out very, very fast, just as the opponent's life total.
Mm-hmm. And can you tell us a little bit about that boost mechanic, as we're going to be seeing a lot of it in this coming match?
Totally. Boost is a mechanic that features in a lot of Mechanologist cards. And boost is when you play a card with boost, you may opt to banish the top card of your deck. If you do banish the top card of your deck and that top card is also a Mechanologist card, that card gains go again. So if I boost a card like Zipper Hit, which is a 1-cost red version that attacks for 5, and I banish the top card of my deck, which might be another Zipper Hit, that Zipper Hit I played has go again. And then you keep on boosting and moving really fast. All your attacks have go again. You're like a hyper-aggressive ninja, but the downside is you're going to quickly lose cards from the top of your deck and might run out of attacks to play. And that's where the pistol might come in and try to finish off the endgame with Induction Chamber, which is a very, very popular choice. But I'd be curious to see if Antonio chooses a different item, but I think I sneakily saw him put the Induction Chamber face down. But what about Jason Long playing Kano here? What are you excited to see from Jason? Like, I can already tell from Jason, looking at his equipment, he's got that spicy gold tunic wrapped in that cellophane.
Yep. I mean, obviously, sitting across from that gold tunic, there's got to be some, some intimidation, some jitters there. But I'm looking to see a Kano that's going to draw, maybe a bit better than what we saw, the Drakai of Ether draw, and we can potentially see, maybe that turn 2, turn 3 kill and kill in the opponent's turn. I want to see Kano do what Kano does. I think that the other one got a bit unlucky, so. It'll be interesting here too, because I know Dash is going to be beating him down pretty hard and fast here.
And Antonio showing a whopping Arcane Barrier 5 with his equipment set. We have not seen Arcane Barrier this high this entire event right now.
Yep, definitely respecting his opponent there.
Blue Comptified as well. Wow, a lot of generic cards from this Dash deck. This might not be an aggressive Dash deck. It looks like a control deck.
It does indeed, and there's the Command and Conquer.
Seeing the blue Brutal Assault and blue Comptify, I would wager that Antonio's running every blue card that defends for 3 that is available to him.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be an uphill battle for Jason here.
Absolutely.
Looking at this early pitch.
Arcane Barrier 5, you might have had a concession that this was just a overcautious aggro deck, but no, Antonio does not look aggro at all. Jason has to pull some magic out of the hat to get around Arcane Barrier 5, setting up with key cards like Stir the Ether Winds or massive go wide turns with Snapback and Metacarpus Node, which is the arms equipment.
Speaking of that, it looks like he might have Stir in hand right now, or that's Cindering Foresight. Nope, it's Stir the Ether Wind with also Tome as well. So there's the Stir.
Big Vaulting Bolt coming at you. Key thing from Antonio, he's already used one Command and Conquer. Only one more to care about from Jason Long. But Jason just burning off the Stir the Ether is a very key card to push damage over big Arcane Barrier decks and just happily just spending on a Vaulting Bolt, which is a non-consequential card.
Yeah, chat, we're going to work on getting those life totals up for you soon here, by the way.
So here's Antonio just pinging with the pistol, and that Induction Chamber is going to repeat the process over and over. If Antonio runs a second copy of Induction Chamber or Plasma Purifiers, those pistol attacks are going to be more frequent and more potent.
Yeah, it's no longer death by 1,000 cuts, but death by 1,000 shots, I guess.
Bang, bang.
There we go. There's our life totals coming in for us.
Thank you, judges.
Jason at 13, Antonio at 16. Looks like Antonio's holding a unmovable with a command and conquer. Tell me if you had doll. Arsenal. Draw 2, gain 3 life. Up to 19 for Antonio.
One benefit for Jason here in this apparent matchup is being a control deck, Antonio very likely has a lot of defense reactions, which is what Jason wants to see. Cards that pitch poorly and can't be played against him.
Yeah. Seeing that Dissipation Shield, I think, drawn. So he's going to Kano for Lesson Lava. Choose to banish.
Jason might just be wanting to get cards out of Antonio's hand to set up a future turn, or try to use Kano on Antonio's turn with his ability. There he goes, pitching stir the Ether Winds with the Aether Flare.
Go Lesson Lava for
his
4.
late game already. Snap back. This might get rid of Antonio's hand here. Jason might have a window if he is able to activate Kano successfully.
It's like Antonio opts to take the 3 from Snapback. Even those 2 cards in hand.
It's good to know Jason put Stir on the bottom of his deck, not the Ether Flare. So he does not want to be able to activate Kano to get the Ether Flare later in the game. And this is the second Command and Conquer.
Yeah, interesting. Both Command and Conquers played without anything in Jason's arsenal.
And Jason likely is running defense reactions at all. So this is just a red Brutal Assault for what Jason cares about.
Yeah, as you say that, Jason has pulled a blue unmovable in his hand right now, actually. With Eye of Ophidia.
Ha! An actual blue immovable.
Yeah.
How ironic. Just as I say those words, I eat them straight away. Jason proves me wrong and actually shows that he's running defense reactions.
Still think Jason is at a good spot with both those Command and Conquers not threatening anything out of his arsenal. They're both exhausted at this point. Any other kind of big attack cards do you think Antonio's got in his deck? Or are we going to see a lot of pistol moving forward?
I don't think we're going to see cards like Maximum Velocity that attack for 10. I think it's purely going to be pistol play and maybe something like Coax of Commotion or Enlightened Strike, but I don't think there's much else.
So he's going to Eye of Ophidia for a Kano, and that's going to trigger an Op 2 here. Double bottom for the blues, so...
Maybe he's trying to set that up with his Stir the Ether Winds that's on the bottom. There's also a factor now.
The gaze.
This gaze won't return to hand.
It's like a Aether Spindle with a energy potion. Both topped. Kano for the energy potion, if that was correct. Yep. And then he uses the Crucible to just put the Blazing Ether on the bottom of his deck.
Yes, the Blazing Ether at the bottom of that pile as well, which is very far away from that pitched Ether Flare and Stir the Ether Winds and a movable and Eye of Ophidia on top of it. I don't think Jason's endgame is actually going to pan out very well unless he shuffles with Lesson Lava. So here we go. Bang, bang.
Bang, here comes the pistol.
We see Springboard Somersault in Antonio's deck, a card we haven't really seen today either. More balanced defense reaction, being able to pitch and be able to defend well.
Attacking with the Brutal Assault. Interesting deck here, seeing the control mech on in Blitz. It was not what I was expecting.
You'd expect when your life total's cut in half that you would have less opportunity to play cards that don't defend at all in the forms of items.
Yeah, speaking of defense reactions. Yeah, speaking of defense reactions, Antonio's also drawn a Fate Foreseen there.
Antonio's got a bunch. I think he might be running every defense reaction that defends for 4 or more.
Mm-hmm. And the
Haven't
drone of
seen him
brutality.
movable yet, though, but potentially.
Got Aether Spindle for a 4 here.
Happily pitches to prevent that damage with the Arcane Barrier equipment Antonio has. Arcane Barrier.
So what are you doing?
5
What are you doing if you're Jason right now? Are you setting hand up for endgame? What are you trying to do? Because it's not looking too good on his end.
I think you need to proactively be setting up for the end game, while at the meantime either preventing as much damage as possible or getting rid of cards from your deck that you don't want in the end game, like certain red cards to follow. Because when you play a burn spell, Antonio does have to pitch there. Alternatively, if you don't use the cards to take cards out of Antonio's hand, you might be stuck with a bunch of red defense reactions and limit his ability to shoot you with the pistol. But more primarily, I think Jason needs to be very cognizant of the pitch order and survive to that matter. If Jason can notice Antonio pitch 3 red defense reactions in a row, that could be the window where he can pop off and Antonio can't defend properly.
Yeah, he can set up for that kill turn. Looks like Jason's gonna whisper the Oracle and see Energy Potion, and I think it might be a blue Aether Spindle there. Gonna top the Energy Potion, likely Kano to get out another Energy Potion. Not bad in terms of setting up for
critical for that final turn as well.
Yeah, not bad in terms of setting up for kind of trying to win in that one turn. But I haven't seen a pitch order that shows me that that's possible yet, so we'll see. There is the Fork Lightning on the bottom.
And here we see a Tome of Fiendel in Jason's hand. Perhaps he'll be able to set that up and start getting some of that much desired life back. Just take a few turns off, while Antonio just continually goes bang bang.
For Antonio, what's your plan here? I mean, obviously you're swinging with the pistol every turn. Are you trying to kind of keep the blues in your hand to prepare for that turn? Obviously he's trying to tempo Jason's hand as much as possible. But, what's kind of going through your mind as the mechanologist player here?
I think every turn is a moving target. You have to kind of evaluate, is the wizard player going to try to burn me this turn while not overextending? Because if you play all your cards as Antonio, you open yourself up to being damaged without impunity.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's not necessarily even about having blue pitches in your hand, but representing that you have them. There are mind games involved at every turn.
Yeah, we're seeing the yellow drone of brutality out of Antonio. Did we see a red one yet? I wasn't sure. He's running 2 yellows, 2 reds.
I did not recall seeing the red one in particular, but I would not put it past Antonio to be running 4 copies of Drone of Brutality.
The full recursive.
So Antonio just electing to let the snapback resolve. Might be signifying that he only has red cards in hand and wants to prevent something more of consequence.
Yeah, I see a sigil in hand as well.
Oh, there we go. Zipper hit.
There we go. Yeah, zipper hit.
I wonder if this is boosted. Antonio has to decide to boost when he plays the card. By not seeing a card put in his banish zone, we can assume that this is not boosted. Mm-hmm. But this is red, though. This is attacking for 5.
Yep.
With a gentle reminder that majority of cards defend for 3. So in order to prevent all this damage, Jason will likely have to defend with 2 cards.
Yeah. Looking like Jason's deck visually is significantly thinner than Antonio's here.
Antonio's just been pitching. The weapon's been dealing all the damage, and Jason's been losing cards with each defending card. Which might not necessarily be a bad thing. It might be thinning Jason's deck, diluting it of cards that he doesn't want to see in the end game. But he's making a little bit of progress. 7 damage is still quite a good feat against Arcane Barrier 5, only using 1 Stir the Aetherwinds. But Jason's far from out of it. He's got 2 energy potions, a full equipment suite, a loaded tunic. He can definitely pop off when he has the moment to. I'm just worried that Stir the Aetherwinds is not near anything of consequence. and it's below the Ether Flare.
Yeah. Same thing.
I think he's trying to reverse engineer or just trying to
Yeah.
his deck.
Showing up again.
That's good. I like that, getting rid of that immovable, which is kind of a brick in your deck for Jason. Using it where you can.
Give the sigil for Antonio gaining 2 life.
Makes it harder for him. If you see a yellow sigil, you can expect the red one as well, and the other yellow one. So that Jason has a bit of a clock for how much life Antonio can gain. If Antonio gets out of range, that might be harder for Jason if he's planning for a fixed number, such as 15 or 17 damage.
Yeah, much harder.
That's the question, Gaming Bear in chat. How long can Jason survive without impeding his structure? Will Antonio pressure him on the key turn? It's very exciting to see the climax build up, and then Jason will either unleash Hell's Fury in the form of fire and lightning, or Antonio will just keep him cowering behind cover. Antonio has the cards at hand. This is a window for Jason.
Yeah, this is it. And I'm looking at hand. It looks like Sonic Boom, Snapback. There's a tome. That looks like
not a lot of blues though, unfortunately. I see a Snapback, Sonic Boom, Tome of Ether Wind, and Tome of Fyendal. But maybe those energy potions make up for that.
Yeah, 4 resources available on the board for Jason.
Does Jason remember his pitch order? Does he know where the Fork Lightning is? Can he pay for the Fork Lightning?
It has, I think that's what he's been counting for when he's been counting that deck. Yep, here we go again. Trying to find that Fork Lightning.
A mental mind map of his deck is very important to Jason right now. He just chooses to live another day.
Sonic Boom gone.
I think Jason just pitched the Snapback for Kano to get some value, and I think he saw the other Sonic Boom. I think he actually could have got it done there. There's that stir. Wins.
Yeah, there's the stir.
Bang. 7. Induction chamber.
Definitely worried about Jason's deck density right now and how he stacked it in terms of getting this done in 1 turn.
Well, we know what's on top of Jason's deck now. The key pivotal point in his pitch was the second stir of the Ether Winds, where everything is in relation to that. So Jason's got some bricks on top of his deck.
Absolutely.
So it should be Ivophidia, Unmovable, Blazing Ether. And there's an extra solace.
Yeah, getting further out of range.
As that gap largens, so does the chance of Antonio winning.
Yep. And is that a stir in the arsenal for Jason?
I believe so.
Surely, yeah. Opting to take the shot.
I think that Ether Flare that's on the table should be in the graveyard.
Should be, correct. Okay. Antonio on 17, Jason on 5. Can he do it? It's yeah, he's about to pop the op 2. Thinking, is this his moment? He stacked it correctly. Here we go.
I told you, Unmovable and Ivophidia. I told you, put them on the bottom. Blazing Ether's on top. Jason has an opportunity here. If he's planned it all correctly.
No. Okay, still thinking.
Still thinking. Thankfully.
Yeah. Yeah. Blazing Ether sitting right there.
If only he could hear us echo in his mind what is on top of his deck.
Yeah. It's a key kind of strategy in Flesh and Blood, being able to memorize your pitch order and stack your deck. I think it's, even more prevalent in decks like Kano. Can you speak a little bit about that and, just how that strategy is employed and, where players use it and to be successful?
Absolutely. I think the pitch order is like this delicate dance that players do without realizing. And majority of the games, if not all of them, it is quite irrelevant. But in certain matchups, certain like this, like look at this dash deck. It's geared to say no to the wizard. You're going to have to try to play for the long game. You're not going to win there incidentally by dealing damage because they can defend you so effectively. Especially in constructed, I don't think pitching order is that relevant. It does have these moments like this game, which was so glad to see on camera. But yeah, it's just a nice little aspect that gives the cherry on top to the beautiful game that is Flesh and Blood, in my opinion.
By the way, was that a double bottom, sir, that we saw?
No, he kept the eye on top.
Eye on top.
The
Okay.
eye is actually
Yeah.
in his hand.
In his hand, yeah.
Oh no, is that the unmovable in his hand? I might have missed how he did that.
I thought I saw a double bottom, but I could have missed it because we were talking.
It looks like he just kept him on
it's-
top, and he just wants to keep blues in his hand and try to go off in his opponent's turn.
Yotes Gaming in the chat says he is wizard mathing. He absolutely is trying to figure out if the way he remembers his deck is the way it actually is. Now we're about to see. That's it. Yep. And he get it done. Antonio, 2 cards in hand. 17 health.
I think he's going to just once and have a look.
What's this card, Sasha?
Not a good one.
I think it's out of his range, and we're watching the physical realization of that right now.
That card is the manifestation of your head in your hand.
Here's the op 2. And I see the fork lightning. That's probably what he was hoping for.
You might have forgot about it. The blue ether spindle, that is.
Yep. I think there was actually one card on top of that as well. It was ether spindle,
And we gave the
blue
ages.
card, forked. Yep, correct.
So if you had pitched the Ivory Fidia bottoms, you would have been able to get that forked off the top. And Jason seeing that it was ready to flare Zagon as well. So he's banishing the
Bring this.
Gazer Ages. I don't think Jason has played a Wizard non-attack action card this turn to return the Gazer
Yes, not.
Ages back to his hand.
Correct.
So he does get an opt to from the Gaze of Ages, though. I don't think he would use it. Even though you could see what's underneath the Fork Lightning. So he's doing this all in response to Blazing Ether resolving, by the way.
Yeah.
So Blazing Ether is on the bottom of the chain, and then his Fork Lightning in response. Yeah, he still needs to pay for his Fork Lightning somehow. That's what the energy potions are for.
Yeah, energy potions on the board.
But also, you would like to use that Stir the Ether Winds, I believe.
Yeah, you need the Stir the Ether Wind and the boots, correct?
Not enough resources. He's one short. That
I say he did.
discount for the blue Ether Spindle has really punished Jason here.
Yeah. Or say he did have that extra resource. Does he have enough to kill here?
I believe so. He would have an extra card as well, so he would be able to activate Metacarpus Node and Crucible. So that Fork Lightning would have done 4 plus 6 plus 4. So 14 prevents 5, take 9. Blazing Ether for 9, prevent 5, take 4. Probably not enough. Take 5. 14. Antonio would have survived on 2. If Antonio has 10 pitch in his hand, but Antonio does not have 10 pitch. So it probably would have killed.
Yeah. I mean, really showing how technical this Kano deck can be, especially in these longer matchups. It is a tightrope to walk.
Absolutely. Jason looking like he was just falling short here.
There we go with the boots.
Oh, he has a blue unmovable in his hand?
Oof.
I did not see that. Jason
Yeah.
might have this. Activate Metacarpus nodes. Did he activate Metacarpus nodes using the potions?
He moved it, so
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
I believe that he has. So this Fork Lightning is for 4 plus 2 plus 2 plus 6. So 14.
14.
He does not have an extra resource to Metacarpus nodes the Blazing Ether though. So it'll be 14. So if Antonio can defend 5 here, it'll be 9 plus 9, 18. I did not see that Jason had that blue immovable still in his hand.
Yeah, looks
Almost
like we are.
disastrous. Almost disastrous.
Oof. 4 pitch.
So he
Total.
took 7. Oh!
Ooh.
Should he not go to 1? Should Antonio not go to 1 there? Yeah, what did he pitch?
All right, walk through the math. It's a LDE and a red foresight.
What was underneath that to pay for the Raging Onslaught?
It's a blue.
Oh, so he only pitched 4.
Yeah.
So yeah, he goes to -1. Very close. Very close.
Wow. Really just pulling it out. Wow, that was incredible. Even
Mental gymnastics. That's what that was.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think that blue ether spindle was still like a mistake? Do you think that he didn't know it was there and that it was like he kind of forgot a little bit about the pitch order, even though it worked out in the end?
I think if you've lost yourself, I think it's safer to pitch the Eye of Ophidia because you'll be able to have a peek, and if both of them are bricks, then you saved yourself the anguishment of having to waste a card to pitch for Kano, and you can just bottom and just knock the top of your deck. That is if you've lost yourself in your mind map. But Jason still put it out there. He had plenty of resources, and congratulations to him. He found the trees within the woods.
Absolutely, the trees within the woods.
I don't know. Find a better analogy for me, please.
There are none. That is the best.
I love it. Well, congratulations to Jason for showcasing the prowess of being Kano, the Jockey of Ether, even though the title belongs to Nick Holding. But fantastic to see, especially this Dash deck doing so well in the day.
Yeah, was really surprised to see the archetype he was playing. Very interesting. Not absolutely like obviously like what we talked about at the beginning. Not what I was expecting, but it's really interesting for me to see Blue Raging Onslaught and Brutal Assault making their debuts in the Calling Blitz.
Absolutely great to see a classic constructed metagame contender make its transition to Blitz as well. Even though Blitz makes you reevaluate some things, you can always just halve your classic constructed deck and still do relatively well, if not extremely well. 4-2, 5-2 is nothing to scoff at all, especially against these very extinguished players.
Yeah, and with the new prize structure, plenty still on the table.
Absolutely, but the real prize is that we get to play some great games in the flesh and blood.
Mm-hmm. No doubt about it. The trees is in the woods. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Thank you so much for your commentary, Brendan. When we catch everybody in the next round, there's about 10 minutes left. Thank you and see you soon.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome back, everyone, to the stream. Hayden Dale here with you, and back in the booth with me is Brendan. Hey, Brendan.
Hey, Hayden.
And we've got a bit of a banger coming up here. We've got Kieran McIntyre, who we've already seen once today playing Ira, up against Kale, who we've also seen once today playing Bravo. And I believe both these players are at 6-2, so a bit of a must-win here for both players to continue on and fight for that top 8 spot, I believe.
Yeah, and I'm sure a matchup these guys have seen, more than once. I know these guys have played each other at a few callings, so I'm really excited to see Kieran versus Kale. Usually they're on the same side, but to see them against, on opposite sides of the table is going to be really exciting.
Yeah, and actually a repeat of yesterday's PTI final was Kale and Kieran. So Kieran probably looking to get one back on Kale here after his defeat at Kale's hands yesterday evening.
Yeah. What is Kieran on again? You remind me.
Yeah, so Kieran's on Ira, and Kale on Bravo here.
How do you think this matchup plays out, especially for the Bravo player? Like, what are they looking for? Is it the same kind of thing that Kale was trying to do in his previous Ira match, trying to stack the deck correctly to get those crippling crushes off?
Yeah, I think we saw Kale in the last feature he had trying to do that against Ira, which was piloted by Jacob Pearson in that round. So this time against Kieran, I think he's going to try and do the same thing. Hopefully for Kale, maybe he can line his pitch up a little bit better to set that end game up, and find a little bit better, I guess, mid game. We saw him sort of come out pretty aggressively with the Pummel Hammer. We might see something similar again, but I'm sure as you say, Kale's probably played this matchup many times. So
yeah. Definitely. And here we see him kind of setting up, and just like you said, Kale on Bravo and Kieran on Ira. Wonder if Kieran's running a similar, if not exact, deck list to Jacob Pearson. Yeah,
so we have actually seen Kieran's deck. His looks a little bit more, I guess, traditional for what we've seen from the previous Iras. So it looks like about 6 defense reactions. I don't remember if he was playing William Missile. I don't think he was.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And here's Kale sporting out his golden skull cap and golden tectonic plating. Probably the most pimped out man in Fab right now.
Almost certainly. So, be interested to see who's going first here, as well.
Yeah. Any kind of key things you're keeping in mind as the Ira player for this matchup?
I think just the way you want to use cards like Command and Conquer, the way you want to use your defense reactions. What you don't want to have happen to you is basically find yourself facing something like a Crippling Crush, as you say, or a big attack, having to use your defense reaction that you've sort of been setting up in Arsenal, and then being faced with another Crippling Crush or another dominated attack the next turn, and not being in a position to be able to do anything about it. So Kieran's going to be wary of that, those back-to-back turns that Kale's probably going to try and set up here.
Yeah. Looks like Kieran's winning the die roll here as well.
Yeah, so I think Kieran probably will elect to go first here. Try and set up a defense reaction if he can. Not let Kale have that first turn where he could draws 3 blues and a Crippling Crush. That's a big first turn for Kale there.
Or he could Towering Titan there. The classic blitz kind of turn 1. And I think Kale's running it. I don't know if he's running 2, but he's definitely running 1 Towering Titan.
Yeah, and I see chat here just saying Kieran and Kale already been featured today. They certainly have. Both players here, though, at 6-2, so a loss probably takes them out of contention for top 8. And we couldn't pass up the opportunity to have a repeat of yesterday's PTI final here between Kieran and Kale as Kieran seeks his revenge. All right, and we're ready to go. Players are drawing up their hands. It looks like potentially maybe Kale is going first here, as Kieran hasn't put I wonder if Kieran's forgotten his tunic trigger there.
Yeah, it's definitely Kieran going first, and technically he would be past the window in which to recognize that trigger.
Yeah, it's big feature match, lights are on. Potentially Kieran's just slipped his mind there. Not something that you'd expect to see from a player like Kieran.
Early block with the red pummel, that's definitely notable.
Yeah, it's potential that Kale doesn't value. We saw that earlier, actually. Maybe Kale doesn't value the pummel in this matchup that highly, or not highly enough to take damage for it.
With the red Blessing of Deliverance.
Yep. So
Draw
again,
a card here.
yeah, I think Kale just wants to stay high, present attacks, try and draw the defense reactions out as much as possible, and again, as we talked about earlier, set up those crippling crushes back to back if he can. We know he has 2 Remembrance in his deck, so he can always, in theory, play them 6 times, right? He can play 6 crippling crushes in this game.
Yeah. Also has Raging Onslaught in his deck as well.
Raging Onslaught.
Sorry, not Raging Onslaught. I'll get you the name.
So there it is. So Kale getting that defense reaction, that springboard out of Kieran's arsenal there already. Kieran doesn't miss the tunic trigger this time and comes straight in with a Command and Conquer for 6 here. Unfortunately, that's just straight up into no arsenal. So
yeah, not threatening anything in the arsenal there.
Oh, Kale unfortunately gaining 1 life there. Reveals 2 more blessings. So it looks like Kale is pretty high on this blessing plan. It looks like he wants to gain life. He wants to find those setup turns, and we've already seen him block out as much as possible. So life is clearly important to him. He does also have the last ditch efforts in the deck. So 2 last ditch efforts, which if there's no cards remaining in deck, get +4 attack. So those can and go again. So he can potentially set up a big turn with those as well.
Yeah, and the card I was thinking about was Righteous Cleansing, not Raging Onslaught.
Yeah. So do we know how many Righteous Cleansing are in Kale's deck? Did you see them?
I remember seeing 1 last turn. So that's going to be an attack for 10, cost 7.
Yeah, so a drone killer there. He can potentially set up to remove the drones from his opponent's deck late in the game.
Yep.
Righteous Cleansing, of course, is a yellow. I think it costs. Does it cost 7? That card?
Yeah, it costs 7.
Takes for 10, and if it crushes, you get to look at the top. How many cards?
5.
Is it? 5. Yep, and banish 2. Is that right?
Banish 1 or more, so as many as you find.
As many as you find. Yep.
Of the same name.
So in this format, the drone killer for sure.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a great tech against drone, especially in the late game.
And we're seeing Kieran attack with a blue card there. So that is what can happen with this Ira deck. They don't always draw the red attack actions. Obviously, sometimes they're going to draw full blue hands or awkward hands, and that can happen. And they're not able to keep the pressure on Kale there.
Looks like it's just the pitch hammer.
Yeah, so Anathos for 4 here because both those cards do cost 2. They don't cost 3, so he doesn't get the +2 on Anathos here.
Likely take 1 card from Kieran, and Kieran going into his Tunic turn here. 1 turn late, but Tunic turn nonetheless.
Yeah, interesting. We are seeing Kieran play the scales here. So as we saw earlier with Callum in his matchup, maybe he's trying to set up a turn where he goes, Kadachi, another 1-cost attack, and then into the CNC off the back of that to try and force a really big turn and take the Arsenal card away from Kale.
Yeah. Especially if he suspects that Arsenal card is a Crippling Crush or, even Righteous Cleansing.
Yeah, exactly. Kieran coming in for probably 7 here, I would think. Yep, looks like it.
The staunch response. Kale will take 2.
So Kale looking pretty comfortable here, and it feels like he's getting the time to set up the deck. He wasn't afforded that versus Jacob, but Jacob's Ira build was a lot more sort of aggressive and pressed the point, I guess, against what Kale was doing.
Yeah, we're seeing a much different tempo this game, both in terms of, the life totals right now, but also the speed at which the game is being played. Which seems to be a much more reasonable pace here. But yeah, I mean, Kale seems to be heavily in the driver's seat and comfortable right now.
Yeah, and then I guess for Kieran's side, there's a lot of life gain on Kale's side, so I'd be interested to see how he feels he needs to navigate this game going into the late game. Maybe he knows about the Righteous Cleansing and might be thinking, I need to sit back with my equipment and a defense reaction to make sure I can deal with that late game. Or perhaps he tries to set up a couple of big turns of his own, again, using that scales once he gets Kale low enough to sort of push a turn for lethal.
Yeah, so Kale taking the second Kadachi there, and the Torn Tempo coming over for 5. Double blocks.
Yeah, Kale just happy to continue with that play pattern of blocking with 2 cards and then making a Seismic Surge and coming in with Anathos this time for 6.
Yeah, Anthos for 6 is definitely powerful. Do we know his Arsenal card, by the way?
I missed that one. Sorry, Brendan.
Sorry, do we know Kale's Arsenal card?
Oh, no, I just missed what the card was.
Ah, okay, I thought you meant what I said.
So Kieran opting to block for 3 here.
Well, it's
There
a
it
pummel.
is. Yeah,
Ask and you shall receive, sir.
exactly. So interesting, in both matches we've seen Kale play today, he's used that pummel just to push damage. He hasn't tried to set up an attack action with it. He hasn't, bled damage his way to then make sure he can have a 3 or 4 card hand and use the pummel on top of an attack action. And that's probably because the Iridex just have so many defense reactions. He probably doesn't feel that he can guarantee that. So he just uses it to push damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this will be the last pummel of the deck here.
Kieran now knowing he doesn't need to necessarily play around those. Although I don't think Kieran was thinking too much about playing around that card anyway.
Yeah, playing around a pummel on an Anthos.
Exactly, yeah.
Not too punishing at this life total.
And how many? We know Kieran is playing the full 4 sigils. Have we seen any come out yet? I can't recall.
I don't recall any sigils from Kieran's side. Although I do see Crippling Crush and a sigil in Kale's hand.
Yeah, so
Here's
it'll be
the first drone of the game.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Kale sets this up now. Is he just going to pitch the Crippling Crush and wait for later, or is this now where he starts to get a Crippling Crush into Arsenal and look to use it?
I'm just trying to see the rest of the cards in the hand here. Maybe it's a remembrance. Maybe it's a remembrance in his hand.
Makes sense. I mean, that'll make sense. He's opting to just throw the Crippling Crush here, so he's focused on the in game. I would say, he's really looking to get to that point of getting the deck nice and thin and being able to set up those back-to-back Crippling Crushes or the last ditch turns. And it's worth noting, Kieran's down to 13 here, so if Kale can pull off a big turn or two, he's right in it. But it's saying that we haven't seen any sigils come out of Kieran's deck yet.
Yeah, and that is a remembrance on Kale's end. And
yeah, I'm guessing he's wanting to play that here. Otherwise, he probably would have pitched it to get to the bottom of the deck with Anathos.
Yeah. To answer the question in chat, no needle by choice or just not this game. So it's just not this game because if that needle is blocked by a defense reaction at a kill, it will break.
Yeah, the Guardians players typically play, at least in Blitz, minimum 2 defense reactions, probably more. So Kieran opting to stay away from the needle in this game because it would be pretty certain to be pretty ineffective.
And that's going to be 2 red Blessing of Deliverances and a Crippling Crush.
Yep.
Remembrance back.
So it's funny, we talk about Ninja death by 1,000 cuts, but Kale's looking to slow death by swinging a hammer a few times and just gaining life back. Put some band-aids on those cuts and keep swinging the hammer.
Yeah,
so
this is a classic Bravo strategy of being able to outvalue the Ninja control deck with this Anthos for 6. I know Kale's not sort of on the same kind of end game plan with the drone, but yeah, I mean, death by 1,000 cuts is one thing, death by a giant hammer is another, and the hammer can usually win out.
Yeah, especially when Kale's in-game is Crippling Crush or Last Ditch Effort. He's got a few he's always got redundancy in the way that he can finish this game out, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot more comfortable if I'm Kale right now compared to his previous game. Yeah, he has a Crippling Crush in hand, by the way, I believe. He's either that or Showtime, but this Skullcat block tells me that it's Crippling Crush, I believe.
He's set up, and it's a sigil in his arsenal. Is that correct? I think in Kale's arsenal.
I believe so.
So there's the Righteous Cleansing you spoke about earlier.
Yeah, or also known as Raging Onslaught.
So just bearing in mind that Kale really has set up the bottom of his deck here. So of course we saw the Remembrance grab the other crippling. Now he's got this crippling. He's going to put it at the bottom. He is really setting up for that. And now from now you're going to see him really track that pitch order and make sure he can set up those back-to-back turns pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and thanks for the team on the floor there. We've got the standings published in chat, so that's pinned to the top if everyone wants to have a look at that. One player at 8-0, standing tall, is Matt Rogers. Oh,
Looks like we may have lost visual on the stream here. Give us a moment while we get that back up.
yeah, apologies team, just bear with us for 1 second. We'll try and get that back for you. Yeah, so maybe while we're waiting, we'll just take a look at the standings here, Brendan. So, of course, Matt Rogers at 8-0, I believe, is playing Ira. I'm sure we'll see him very shortly in the next few rounds or into top 8, as he's pretty much guaranteed for top 8 there at 8 wins. Callum Gittins, who we've already seen on stream, sitting there at 7 wins as well. Probably needs just one more win, maybe 2 to guarantee that top 8 lock.
Yep, Jacob Pearson, also on IR, who we saw. Dan McKay. Don't think we saw Dan. Who's Dan piloting?
No, we haven't seen Dan. Dan's on Kano. Dan, a New Zealand player, probably a well-known Magic player within the New Zealand community. I believe also actually is the reigning New Zealand Magic national champion, although they haven't had nationals for 3 years since the changes. And then Carol, who we have seen on stream as well at 7. So, and then, of course, what we're watching now, or we're watching, we'll try and get the stream back as soon as possible. Kieran and Kale, both at 6 wins there, at 7 and 8, topping the 6-pointers.
Yeah, both founders of Session Blood representing in the top 8 right now.
Yeah, perhaps we might see them battle it out before the end of the day, fighting for that top 8 berth.
So we saw, obviously, we saw the Righteous Cleansing, Crippling Crush, and the Blue Pitch. Kale's really setting up for that big turn. You're, being in Kieran's seat, what are you thinking, and how are you kind of preparing for that?
Yeah, it's difficult. I think Kieran needs to start applying more pressure. So he's still got the breaking scales up. Snapdragon scales up. So he can set up that scaler's turn. And I think he's going to have to. He's probably what he probably realistically needs to do is start to understand what Kale's doing with his deck and try and time that Command and Conquer for the turn that Kale is going to go for it. So there's going to become a time, of course, Kale's trying to keep his life total high. Is going to need to ideally only block for 1 card or only block with his equipment.
Yep.
And then come in with that Crippling Crush, and then probably follow it up. Really, it was what he wants to do, is another Crippling Crush. So if Kieran can sort of keep pressure on those key turns, he'll be in a good spot. But in saying that, Kieran has, he's pitched a lot of blues and a couple of defense reactions to the bottom of his deck already. So he could be drawing a little bit dead later in the game. So I'd probably say that Kale's in a pretty good position right now, but we'll see how it unfolds. Hopefully.
Yeah. Quite a stark difference from the previous Ira match where Kale seemed to be under a massive amount of pressure playing Jacob Pearson.
Yeah,
and now he is enacting his game plan and kind of forcing his will. He's setting up these
here is players have stopped coming down, so thank you to the players. We're pretty close to the turn. We're not up to much one turn ahead, which is great, so we just keep going here.
He's definitely sitting pretty right now.
We see the part of the enough from scale there. Not getting any light here, so just a pair of those comes in. What's your actually speaking of that? What's your opinion of the games in general? Is it something that you tend to play in your decks, or
I think it depends on the deck. It's like a heavy aggro deck. I do like the especially potions. This is kind of the classic cost of money. Yeah, I mean, in a match like this, like a control match, you might do 2-3 which is significant.
still be okay for the next turn. And of course, Kale really light on cards left in the deck, so that's Kieran's route to victory now, I feel.
Yeah, but that righteous onslaught could clear out the drones. Righteous cleansing, jeez. me and that card are gonna have to have a talk. Remember its name, so Crippling Crush command here. If it does hit for 4 or more, it would be a double discard on Kieran's end.
Exactly. Yep. So coming in for 13.
Yep, that is correct.
And Kieran's going to use equipment, is he? Looks like he's thinking about it.
Yep.
Okay. See the block for 3. So he needs to at least block 1 more or he's going to face certain death. And there's a defense reaction.
Okay.
He's at 10. So he's going to take 3 and avoid the crush trigger there, which is really important. He needs those 3 cards in hand. And ideally, he needs another defense reaction in his arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, well navigated on this turn, but I think the way that Kale's pitched his deck is that this next turn is also going to be
Crippling Crush.
Crippling Crush, which I see in his hand.
Although because Kieran has been able to keep these cards in hand, he might actually be able to present another threat here if he's got a, say, Pounding Gale or something of the like.
True. I'm wondering if that Tectonic Plating and those Iron Rot Leggings save Kale here. Blocks the 2, Tunic and
Drone. So Kale's going to have to block that.
Yep. LDE in the graveyard as well there.
He does have the other Crippling, but he's not going to be able to play it here. So
yeah,
Kieran really navigated that Crippling turn well to find him in a spot where he's actually, he could be okay here to take this.
Yeah, and then tempo the hand of Kale for the next turn, so he's not able to pull off that Crippling in his arsenal. Kale with minimal armor left to block with as well.
Yeah, and chat just saying, we had the crowd noise on for a bit there. It sounds like some reminiscing and some nostalgia. We'll get back to those sounds very soon. Obviously understand the difficulties around the world. I know for yourself, Brendan, and what's happening. So just best wishes out to everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I said it at the beginning of the stream, I can't stress enough how cool it is for people like me who have not had the chance to play, in the recent year year plus to be able to watch, the higher level players duke it out and kind of learn and, just vicariously play through them. It's a really great experience, and I can't express how happy I am that it's being streamed and it's available to all of us.
Yeah, for sure. So Kieran coming back in here with a Kadachi for 2. So Kale, what do you think is going through Kale's head now about his back's back against the wall? Does he have a way out of this?
I think he's hoping that Kieran draws a dud.
Yeah.
That is not it.
Not a dud. No, I think he was hoping he'd have to only block with 1 card here.
Exactly.
He's just going to go for it, I think, because he knows if it's not this
Yeah.
turn, he probably can't do it. So he's just going to hope that Kieran has nothing else.
Sigil.
I think he's put that the other way there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like,
Kieran should be on 8 there. Yep, exactly. Kale
I was like,
wishing, I think, that Kieran was on 4 life there. Unfortunately, not to be.
Worst sigil I've ever seen.
Yeah. So Kale
Surely the
can,
crippling.
dominated here as well. He can pay the domination. So coming in for 11, but if Kieran has a defense reaction in Arsenal, and he can get up to 8 with the tunic and a card from hand as well, so he wouldn't take the crush effect, and can just start coming back in with those Kadachis, and it's going to force Kale to block at least with 2 or 3 cards every turn now.
Yeah, I mean, Kieran's pretty happy here. I mean, worst case scenario, even if he doesn't have the defense reaction, he's still alive. And then I think Kale is going to be struggling with, well, we're about to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 cards in his deck. Plus the 3 on the pitch, so 13 total. I mean, we still have a game here. It'll depend how Kieran blocks and what's in that arsenal.
Yeah, Bro Killer 7421. Yes, a lot of the Ira decks are running life gain now. Usually 4 sigils seems to be the standard now. We've sort of seen that today, apart from the sort of aggressive Ira decks. So Kieran really just thinking about how to block this. I think he sort of knows if he can navigate this turn how he needs to, then he's probably in good shape. But in saying that, I don't know what the card is in Arsenal. If it's not a defense reaction, he is actually potentially in a tighter spot where he's going to face that crush effect and lose cards from hand.
Yeah, it'd be a much closer game in that scenario. One thing I'm looking out for is I actually think that Kale's only running 1 Remembrance here. And after already blocking with the Righteous Cleansing, I think that, kind of our plan forward with 1 Last Chef in the deck is only going to be Hammer for 6, go, and maybe this blue Disable. So if he gets Kieran low enough, dominating, something like Disable could help. But we'll have to see. Looks like Kieran's opting to block with the tunic here. See
Yeah, I
what else
guess
he puts on the table.
the one card that we can see in the pitch zone there actually is Last Ditch Effort. So that's a card that Kale could potentially use to play out and then hammer afterwards, which would be a total of 14 if he has the right cards. But it's going to be really hard for him to set that up after this if Kieran's able to just come in with these Kadachis with Kale just at 2 life and no equipment left to block with. So far Kieran blocking 4, and he does have the defense reaction. So that is the play. He blocks for 8, takes the 3, doesn't get crushed, and Kieran's still with 3 cards in hand here. So some really great plays from both these players. We had sort of a bit of a swing. It felt like Kayla was in a good position, but Kieran made sure to really keep those defense reactions available to him and to see out the big turns from Kale. And Kieran's probably used to that. He probably knows this matchup fairly well.
Yeah. And there's the drone. Yeah.
Yep.
Life.
Gain the life first, go up to fire 2, and then take the 1 from the drone there. But
It's just going to be an Anthos for 4 on the swing back, unless he arsenals, of course.
Seconds of 4. So Kieran looking like he's going to move through to 7 and 2, and potentially still live for that top 8. Kale, if it looks like how we think it's going to play out here, would fall to 6 and 3, but not completely out of it yet. And as Sasha and Brendan talked about earlier, there is that prize split all the way down to past the top 8, top 16, and top 32. So always something to play for with all these players.
And here we're seeing kind of there we go. There's the shake. drone coming over by one, and yeah, I mean that's how Ira does it at the end. It's just Kadachi, take card, threat, with those drones being recursively shuffled.
Yeah.
What's your opinion on the matchup? Do you think? Because I think that when watching, I actually thought that Kale was doing very well, and I thought he was going to pull it out, but Kieran seemed to navigate those turns, those back-to-back crippling turns, very, very well. Did you see, like, what was your opinion on that?
Well, traditionally, I think from my experience playing that matchup, generally, I think the Ira player is favored, but it's not, it's not a crazy split towards the Ira player. The Bravo player can always set up that in-game state and push through that final damage. So both players had to play really well there to get their game states to where they wanted to. They both advanced their game plans. It's just that Kieran probably had the favor his way in terms of how that matchup plays out, and he knew how to play it out. So yeah, look, I think Ira probably does have the upper hand, but it is closer than you might think from what I've experienced anyway.
Yeah, very, very close. I definitely was much more impressed with Kale's play this round. Against Pearson, he played very fast. I know Pearson put on a lot more pressure, but in terms of the pitch order and setting up the deck, this was near close to perfect for Kale.
Yeah, I think Kale definitely had the game plan in mind and was pretty conscious as he even started to pitch that first crippling and then set up the remembrance. He was pretty clear on what he wanted to do, I think. Interesting to see, of course, now we've seen a few Ira decks today. I think we've seen 3 different iterations of the deck. Are you surprised at how different some of these lists have been? 5, 6, 8, 9, 10 cards different in some of these. Are you surprised by that?
Yeah, very surprised. I err on the side of thinking that what we kind of saw with Kieran here is the deck that I would have picked. And I would have decided to run, but it's really reassuring and like it's super exciting to see. Like we saw the other Ira deck that was just heavy aggro, and it was a brutal beatdown. And it's crazy that the hero is so flexible like that, showing that even though we had 47 Iras represented in our metagame this weekend, they're by no means the same deck.
Yeah, and after the rounds that we have seen, Brennan, what do you let's make a bit of an early prediction. What are you thinking will be sort of favored heading into this top 8? I know we've only seen one Ira Kano matchup, but we're probably expecting a few Kanos and Iras to make the top 8. What are you backing at this point? Who's your
so I would back this Ira deck, this Ninja Turtle Ira deck. I do think that the drones, they help you drastically get through Swiss, but when you're expecting to see, a lot of it depends, right? You're expecting to see a lot of Kanos in top 8. Those drones are going to punish you, but it depends how the rest of your deck is built. It's also likely that I'm interested to see how the Ira mirror goes in terms of like Ninja Turtle versus Ninja Turtle. I know that matchup is not traditionally favored from a viewer perspective, but for me, like that's probably one of the most technical matchups that can be played because literally every card counts. The value of your deck, it's constantly it's dynamically changing, and like the smallest mistake, you lose the game, 100%.
Yeah, definitely. I think Ninja Turtle is such an apt name for it there, but yeah, effectively what Brendan's talking about is of course the Ira control decks basically. But we've seen a wide variety. I mean, we saw the Ira mirror match early on, but it was an aggressive Ira versus a controlling Ira, which it seemed like the controlling Ira had the upper hand. So yeah, I'm interested to see what it looks like when 2, I guess, more controlling decks or decks that are tuned to beat each other sort of come to the fold. And do you think maybe we might even see a bit of spice or a bit of tech come out of some of these lists?
I think it's too early for me to say, to be honest, to speculate on the tech. But just to really quickly clarify, because I was assuming when I did say Ninja Turtle that it was kind of a unanimous term, which it absolutely is not. So when I say Ninja Turtle, mostly what I'm talking about is originally the deck was Katsu before it was Ira, but it's a ninja deck that runs a lot of blues, a lot of defense reactions, and mostly looks to enact a game plan that's Kadachi, and then threat to potentially trigger massive momentum, and then in the later game, it uses Drones of Brutality to recursively shuffle its deck and have inevitability for out-fatiguing any other deck. in that case. But there's plenty, now moving through Arcane Rising and Crucible of War, there's plenty of tech cards and actually other heroes that punish that exact strategy. But in terms of spice, what's what does Chef Hayden Dale think is going to come into the top 8?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm excited to see what we might be in front of us. I was going to say I've been surprised to see a really low number of Razor Reflexes out of these decks. I think that's a card that's really strong against Kano in particular. But what the players might be thinking here is drop the Razor Reflexes for the mirror match because they're not particularly strong against all those defense reactions. So I guess we'll wait and see. Like you, I'm not too certain what we might see. But either way, I'm excited.
Awesome. Well, it shouldn't be long before we head into the next round, so we're gonna head off and take a break, and we'll join back with you guys shortly.
Hello and welcome back. I'm Sasha Markovic from Legend Story Studios, and with me is Brendan Patrick. And here we are watching Aaron Curtis versus Dan McKay. Aaron is on Ira with that Zephyr Needle there, and Dan is on Kano, the wizard, playing Crucible of Aetherweave and a hidden headpiece. We will never know. And Aaron's also hiding his legs. What suspense. What do you think of this matchup, Brendan? We've seen this a few times today. Let's dive into it again.
Yeah, honestly, I love this matchup. As much as we have seen it already, we will see it more. There's no doubt there. But this is a very skill-intensive matchup. We saw how, our last wizard player tried to stack his deck in terms to get that one-turn kill, which he did. Although he did have to, wade through some blues that he didn't want before he got there. But I mean, for the wizard player, this is a really hard matchup to navigate, and it takes a lot of skill and a lot of technical play.
Absolutely. As we see Aaron reveal that Snapdragon Scales and Dan reveal that Talismanic Lens, we are off to the races. And we started off with Dan checking on Kano, a cheeky Kano, trying to get a free potion, I think.
Mm-hmm. And something to note, Aaron running only that Null Rune 3. So not Null Rune 4, which is definitely going to be significant. Voltic Bolt, turn... Yep. Coming in for 5 here. Chain Lightning for 3. Fully blocked. Okay.
And now the game really begins.
Yeah. So since this is the first turn of the game, both players will draw back up to 4. Dan drawing that Eye of Ophidia. And it's going to be Aaron's turn here.
So Dan doesn't have a card in Arsenal, so Command and Conquer can't really punish that much here, which is like the key card from Aaron's deck in this matchup. And then that Zephyr Needle is consistently going to attack for 3, sorry.
Yep.
Expecting that wizards don't have any defense reactions with 4 or more defense.
Correct. So the Ira is free to run with the sword and the needle.
I'd just love to see it once today where the wizard has a sneaky Absorbent Ether or Fate Foreseen.
We'll see it.
So Dan opting to defend. Oh, raise
reflex.
Pushing this to 8. Dan's going to take 5. That's a lot of damage very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Dan down on 9 and sitting at a comfortable 17 here.
Dan was on 13, no? He should be on 8? Was that a yellow tempo? Did I miss that?
That was a red Torrent tempo, but I will leave the math to you, brother.
Okay. I trust that the players have got the correct life totals.
Yeah, this is a double top of Vive Ophidia from Dan and an Aether Spindle. Coming in for 4 here.
When you double top, is the Aether Spindle opting a bluff? Runs 3 of it, takes 2 of it, keeps 2 on back on top. No bluffs.
And that's a blue unmovable in Dan's hand, by the way.
Oh, this needle is going to shatter. Oh, Dan must be stoked. Oh,
you're
no.
Not
this turn.
You're gonna eat your words in that forest, my friend.
That's right. Can't see the needle in the trees.
This wizard is running
now, what do you do with Dan? You just Arsenal the card. You had 2 cards of Kano. You didn't play anything. What does it represent to Aaron? Should Aaron be cautious here?
We'll have to see. I mean, this Tunic's up as well. Everything's kind of in line here.
This is the moment.
The needle.
Snap it off. Shatter that needle, Dan. You know you want to.
You think that's a tech card just for the Ira?
Absolutely, it has to be.
I love it.
He didn't choose to shatter the needle.
Nope.
Is he scared of the second Razor Reflex? Surely there's a second immovable for later. Because Razor Reflex can prevent the needle from shattering if you play it before the defense reaction resolves.
Bringing that needle up to 6.
Dan really just taking a glutton for punishment here. Don't tell me he's trying to think of using the movable here. Snapdragon Scalers.
Scalers. Dan
Wow,
down
Dan
to
going straight for
1.
1. And a sneaky crane dance for 1.
Very interested. What do you see the outs of Dan right now? Because we haven't had time to stack the deck. Not too much opting in terms of information. What's on top
Dan
here?
has Tamefiendo with Tunic here, so Dan's going to go up to 4 life.
Up to 4 life. Okay. So stabilizing a bit.
He only gained 2. He's supposed to gain 3.
Yeah, that's
It's
definitely
1 for
supposed to be
each card
4.
in your hand, not cards drawn.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
There we
You
go.
saw it.
Give us a thumbs up. What a
Right.
champ.
So,
Or lightning in hand.
I really want to see that needle shatter. The more time he gives Aaron, the higher the chances that Aaron has the Razor Reflex. I wonder if Aaron can sniff out this unmovable here.
There's zero chance that Aaron sniffs this out. But I mean, the not breaking the needle is just giving the needle value, right? I mean, you break that, it's only the Kadachi coming at you every turn. Not this 3
Absolutely.
attack needle.
The explosive power of Aaron just like dwindles tremendously. It's like Dan gets to have an extra card in hand every single turn. Can Dan put it together?
We have Forked Lightning, Blazing Ether, and Blue Unmovable. So we can't even yeah.
So yeah, Dan's tossing up and turning. He can't actually make a play unless he uses the unmovable. He
On the
can
bottom
just
of the
Blazing
deck.
Ether, pitching Fork Lightning to Crucible of Aetherweave. Puts the Fork Lightning in his arsenal instead and sets up the bottom of his pitch.
Mhm.
Kadachi, 1. If he has the Razor Reflex here, he would be forced to use unmovable as well. Spicy spot for Dan. Here we go. Show us,
Oh,
Dan. Shatter that needle.
The tech card. There goes the needle.
Boom. Dan is showing that he is truly unmovable.
Fab top 10 right there. Breaking the needle.
Fan for 5. Unfortunately, Dan does not have quite a lot of life to play with here. If he shattered the needle early in the game, he would be able to just phase this Kadachi like it was nothing, but it's got a bit of a sweat. Dan still has a clock on. But he does have Stir the Aetherwind and that Fork Lightning in his arsenal.
Yeah, Dan definitely drawing some of the cards he's looking for here. Stir and Blessed Lava and Forked in the arsenal. Takes 1 down to 2. Flying kick for 6.
2 cards. Dan now comfortably getting an extra card in his hand every turn because that needle is shattered. What a critical play from Dan. Very nice deck building decision. In this metagame that we've seen today, where about over 25% of the decks are playing Ira and likely playing Needle against you as a wizard, playing a defense reaction seems like a no-brainer in hindsight.
Like what Dan's doing here. I just hope he has the life to get there, but he is stacking the bottom of that deck. He's got a strong hand coming up. It just seems a bit far away now at 2 health.
Kadachi. Dan wishing he was on a higher life total. He does want to go lower.
What a card unmovable. Could you imagine if he was still getting hit by the needle here? What a card.
It'd be a different world.
Break that
But Dan
needle.
is effectively going to be back in the same spot now, having to defend the Kadachi.
Yeah, down to 1 is never a good place to be against Ninja. Okay, every attack with that Kadachi is just take 1 card out of your hand, or maybe take your Tunic. Both sound pretty good if you're
better than 2, though.
Yeah.
Dan still might be scared of the Razor Reflex.
Technique.
For 4.
Number.
Dan McKay looks like he is just trying to set up for that one-turn kill.
Do you remember the pitch that he set for that turn?
We're quite a way away from it, but yes. Like he is looking to get that stir back.
There's the other immovable, by the way.
but the stir is quite a while away. Ready
Did
to
Archie
play
take a card?
another combo card going away.
Striking hand for Aaron here.
Fortunately, he drew the potion with unmovable, so he can pay for it easily and turning that potion into an effective defending card. This might be for 7.
Yeah.
Or with go again.
See that last card in Aaron's hand.
Aaron very well keeping up with the pressure. Representing Sushi Night Games well. Slicing and dicing.
Sushi Night Games. Just trying to see that card in Aaron's hand right now. I don't know if it's a hurricane technique, but does that tunic we're blocking? Okay.
Looks like he used the tunic for resource as well.
Yep.
I think that's it.
That's it. Yeah, I mean that was a beatdown by the Ira deck. So a more aggressively oriented Ira, I guess, to an extent, right? I didn't see any. Did we see any drones? I don't think we did.
No, I don't recall seeing any drones, but Aaron just kept up the pressure even without the needle. Tremendous display of aggression. Dan, unfortunately, not having enough time to see the bottom of his deck. That Fork Lightning just sitting as an arsenal for the rest of the game.
Dan looking to set up that hand, but the Ira player just never let off the gas. Just couldn't get there. What do you think about not breaking that needle immediately and kind of? I think he waited 1 turn, right?
Yes, he did wait 1 turn. I'm a fan of just shattering their hopes and their dreams. The more turns you give them, the higher chance they have the Razor Reflex. So, because we've already seen one of them. But Dan did have warrant to stay around, but not to get hit by a Command and Conquer or another powerful threat. But it's very tempting to shatter the needle.
Yeah, a really interesting matchup to watch. I know the last time we saw it go the other way, where the wizard actually got to the hand that he was trying to pitch and got that 1 turn kill. But this time the Ira just doesn't let off the gas and just kind of beats him down card by card. And the wizard just didn't have any time to enact his game plan, enact his strategy.
Absolutely. And I'm just getting word here from the team on the ground that we might be jumping right into another feature match imminently. We're going to stick around for it. We're not going to take a break. We love doing this, and let's just keep it going.
Fantastic.
What would you like to see next? I would love to see Arcano actually pull the rabbit out of their hat. We've had a flop, we've had a hit, and now we've had another flop. Let's balance it out.
I wonder if chat's still pulling for the data doll. Sneaks up in here.
With only 1 data doll in the field, it'd be quite impressive, to be honest, taking 156 other players by storm.
Hey, we talked about dark horses of the tournament. You can't be counting it out.
Never. You can never count out the dark horse. But at this point, it looks like the dark horse might be Kale McCreath or one of that sneaky dash deck. I'm very interested to see what the standings look like after this round, going into the 11th round of Swiss.
Jacob Pearson versus Jason Long. Ira versus Kano.
We've seen both of these gentlemen on the stream today. Jacob Pearson showing us his Life for a Life going wide Ira defensive deck with only Flick Flacks as defense reactions. And Jason Long showing us his hybridized Kano deck that has unmovable. Hopefully it shatters that needle that Jacob is likely to bring, and also Whispers of the Oracle. Jason in the last round, he, through all struggles, he did find the trees for the woods and pulled out the win, pitching a glorious amount of cards to Blazing Ether for a bunch after a monstrous Stir the Eighth Wind's turn. Let's see what Jacob's plan is for Wizard. We have not seen him play against Wizard yet today.
Surely to be an exciting game, and we will welcome Hayden Dale, calling champion, in to commentate while I step off. Have a good game, guys, and I will talk to you soon.
Thank you, Brendan. It's been a pleasure.
Hey, everyone. Hayden here back in. Yeah, so it sounds like the players got a deck check, so we're fortunate enough that we're going to be able to watch these two titans of flesh and blood battle it out here.
Absolutely. And look, as predicted, Jacob has the needle. I hope that Jason has the unmovable here. Oh, unfortunately not on the first turn. How brilliant would that have been?
That would have been huge, yeah. Of course, we just saw it with Dan. Unfortunately, wasn't able to set it up how he would have liked. But if Jason had had that there, I'm sure he would have swung the tempo massively in his favor for this game.
I think Jason should just stall out for that inevitability. I think that's his game plan here. I
I've
know
heard-
Jacob does have drones, but getting rid of that needle effectively puts extra card in Jason's hand every turn.
Yeah, and I've heard that's what Jason's been doing to Iras all day. So we could be in for that definitely. And it looks like he's got that unmovable in this next hand of his.
Amazing. I don't recall Jacob playing Razor Reflex in his deck either, so gonna be looking to get shattered.
I think this is the perfect scenario for Jason. What he wants to see out of the Ira decks is low numbers of Razor Reflexes, and that inability to deliver. No Snapdragon Scalers either, like we saw it at the last match, Aaron against Dan there. So Jason's probably feeling pretty good about his game plan in this matchup. I know he just wants to try and set up that one-turn kill. So let's see how it unfolds here.
Tower number 9, I believe Jason kept Atoma Fiandal.
Yeah, so Jason in the tank here. It's all about for Jason when he wants to start setting it up. That's the big sort of the decision point from here.
Jacob preventing as much damage as he can.
Yeah, but taking the second one there. So a bit of an awkward hand for Jacob there with a red, and he just keeps the one red action. So this is also a bit of a window for Jason if he can pop off some damage. Actually, this turn he probably would have liked to have seen that needle come in so he could break it with that unmovable, but he's not going to get it.
Ironic, when he has the answer for it, Jacob is just not doing what he wants. What do you do with Jason Long? You have Stir the Ether Winds in your hand. Do you
Booster, I
just go
think.
for it?
It's a bit awkward. Yeah,
You
Jason
know
really-
you have inevitability thanks to the unmovable shattering that needle. Do you just try to pop off until 12 here?
It's a temptation point, right? Jason clearly has as I was saying, a plan, but sometimes you get tempted. Something happens here where Jacob has a bit of an awkward hand. He has to throw away some reds and then come in. He's now naked in terms of resources for Jacob, so it is really tempting to say, well, maybe this is where you try and push a big punch of damage, but at the same time, you're taking 4 down to 8 if Jason does decide not to block. So he's got to weigh that up. He's got to realize, what is the in-game plan? Can he definitely do that with, and always get to it? Or is this a time where he needs to sort of gamble a little bit?
I can't really spot how many blues Jason has as well, but I know he's got Ether Flare and that Stir the Ether Winds.
I think it's just one. I guess the thing he's thinking is if he does block out here, what's he doing on his turn? Is he just pitching to the Aether Weave and passing?
Ooh, sneaky lesson in lava.
Be a case perhaps for Jason here of just playing this lesson in lava, pitching those stirs to set up for later, and shuffling the rest of his deck, finding something, just coming in for 4.
I don't mind it. I definitely don't mind it. Putting that Stir next to an Ether Flare is very, very powerful.
Yeah, the awkward thing for Jason is that there's 2 stirs, right? So he's going to have 2 stirs pretty close to each other in the deck. So maybe he even elects to block with one here. We'll have to see what happens.
Might just want to grab the Fork Lightning.
So it looks like Jason is basically running the exact same 40 cards that we just saw Dan against Aaron, but we're seeing a slightly different Ira here. So looks like the matchup's a little bit slower. It's not as aggressive. No Snapdragon Scalers, of course. Jacob opting for that full 4 null rune instead. What do you think, Sasha, the 4 null rune as opposed to the 3 null rune, what do you think that gives you as the Ira player? What's the sort of the key difference there that Jacob's looking for?
You really get to turn off a lot of cards from the Wizard player that could hit such as Lesson of Lava plus Crucible of Aetherweave, or Crucible of Aetherweave plus Sonic Boom, they would hit for 4 arcane damage. So you force the wizard player to go through other means, whether it is Cinnering Foresight, Tomb of the Aetherwind, Metacarpus Node, to really push those key cards with important hit effects over to the ninja player. And as a ninja player, you are able to filter more of your red defense reactions to the bottom of your deck. The benefit, I would suppose, of playing the Snapdragon Scalers instead of the Boots, which has been the popular choice, is that you can threaten massive go-wide turns like we saw earlier, putting Command and Conquers as the fourth combat attack on the combat chain.
Yeah, exactly. And we see Jason here deciding that, yep, it is correct. He does want to try and push the damage here, falling to 8, but also putting Jacob to 8 here.
Retaining that stir in hand, so he's almost live for that Stormstrider's turn with that Tunic. But Jason he wants to shatter that needle more than anything in the world and then actually start playing the game.
Yep,
Or
he might get
smell
to it right here.
Smell the water. Oh, here we go. I will happily opt to and shatter your needle.
Jacob playing it cool here. Waiting for Jason to finish the opt, just in case he has that Razor Reflex, which we know and Jacob know he doesn't have, but Jason doesn't know that.
I was going to peek. Oh, you almost made it look like it was a Razor Reflex.
Exactly. So Jason now really can just block out here and find that big turn. He's got no pressure on him. That needle's gone. The only cards he really has to worry about is Command and Conquer, which we do actually see Jacob set in Arsenal there.
Absolutely. That and Unexpected Life Gain from Sigil. I don't think Jason's playing Arena's Prayer or anything of that like. So Jacob has been neutered here effectively, losing 3 damage per turn.
Yeah, but there is a clock, right? So this is coming in for 7 here, Command and Conquer. There's still 1 Kodachi, so Jason still does have to play it pretty tight and set up that final sort of end game. And I'm sure Jason will have walked away after that last match we saw on camera, just thinking about making sure he's got his pitch in order and maybe setting it up the way he needs to in these matchups.
Yes, absolutely. He'll slowly but surely get there. It looks like he's got 6 turns to do so before he has to interact with the Kodachi, and then maybe set up his pitch with Crucible of Aetherweave. That's something a wizard player will do in this scenario. Defend with 3 cards against a second attack, then use your last card to pitch to activate Crucible just to put it on the bottom of your deck. And eventually you will get to the top of your deck again, where all those cards are pitched in the precise order you find, which is very powerful in a wizard where you rely on the top card of your deck to play at instant speed. But what a beautiful card from Jason, just energy potion setting up for the future.
Yeah, and also now Jacob, no Command and Conquers left. So Jason, again, 2 more cards that he doesn't have to worry about there with the back-to-back Command and Conquers, which Jason's sort of dispatched pretty nicely and gets an energy potion for his troubles as well. So, Sasha, maybe you can tell us a little bit more about what energy potion offers the Wizards player in this matchup. Why is it important for them to get them out on the field?
So energy potion is critical for the wizard because when that key turn comes, you have so many sinks to use your resources, whether it's Metacarpus Node, activating Storm Striders, Crucible of Aetherweave, or just an extra risky, cheeky gamble. It's just so effective at putting out more cards against the opponent. And when you can play more cards as a wizard, the damage you can output ramps up exponentially.
How would you rank the potions in Blitz? Which potions do you think are the most important in this format?
The first energy potion, and then the second energy potion, and the others are at your own discretion. That is my personal ranking.
I don't think mine's far off, to be honest. I'm a huge fan of Energy Potion, but also in this format, I think it's so many of these decks, especially these decks that are trying to set up a 1-turn kill. It feels like it's almost like an extra card in hand. It's so big. It's huge.
Absolutely.
So we do see Jason down to 4 here, so he does need to start. Yeah, he's going to throw the triple block at it.
We might get this pattern of play for maybe 3 more turns.
Yeah, I think unless it's an energy potion, Jason can basically afford to throw it unless throw it to block unless it's a card that he needs for the final turn, something like a Fork Lightning. We see there he pitches to the Crystal of Aetherweave and then just passes back to Jacob. I guess the one card he is worried about is Razor Reflex. Whether or not he knows that Jacob's not playing it, he might have seen some of Jacob's other games, or he's seen enough of the deck now. He's probably thinking there probably isn't one. But we know that Jacob does have Life for a Life, which we've seen before, and he does have in hand. So if Jacob can find himself in a spot where he is somehow in lower life, those cards could be good. But at the moment, they just kind of feel a little bit like they're dead in Jacob's hand. Although I do see a Razor Reflex there.
Here it comes. Jason's going to have to try to go off.
Yeah, he's going to have to try and go in response. Wow, huge. And in terms of what Jacob has in hand there, it looks like a red Life for Life and maybe a blue combo card. Do we know what's in Jacob's arsenal?
I believe it's a drone.
Not a sigil. Jason should have a pretty good understanding of where the cards are in his deck at this point. So
it might be too far down, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it might be. He might be looking for other ways to win here, maybe through some combination of Aether Flares and Snapbacks.
Or maybe you could draw a Tome of Aetherwind and draw into your other removable.
Jason's just shaking his head there. I think he realizes if he played around this card, he probably would have been okay to win this match pretty easily. But as it stands, as you say, he needs to go for it here.
I love the rumbustious activity from Jason Long as he lingers over, how do I try to not lose?
Very, very active, very physical being.
Let's just have a quick peek. Sonic Boom. Is that a red Ether Spindle?
I think it might be.
We could be well on our way to the Blazing Ether in hand.
Yeah, so we know the maximum that Jacob can block is 4, so he can block out 4. I believe he does have a resource available to us, so he can
Jason
block out.
Put those cards on top of his deck. There we go.
Oh, it's a Sonic Boom.
I hope that Ether Spindle in Jason's hand is also blue, so he's not resource starved.
But how does Jason play this though? Of course, with the Arcane Barrier 4 that Jacob has, even if Jason Metacarpus nodes plus Crucibles this, it's going to be for 5. And
you may have to hope that Jacob doesn't have a blue in his hand.
Yeah, at this point.
You find yourself in the spots that you find yourself, and then just try to do the best you can. So this is a blue.
Good start.
Is he going to Metacarpus node as well? Or just for 4? Well, he's running into risky territory here. Jacob Pearson, do you have 4 resources? Jacob has 1 resource floating.
Jason does opt to Metacarpus it. So
that's a blue. That's 4. 4 prevented. Oh, he takes 1? Oh, he didn't Metacarpus node. My apologies.
Yep, he did. How many resources does Jason have left here?
1 less, so it only costs 1 to play.
If he has 2 resources, he can play the Spindle and then play the Blazing Ether from his hand off the Tunic and the Storm Shreds. I just don't know if he has a resource left at this point. I think they're trying to work that out now.
So he does have 1 resource left.
Huge. Okay, so I think Jason has this. Yeah, plus he has the 2 in hand. I think if he just plays the Spindle here for 5 with the Metacarpus nodes as well. Yep.
And
then his Storm Striders. Yeah, Storm Striders, the Blazing Ether. This Jason should have this.
Metacarpus node, the Blazing Ether. Tremendous.
Wow, huge.
Super unfortunate for Jacob only having a red in his hand there.
Wow, well played, Jason. Yeah, he managed to find the line when Jacob goes through it. That was a very interesting game, actually. We saw the needle break. We saw some back and forth there. Jason was sort of aiming towards that end game, just blocking out, and then the Razor was there. And Jason's pumped. Jason's pumped about that. He's excited.
He played up. Jacob was at 8-1. Jason was at 7-2. Jason really needed to win that. And with that, he might improve his odds of making top 8 much, much stronger. Congratulations to Jason. The power of Talismanic Lens. When the hours are long and you're looking at death, you just have a quick peek and everything will be all right.
And as I recall, Sasha, Talismanic Lens was one of your calls this morning before we kicked off the stream for a card that you thought would make an impact today, if I'm not mistaken.
I do recall that, and I think Jason Long is going to be kissing his Talismanic Lens and hugging it and cuddling it if he ends up making top 8 because of that play. He used it to good effect on his previous match, even though both times he's used it, he's only topped it right back. He just likes to know, I think.
He might be asking you to sign it, Sasha, I think.
I think that's over exaggerating. I'd rather ask him to sign mine.
So there we have it. We got 2 for the price of 1 that round. I hope that was, everyone's happy to see that. 2 games, 1 round.
Nice back-to-back games. Hopefully this round is about to end as well, and that we can just jump into more. Oh man, the end of the Swiss is boiling, and we are seeing plenty of Ira and Kano. I hope that dash sneaks its way through. If a Reiner does as well, that'd be terrific. Hopefully we can get standings for you right now. And for the moment, we'll sign off and hope to be back soon. Thank you very much, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the stream. Hayden Dow here with Brendan again in the booth. We're waiting for the final round of Swiss to kick off. Brendan, how you going? You keeping hydrated and well through this event?
Yep, feeling cozy in this booth, sitting right next to you, just enjoying casting some great games of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, it's our virtual booth, as I'm calling it right now. The virtual booth with me, Brendan, and Sasha, hot seating in and out as we go through this event. And we've just had the standings posted up before the final round, as you've seen shared to the chat as well. So I thought we'd just quickly touch on some of the players we've seen today and who's still live for top 8. So you can see there at the very top of the list, Matt Rogers, 10-0. We haven't seen him today, but we will definitely be seeing him in the top 8. Jacob Pearson just behind him, who we've just seen, unfortunately fall to defeat, but he's still second, sitting pretty on for top 8 here. Should be locked. Same with Callum Giddens, who we saw earlier today, who went on a very good run. Was one of the last 6-0s. Aaron, who we just saw defeat Dan prior in that feature match as well, looks pretty locked now with that win. As well, we have Kieran, who we've seen on stream today, Jason, who we saw, Jason Long as well, and Dan Mackay. So all those people still fighting contention for top 8, and Carol as well that we watched this morning. There at 7 wins, so still fighting it out. Who are you looking at on the bubble, Brendan, in terms of players that you think have a good chance of sneaking in here, just based on what you know about them, their strength of play, and the decks they're on today?
Yeah, I mean, I really think I'm really hoping for Kieran. I mean, he was one of my early predictions, obviously. So if he can get a win here and maybe sneak in, that'd be great for me. In terms of anybody else that's kind of lower on this list, I'd love to see Jordan Nelson get in. I'd love to see. I think Rohan is on Wizard, so I'd love to see him play as well. What are you thinking in terms of kind of who's going to lock in these last 4 spots?
Yeah, I think those are all good shouts. I just lost the standings briefly. Yeah, I think, and where's Kale? I was just looking down the list. Kale was a little bit of a way down the list in 15th, so a real outside chance for him making it there. But I'd love to see, Dan. We saw him unfortunately lose that match to Aaron. He couldn't get the unmovable off on that needle and break it. I'd love to see him make the top 8. This is one of his sort of first fab events, but a very good TCG player. Otherwise, yeah, like yourself, Jordan, Kieran, I'd love to see them up there and fighting. I know Callum Giddens topped the Swiss in the PTI yesterday. Would love to sort of make a real run of it and stake his claim on the event here today as well. And it looks like we've got our feature match almost ready. We are going to be seeing Jason versus Rohan. So Jason Long versus Rohan Kana. Looks like it'll be a win and in for one of these players, both at 8. So
wow. Yeah,
Jason sitting in 9th, Rohan at 7th. Looks like they will need to win this round to be in. Even if they lose, they might not be enough for them, as they are down lower on the breakers by the looks of it in rankings.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we're in for a treat with Jason's legendary poker face if he's going to be winning in here.
I'm excited to see some more animated actions from Jason here. That's for sure. Definitely. And so, by the sounds of it, it'll be a mirror. And yeah, here we see the players coming onto screen now. And it's going to be our first Kano mirror of the day. How do you feel about that, Brandon?
I'm very excited, and I'm going to leave it to these students of the game, these wizards, to teach me a lesson, because I know this is one that I've been practicing the past few days in preparation to cast this kind of stuff. And I've heard, I know, Matt Rogers is telling me that it's pretty simple, a little bit coin flippy, but I'm interested to see the nuance. I'm interested to see, kind of what the masters pull out here.
Yeah, how's your record in the mirror so far, Brendan?
We don't talk about that. Come on.
So it looks like
So I mean, So we've got Rohan and Jason obviously in the mirror here, both running the same. We've got the key thing to note here is their chess piece, right? They both switched it up for the mirror, which is the Robes of Rapture. You want to talk a little bit about what that does and why they're both running that?
Yeah, definitely. So the reason for the robe here is basically it has Arcane Barrier on it. So rather than the Null Rune chess piece, the basic one, you have the Wizard specific one, which can also, as an action, destroy it and gain 3 energy. We're not really 3 resources. We're not really going to see that in this match. It is purely for the Arcane Barrier, I think. But what it gives both Wizard players here is Arcane Barrier 4 potential with the chest, the Metacarpus nodes, and the boots, which has Arcane Barrier 2. So we see Rohan kicking it off here with Tome of the Eighth Wind. and then Kanoing off the top. So what he's really looking for is something like a potion to set up. One of the key things in the mirror is the resources that you have on board can be a huge sort of swing. So if you can get some early energy potions onto the board, it can sort of set you up ahead. Another card to sort of keep an eye out for in this mirror is Time Stamp Potion, which we actually see Rohan pitch there.
Yeah, so it's going to be at the bottom of this deck. So this is an early Forked Lightning out of him, though. Coming in for this 5 damage, or?
Yeah, so just looking to push damage here. So coming in for 6. So
6.
Yeah, so it's two instances of damage here.
Correct.
So Jason electing to block the 4 there and take 2. So first blood for Rohan. If you can't set up a board state, with a potion on the first turn, then at least get some damage in, and that's what Rohan does. So yeah, and another card that's worth keeping an eye on, I don't know if either player are playing it, is actually Cindering Foresight. In my experience, I'm not sure if you've played with it much, Brendan, but it's a card that can be quite strong in the mirror. Cindering Foresight, of course, is a 0 cost, and during your opponent's turn, you can play it at instant speed. The red one allows you to opt 3, and then gives +1 buff to your next arcane damage card.
Yeah, a huge opt from the red one, and the +1 on your next arcane is nothing to sneeze at. We actually do see the energy potion, I think, in Rohan's hand here.
Yeah, unfortunately, you want to try and flip them off the top a lot of the time, because a lot of this game comes down to, you see them leaking 1 or 2 damage here with the Voltic Bolts, with the Forked Lightning, and then probably trying to set up some resources, and then it becomes a game of sort of take the tempo at your opponent's end of turn, almost, where you're trying to play something at the end of your opponent's turn, force them to use some, during your turn, force them to use some cards, and then set them back with no cards on their turn. And then your opponent's faced with, okay, well, if I have 2 cards in hand, do I try and play out, a Voltic Bolt or something here? Or do I then run the risk of my opponent, basically throwing some damage at me if I go for that? So it's a bit of a sort of a game where you're weighing up both what you're doing and what your opponent's doing. You're almost playing both sides of the board in this matchup.
Yeah. So Rohan's going to hit that Tome of Fjendal for the draw 2 in game 3. And we're seeing if Jason's going to respond. Is in the mirror, do they are you aiming to set up kind of one big turn, or is it more about this chip damage and then kind of whittling away from there?
I think it can depend. You can sort of have that in-game insight or in your crosshairs of setting up that big turn, but the game's probably not realistically going to last that long. Both players, their primary source of damage is the arcane damage. So it's not like in matchups we've seen today where the wizard player wants to block out and get a few damage in here and there and set up a big turn. And while you can do that with the arcane barrier, because they can both play at instant speed, no one's ever safe. So you have to be really careful about how you go for it and what you're actually looking to do. So what we might see is each player whittle down damage a little bit, and then when a window sort of opens for one player, they might actually just go for it. You might see a response from the other player or not. In Tome of Fjendal, another key card in this matchup, purely for not purely just for the life game, which is very relevant, of course, in this matchup, but also the ability to then refill up that hand and still be able to present some damage on their turn. It's a really key.
Yeah, Rohan just getting 3 life on that to offset the difference of 13. I think we're just waiting on a response from Jason here. Potentially.
And Chet just asking, what are we going to see in top 8? Not sure just yet. This is the last round of Swiss, as Quinn Roth has pointed out. So as soon as we know who's going to make it, what's in, we'll let you guys know. Yeah, Acing Tennis there asking in the chat, can anyone explain how sideboarding works in Blitz? Brendan, do you want to let them know about that?
Yeah, so you can go into a little bit. I mean, so the short answer for you is going to be there is no sideboarding is for Blitz, and Hayden, you can go into a little bit in terms of the details of like what actually what the format is, how many cards you can bring, equipment, because a lot of it comes down to kind of what the equipment can bring. Those are your flex spots, right? And
yeah,
that's
exactly.
where you're able to sideboard.
Yeah, so if you have a set 40 card deck in Blitz, you can't change any cards in and out of that through the event. But what you can do is you have a loadout of equipment and weapons of 11. So you can play 1 or 2 weapons. You can play, 10 equipment, 1 weapon. You could play no weapon if you wanted to, although I wouldn't personally advise it. So what you'd see here is players bringing different equipment for the matchups. So we saw earlier, out of the IRA players, Snapdragon Scalers in certain matchups versus the full Null Room boots to combat wizards. So they've got that option, and that's really what their sideboard is in Blitz. Seeing Jason here. He's played a tome.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that Blazing Aether has been played?
Not sure because he banishes his cards near the same area.
Resolve that and draw 2.
Mm-hmm.
What this could be is the Blazing might be either as banished or it could be on the chain. I'm not sure what he's got going on here.
Responding to it on the chain, most likely.
Well, if not, we'll have to send a message down to Jason, make sure he puts his banished cards in the banished zone.
It's the Iron Hand.
Yeah, 1810. That's exactly 52 cards in your deck box when you rock up for the event. 100%.
Yeah, I see the world champion Luke Badger's in the chat as well. Just a big shout out to that guy. Miss you. The IRA world champion, in case anybody didn't know.
Yeah, back in 2019, before the game officially launched, there was a world premiere event using only IRA decks, and Luke Badger emerged as the champion of that event. Jason really just going to the tank here. It looks like he's got an eye that he wants to pitch. And I think this is all in response to a Rohan Kanoing.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it is.
We're seeing this.
So this is in response to Rohan's Kano. Oh, there we go.
Wow, Jason going for it. Does Jason just have he's trying to kill or get close to killing on top of this Blazing Aether? The thing to note here is if Jason doesn't have the kill, he's now down to Arcane Barrier with popping those boots as well. So it is massive.
Yeah, that's significant. And he double tops as expected. So yeah, Aether Spindle here for 7, right?
Yeah, for 7. Doesn't look like the Crucible or Metacarpus nodes are buffing that up. So it looks like we'll be for 7.
Interesting here.
Yeah, I'm interested to know what Jason's thinking is there. Maybe he feels that he can force through some damage here. He's not too worried about Rohan can do on the way back. And then Jason's back with a full grip of cards potentially. Although it is Rohan's turn, so Rohan's going to draw back up after all this.
So
it looks like
he did it in response to Rohan's Kano. I wonder why he didn't do it in response to the tome played before the draw and before the life gain.
Oh wow, he has caught Rohan with just a yellow and a red here though. So how much is this going to be for? So I think Jason, if that Aether Spindle has resolved, I think Jason should have opted already. Although I guess it's not going to add it too much. Wow. So yeah, Rohan down to 2 there.
Down to 2.
I believe. I think maybe Rohan had already Kano, decided he couldn't use the top card and passed. I'm not sure if that Kano is on the chain still. Doesn't look like it, that Kano ability.
Okay.
Rohan's going to draw up, and now Jason's going to have no cards available. So if Rohan feels that he can hit back with a pretty big swing here, Jason might be in a tough spot.
Yep, and there we go.
Yeah, he's looking for it.
Too. The blue Aether Spindle, and I didn't see the other.
Yeah, didn't quite catch what it was, sorry.
What a spot for Jason to put himself in. This is quite the gamble.
Yeah, I guess he felt with the Blazing Aether and the Stir, I guess he felt if he could find the right card off the top, he would have won there. I think if he'd been able to find a Sonic Boom or potentially something else, it could have been enough. Fork Lightning, I'm not sure if he had the resources for it. Rohan
Be
really.
interesting to see if Rohan can make it happen. I mean, full hand, everything at his disposal right now.
Yeah,
Kind of tanking on this opt, right?
The ball definitely in Rohan's core here in terms of what he wants to do. He's going to get the opportunity to not only just do this now before Jason draws up, but potentially still leave something in the tank.
Yeah.
If he can't find the win here, because of course then we'd have the exact opposite. We'd have Rohan potentially with no cards in hand, and then Jason drawing up, and we kind of come full circle. But Jason would be on the front foot then. So Rohan probably either has to decide now with this opt if he goes for it, or whether he just maybe chips for a couple of damage, and then leaves himself with cards in hand to stop Jason from being able to kill him.
So the double top by Rohan brings out the energy potion.
Yeah. And it looks like that's what he's going to go for. He feels he can't get the kill here, so he's just going to have to, pass it back. Let Jason draw back up. And with Rohan at 2 here, if Jason can find a red Voltic Bolt for 6, that would be enough to do it, because Rohan can only prevent 4 damage here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we are, just to clarify, it does get a little bit confusing during the Kano mirrors. But what happened there was Rohan tried to find something during Jason's turn, couldn't find anything. Jason has then ended his turn, drawn back up to 4, and we're now in Rohan's turn. So priority is with Rohan. So if he plays anything or does anything, we're going to probably see a response from Jason. He opts just to pass the turn, and Jason doesn't do anything before Arsenal. So now back to Jason's turn here.
Energy potion.
So Jason, he doesn't have that red Voltic Bolt to just go for it, obviously. So you'd say Rohan is in a slightly better position, obviously card-wise, but he's facing a 11-point deficit in life. But it looks like he might try and make something happen here. He does have that card I spoke about earlier.
This is the card you're talking about. Yeah. I think it's a blue, so it's just an opt 1, but it's still going to be a +1 on the arcane damage.
Yeah, interesting. I haven't
the potion. Yeah.
It's interesting. I haven't seen many wizards rocking the blue Cindering Foresight, mainly for the fact that it, of course, blocks 2.
Yeah.
So Christopher Ray asking if Jason forgot to draw. So no, this is still in Jason's turn. He's playing the energy potion. I believe was in response to the energy potion that Rohan decided to do that. And then you see Jason arsling and drawing back up there. So now back in Rohan's turn, he's going to start with the Kano. Binding Lessons in Lava, which he's going to throw at Jason for 4. And of course, because Jason only has Arcane Barrier 2 now, he knows this is going to hit. A minimum 2 damage coming at Jason here.
Yeah.
Can Jason...
Trying to get a glimpse of what's in Jason's hand here.
Couldn't see it. This feels like if Jason can find the win here. So, in fact, even any spell that comes in for 4 damage here, he can make it to 6 with the Metacarpus nodes if he has the resources. And of course, he does have the energy potion. So, it feels like if he can, an Aether Spindle or something off the top, Voltic Bolt, he's going to be able to present the lethal at Rohan, and then it's up to Rohan, with already a card committed to the table, to go and find the lethal damage. So Rohan, 2 cards in hand, no resources up. Jason, full grip here, and just deciding what to do. I just feel here, I'm not sure what you think, Brendan, but I think he needs to Kano here. I think he needs to look for it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like we're playing a game of chicken right now. Just seeing who will commit more first. But obviously Jason with this 2 Arcane Barrier, in a very interesting scenario, but Rohan sitting at 2 life. I mean, this is really down to the wire. I'm sitting here on the edge of my seat. I literally have no idea which way it's going to go.
So he's going to let it happen. He's going to let the Lessons in Lava resolve, and he's going to take 2. And Rohan's going to go and find the Tome of Aether Wind. Yeah, I just feel that flipping the Tome here, he's going to draw back up. I feel like Jason needs to do it. He's just going to start to bleed away. He can only block 2 of each attack. If Rohan can find a good 2 or 3 card combination, there's nothing Jason can really do about it. This could be the time with just one card in Rohan's hand and the energy potion.
Looks like Jason plans to respond to this.
He's pre-pitched. He hasn't actually decided what he wants to do yet, but he's got the card in pitch. I think he's going to Kano. Oh, sorry. I think he should have one resource left, right? Because he prevented 2 from the Lessons in Lava. So I think it's 1 resource left here for Jason, not 3. Yeah.
Surely not a pre-pitch, though, right?
No. It was from the preventing the Lessons in Lava.
I was gonna say, this man's bending the rules of the game.
Hadn't announced anything. No, so he used 2 of that already. So he's got one sitting up here.
Yeah.
So now it goes back to Rohan. Does he try and do something here? But if he does anything, then Jason is definitely gonna go for it. It's a very, very odd sort of conundrum that we find ourselves in here. Where, as you say, it is almost like a bit of a game of chicken, strategic chicken, anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I just go back to Jason. I think forgetting the opt on that Aether Spindle.
Seems huge in retrospect, right? So currently, Rohan has priority, right? Like the tome is resolved.
Yeah, he's just thinking what to do here. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I think I see a Fork Lightning in hand. Potion, okay.
So I'm going to go for the potion. No resources left. Is that right? Yeah. So 2 cards in hand, no resources left. Jason says okay.
Yeah, and I think that's a Fork Lightning and Rohan's arsenal there.
Yep. So, and with that Time Snap potion, if Rohan gets to go again, he's gonna, not only can he do it with the Time Snap potion if he has a sort of a 2-card setup to do it. Yeah, so Jason's just going for it. So he did have it. He had it in hand, and of course he couldn't because he'd already used the boots. He couldn't play it in his turn, so he's going for it here. So this is for 6. There's no way that Rohan can prevent all this. He can only prevent 4 and would take the lethal 2. So Rohan now basically has to go off in response here. He needs to find the win on his side. And it looks like, with the energy potion and 1 card in hand, I'm not sure what if it's a blue card, but Jason should be able to prevent 2 at least once. This is what the Canaan mirror is all about, though. It's about these big turns, and one player, as I said earlier, one player goes for it, and then it almost forces the other player to say, "Well, it's my time."
Yeah. And it is Rohan's time. It's his game to gotta find his way out of this. Voltic Bolt.
Yeah, found his own Voltic Bolt. I think is that red by the looks of it.
Does the promo only come in red?
It's a great question that's beyond my scope of knowledge.
So.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think so. I think it only comes in red. I could be wrong.
Working through the plays here. Yeah. Okay, so he's going to use the Metacarpus nodes. So not using the Crucible by the looks of it. So it looks like this is going to be for 6. I mean, Jason must be pretty committed to try and block this out. He knows that Rohan can't live through his own Voltic Bolt, so he's just going to stop as much damage coming from Rohan as possible.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, which he's going to do.
Yeah, he's representing lethal, so.
Yep.
4.
Exactly, Jason taking 4 there, down to 7.
Can Rohan push it off?
Jason on 11 or 12. There. Oh, he was on 11. Okay. Yeah, so looks like Rohan's going to have to look to the top of the deck here. He might just have to blind go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Node, maybe as well. Boom.
oh, so it could be what's on the top of the deck. We might be all down to the top of the deck. So this is for 5.
Oh, wow.
He's just going for it. Okay.
We're
Jason has a.
at the...
Oh wow.
Ooh.
Oh, Jason has the snapback in
Ooh,
response to get him
wow.
for exactly 2. Wow.
Well played.
Jason.
Yeah, well played, Jason.
He had the snapback set up, and as soon as Rohan was out of resources, going for the win, on top of Jason's win, we see Jason flip the snapback for exactly lethal with that Metacarpus out of Arsenal. Wow, what a game
by Jason. Wow.
Yeah, both players well played, of course. Yeah, what a game there.
I did not see the snapback coming. I really want to see what's on top of Rohan's deck. Well, there's the Fork Lightning that was in the arsenal, yeah.
Yeah, we should chant flip the top. I guess it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter now.
There we go.
He does it.
It's a sonic move.
Yeah, that would have been enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
You can't say.
I can't believe the snapback for Xaxis just. That was
Yeah, with the Metacarpus, you definitely can't say that the Kano mirror is boring. That's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, that was a great match.
Yeah, you see Jason very animated there. He knows that was huge. That's definitely locked him for top 8 now. So we will be seeing Jason at some point in the top 8, whether that's on camera or we hear through correspondence about his matches. Fab Foundry says, "Wow, what a first Kano mirror experience." I agree. That was a fantastic match we just watched. Red Riot Games, are we doing top 8 today? We are doing top 8 today. So what's going to happen now is this round's going to finish up, the final round of Swiss. The players down on the floor, there'll be an announcement of who's made top 8. The players are going to get photos. Deck check's going to occur with the judges. They're going to deck check the top 8 decks, make sure everything's in order, sleeves, etc., etc. And then we'll get underway with top 8 play. So that'll be coming to you shortly. We might have a little bit of a break before then. But before we sort of head to that, Brendan, any thoughts on what we've seen through the Swiss today? What's your big takeaways from today so far?
Yeah. So I think I'm a bit biased, but chat's gonna murder me. But I love the IRA. Like I love the IRA matchup, the IRA mirror. I love everything. Like those are my favorite matches by far. Although this Kano match might be in contention for the best game that I've ever watched, because that was fantastic. The blue snapback for perfect lethal that was great. But I'm actually really excited to see IRA control mirror matches, because these control ninja decks, they really come down to the wire with these really, really minute technical decisions every single turn of the game. And the game can just be lost at any point, and just takes one mistake. And it's, for me, that's what I'm really looking forward to. I'm interested to see Matt Rogers play, since he's 10-0. We haven't seen him yet. And yeah, looks like we're looking at a lot of IRA and a lot of Kano. And should be really interested. And I'm super excited. What is your take?
Look, I just go back to that last match we saw with Jason there, and we've gone through the range of emotions with Jason today, as he's physically shown us those, and through the day, as the pits where he thought he might have lost it and managed to pull it out in a big turn, and then we saw him in that round 10 where he did it again, a bit more cleanly this time against Jacob Pearson, and then that snapback play. We've seen him in some incredible games today, but overall, I've loved watching, I think, Kano in every matchup. We've seen some really skillful Kano play from Rohan, from Jason, as well as from the Jacrio Vathra himself, Nick, early in the day. So yeah, look, the Kano play overall has been really exciting for me. Yeah.
I'm sure top 8 is going to be quite a ride, especially with double elimination. That's going to be interesting. If you're going into this top 8, if you're one of these players, what are you thinking? What is your strategy? What is your approach? And has it changed since this is going to be a double elimination bracket?
I don't think it changes, personally. I think what the double elimination, as a player going to that top 8, what the double elimination gives me in the back of my mind is a little bit of a safety blanket. But if I'm, one of these players here competing for 11 rounds, I want to play as little as possible. I just want to, to win and play as little as possible. I want to get through those rounds, win every round, get to that finals in the top bracket, win the finals, and be on my way. I think you want to play with the intent that you've been playing with all day, which is to go in with positivity and try and win those games the first time. So yeah, I'm sure that wouldn't change for most of the players there as well.
Yeah, amazing. And just to address their question in chat as well, I know that there's going to be some things going on before top 8 starts. I don't think we have a time estimate quite yet, but I'm sure we'll get that to you if you want to talk a little bit. I don't know if you have any more information than I don't, Hayden, in terms of what we should expect in terms of time before we see games and all sorts of stuff like that.
Yeah, not right now. We will try and update you, chat, as we go. We're still waiting for the round to end, as I understand. Bearing in mind that, of course, Brendan, how many miles away are you from Auckland right now?
Many thousands.
I'm about 1,000, I think. So we are trying our best to find out the information from the floor. It's been a massive day for the team down there. 157 players, which I just want to reiterate again is just a fantastic turnout. The largest Fab event we've had so far. So there might be a little bit of time, maybe, as we get photos and the deck check, as I say, has to occur. So as soon as we have the sort of confirmed time that we're coming back, we'll post it up and we'll let you all know. But yeah, that's all from me, Brendan. Unless you've got anything else, I think we'll pop off for a break before top 8.
Yeah, I look forward to the matches to come, and I think I'm gonna pop off and chill in the virtual booth with you.
Yeah, we've got to get ourselves ready over here, mentally prepared for these top 8 games. I'm sure just as you are, we're super pumped to see this top 8. So we'll be back shortly before then. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. All right, guys, I'm here with Sasha Markovic, and we do have the top 8 locked in. Sasha, you want to give us the list?
Absolutely. I just posted in chat the final standings for the Swiss rounds, and we have announced our top 8. In first place, at the end of Swiss, we have Matt Rogers with 11 wins going into the top 8 undefeated. Second place, we have Jacob Pearson and 9 wins. Jason Thomas-Sheck in third place and 9 wins. Jason Long, who we just watched, go to fourth with 9 wins. Top of the 8 wins, we have Callum Giddens on 5th place. Aaron Curtis in 6th place with 8 wins. Kieran McIntaggart on 7th place with 8 wins. And 8th place, 8 wins, overcoming 18th place of 8 wins. We have Jordan Nessel Fossil. Congratulations, Jordan.
Congratulations, Jordan.
Narrowly
So
missing out is Rohan, who we just watched. Unfortunate Rohan coming in on 9th place.
yeah, but a well played game to end our Swiss coverage. Very much enjoyed. So looking at this list just quickly, I believe this is 7 Iros, 1 Kano, is that correct? Or is it 6 Ira, 1 Wizard? Yeah, 1 Kano, 1. Yeah.
I believe that our top 8 is 6 Ira, 1 Kano, and 1 Dorinthia.
hmm So regardless of players, right? Let's just talk heroes. Who are you rooting to win?
I want the Kano to win. That is
It
my
seems-
desire. I'm
yeah,
always
it
for the underdog, and Kano puts on a show.
Yeah.
We've seen them do amazing things today, and let's just see them take it home.
It
What about
seems
yourself?
sacrilegious not to. It just seems wrong not to. It's sacrilegious, you know. It's blasphemy. Kano's got to bring it home. He's our boy, and he's going to champion us to a victory. And if you snap back somebody with Metacarpus Node for lethal, you've earned another fan, and that fan is named Brendan, and I'm here for you.
I love it. It's poetic. Oh, goodness. So we're just counting down the moments before we can begin playing, watching these tremendous people play. We have no idea who the men on the ground are going to feature. Out of these top 8, who would you like to feature? It should bracket down cleanly. It should bracket Matt Rogers versus Jordan Nelson Fossil, Jacob Pearson versus Kieran McIntaggart, Jason Thomas Sheck versus Aaron Curtis, and Jason Long versus Callum Giddens. Who do you think should be featured, chat? I've just been informed we're likely to have a 30-minute break, so we might be jumping the gun here. The players probably have to take photos and other business in regards to coverage. But 8:30 p.m. start at the latest, so that's at the earliest. Sorry, so in about 22 minutes, we may see some games on the channel.
The card guy says, "I'd love to see the undefeated player." We'll see plenty of him, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think it'll be criminal justice if we don't feature Matt Rogers at this point. But it is a double elimination top 8, so even if Matt Rogers isn't chosen to be featured, and for some unruly reason he decides to lose his game by some miracle of a chance, based off how he's performing today, then there'll always be another opportunity.
The top 8 list is pinned, or I don't know if it's pinned, but if you scroll up, the top 8 list was posted in chat, and I think it may be pinned as well. Yeah. Anything but Mirror Match Ira. Mirror Match Ira is the pinnacle of excitement.
Quite interesting, to be honest. There's so many variations of Ira in this event. Just because it's the same hero does not mean it's the same archetype.
I think I'm in the minority where that's my favorite. That's my favorite match right there.
It looks like you're in the minority, but I'm
Yeah.
the Dorinthia action or some Kano action. But in any case, hopefully we have some gameplay for you starting in 20 minutes. Otherwise, we'll be with you a little bit later than that. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
See you guys. Congratulations.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sasha Markovic, employee for Legend Story Studios, the creators of Flesh and Blood. And here with me, I have Brendan Patrick joining us for the first round of the top 8, which is double elimination. And boy, do we have a feature match for everybody here. We'll be featuring Matt Rogers versus Jordan Nelson Fussell. And I'm pretty sure this is an Iron Mirror match. And what do you think about this, Brendan, as we jump into this? Seeing the undefeated player of the Swiss portion play for the first time on camera today.
Yeah, let's go, baby. Doesn't get any better than this. Championship Sunday, and we got an Iron Mirror match. I know you guys in chat, this Iron Mirror match not fun. No, guys, it doesn't get any better. This is the technical play is going to be at its height with the Iron Mirror match. One mistake, you're done. That's it. Every card matters. Every play matters. The Iron Mirror match is the creme de la creme, or as we like to call it, Ninja Turtle. Sometimes this deck archetype is. This is everything I've been waiting for, and I'm not even kidding here. I've been waiting all day to cast an Iron Control Mirror match. It's my favorite thing. How do you feel, Sasha?
I share the same sentiments and your energy. Like, what do you think are the key parts of the gameplay that we're about to see are going to boil down to? You mentioned that a single error could be the fault of your ways. What are the likely places to make an error? What do you think classifies as an error? Is it taking extra damage from a Kodachi? Is it sniffing out a Command and Conquer in the arsenal? Or when a defensive reaction's in the arsenal and you do play your own Command and Conquer? Like, what do you think is a turning point that could turn the tables?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about sniffing. It's all about the nose in this. You got to know when they have the Command and Conquer, when they have the defense reactions, when they pitch them, and when they're coming up, because you got to time your Command and Conquer for when they don't have it. You got to destroy that arsenal. I mean, it's all about the nose in this match. You got to have your finger on the pulse to what's in your opponent's deck, what's in your deck, and you got to build that hand, and it's got to come up when they got nothing, and that's how you win it. I mean, it's gonna look like at the beginning, we're Kodachi, death by 1,000 cuts, but you know what? We're gonna get really close to that life total, that secret one called 0, where you lose the game, and that's where you're gonna build your hand for, and you get that perfect hand. You line it up when your opponent's got his bad hand, and you can only block. He's got some cards to block for 2. Maybe he's got a potion. Maybe he's getting greedy. He's got a hard Fiendal. Probably not in this case, but still, you go in, you go for lethal. It's beautiful, and you've been playing the whole game to set up this one turn. That's how you win this matchup.
Exactly. What helps you win that one turn? Is it the Snapdragon Scalers? Is it the perfectly timed Command and Conquer late game, pitching it or tucking it with Sink Below or Light and Strike? Like, we haven't seen Matt Rogers' deck and we haven't seen Jordan's deck, but we're fairly confident that they're pretty similar to the control variants we've seen today.
For sure. So we're playing Blitz, right? We're not playing Classic Constructed, so we're not bringing in any spice from the sideboard. There's not going to be some yellow pummel coming out. It's pretty face-up information. The Snapdragon scale is 100% open information. Everybody can see the full table. But it's the same thing with the Command and Conquer, right? There's 2 in the deck. You should relatively know where they are once we get to the later parts of the game. So how are you going to get there? You're not going to surprise your opponent, in my opinion, right? You're just going to have to pitch more efficiently and set up the hand better than they do. And whether that's bleeding their hand with your flying knee kicks or whatever it is when you do your Kodachi threat to make them overblock and make them block with cards that they actually want in their deck and not in their graveyard. That's how you build up to this kind of climax where you do actually get to capitalize and win the game.
And what about the beginning turns, Brendan? Like, what at the beginning can actually sway the end game? Like, for example, if I attack with a bunch of cards on the first turn and I randomly have the Command and Conquer in hand, do I defend with it? Do I save it? Is it worth taking the 3 damage? These are all these decisions that we might come to see and could determine the game from the outset.
Yeah,
every single card, like you said, is very important, especially the key cards like Enlightened Strike and Command and Conquer.
For sure. I mean, if I could answer that question, whether you defend with that Command and Conquer, you take the 3, I wouldn't be retired and I wouldn't be casting. I would be there right now winning this tournament. But we know the facts, so it's up to the players to kind of, decide if they're going to keep that Command and Conquer. But, first thing I'm thinking, you put your Command and Conquer in the graveyard first turn of the game, that kind of sucks. Probably not worth 3 life, in my opinion.
Probably not worth 3 life, I agree.
But 7, who knows? Maybe we're talking about a different size of pizza. I don't know.
Exactly. We can only wait to see how it actually turns out. And with this top 8 being double elimination, no matter what happens, they'll be able to get a nut of a shot.
Yeah, it's just a warm-up. You're shaking out of the shoulders, right? Like, no big deal. It's nice to win. It's not terrible to lose. We're all here.
You've got your freebie around you.
Do some jumping jacks because we're about to strap in and we got some games ahead of us.
Absolutely. I would love to get an estimate from the people on the ground of when this game is about to start. I think we're all itching to see some high-level IRL control mirror action. Flesh and blood at its finest.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I just hype you up for the next 30 minutes, right? That's all you need.
I love the hype. Keep it going.
Yeah. No, but like, you know, we know we got this IRL control mirror con. We know. We're hyped. We're ready. We're go. But let's talk about the rest of it. What about this Dorinthia? What about this Kano? Especially this Dorinthia. Tell me about this Dorinthia. What does it look like? How does it win? I mean, you know, we've got a top 8 of 6 Iras here. This Dorinthia is gonna you know, in my mind, this Dorinthia is gonna get pieced up. How does this Dorinthia beat these Ira decks, these Ira control decks? What are we looking at?
They have to really hit them out of the gates, catch them with their pants down when they don't have defense reactions, bait the defense reactions. It's really going to be an uphill battle for the Dorinthia, I feel. Defense reactions are Dorinthia's worst nightmare, never turning on reprise. And the Ira decks don't have a lot of armor, but it's not like they've got nothing. So they can still play their own and also threaten heaps as well.
Yeah,
so I'm
Dorinthia's
interested to see how the Dorinthia deck does. Hopefully we get to see them after this round, and hopefully they're not in the losers bracket. But be excited to tell.
Yeah, and we know we talk about dark horses all day, but you know, forget the Swiss happen. We got a dark horse at the top 8, and that's Kano, and that's our boy Jason Long. You know, he's learned that the blue Aether Spindle is not the way to go. So I think we're going to see some more beautiful plays out of this man. But he's got some uphill battles himself. There's 6 Iras in this top 8. How is he going to do it, Sasha? You tell me.
He's been showing it to us time and time again today. No matter what adversity he goes through, he will find the out. He will always talismanic lens and opt to and keep him on top. He's just checking just to make sure. He doesn't need to know. Jason Long proving to be master wizard, and hopefully he can take out this calling. He's top 8 every single calling he's played. 4 for 4. This man is a machine. I would love to see him actually take it home.
Yeah, this man's 4 for 4 every single calling he's been to. He walks up in his shorts and his sandals, and he top 8s. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the location. It could be Australia. It could be New Zealand. This man top 8s everything he touches.
And he does it with a smile on his face. It's beautiful. I just got word. We got 3 minutes away between the game starts. Just before that happens, I'd like to clearly explain what double elimination bracket means. Think of a normal top 8 bracket. It's 3 rounds: quarterfinals, semifinals, finals. In double elimination, once you lose, you go down to the losers bracket, where it's effectively a sub-tournament of exactly the same thing. Losers quarterfinals, losers semifinals, and then the losers finals. The winner of the losers finals gets to play the winner of the winners finals. And that way, it's just going to be amazing. Just 4 to 5 rounds, depending if the winners finals, the winner of the winners bracket loses against the winner of the losers bracket. And it's going to be exciting. Everyone's got a second chance. The Blitz games are fast and furious. And I think we're going to get a lot of games really, really quick.
Yeah. And man of the hour, right? 11-0, coming into his game, top 8. Does he hold it, right? Does the nerves get to him?
He must be feeling tired. 11 rounds aren't easy to play, especially after such a long day. Blitz is fast, but 11 hours or 11 rounds, more rather, still taxing. How long can Matt Rogers keep concentrating? Will this be the breaking point? Maybe in a regular top 8, he could actually do it, but does double elimination draw him out where he's on an even playing field?
Yeah, is Matt Rogers human? Is this a man who can lose, or does MattRogers.exe just win every game of Fab that he will ever play?
We only can sit down and find out and cast it as we go. Excited to see how close this first game is going to be. I have not heard any reports of Matt Rogers being close to losing, but I would love to hear and even see it.
Love to hear reports of Matt Rogers losing. Man, that's a hater if I've ever heard of one. You know, Matt Rogers, I'm a big fan of him. He's a master of the game, and I'm a student. And here we go. Oof.
Look at those records. 8-3 versus 11-0. That's what you're sitting down against.
Jordan, he doesn't even bat an eye. He's been here before. He knows. He loves a good underdog story. That's why he took those 3, right? You know? He wants the odds to be in favor of Matt, and he wants the upset.
Absolutely. And we should be playing seeded, so the highest seed gets to choose to go first or go second. So that's clearly Matt Rogers in this scenario. So Matt should be able to choose to go first, preventing Jordan from randomly being able to attack into his Command and Conquer if he randomly starts with it.
Let's see if we see. Looks like we're gonna see mirrored equipment. No surprise there. Snapdragon face up, always a threat. Be ready for it because when it comes, it does come quick.
Absolutely. You can see Jordan there with the mirrored Kodachis. Matt as well. These guys are completing the collection, not using the tokens. These guys have got their cards for Crucible as well. Cold Fours, if I can tell as well.
Yeah, and not to mention, Jordan over here blinged out, blinked ice to the teeth, ready to go, and he's gonna look good doing it.
The gentlemen just quickly shuffling their decks before beginning. They've presented their heroes and equipment.
Yeah,
20 life.
the classic 8-pile slow shuffle. One of my faves.
Just Jordan just keeping us on his seats.
Yeah.
We have a
This is,
request from Badges from Mars asking if Jordan can link forward so we can see his hat.
I don't know if he can get our audio, but
he would do so.
I don't know if he gets our audio, but we can send him more energy. What's on? Oh yeah, he's wearing like the Naruto hat, isn't he? Yeah. Little headband. Looks like we're about to cut. Beautiful cut by Matt Rogers of his own deck. What are you looking for here, Sasha? Yeah, it's a control mirror. We just Kodachi threat. What's your line of play? What are you looking for? What are you keeping track of? How are you gonna win this game?
I'm looking forward
give me the take.
to what turns the Sigil of Solaces are played. If Sigil of Solaces are bunched up in a hand, maybe with some defense reactions, and Command and Conquer comes swinging over, you just won't be able to defend. You might mitigate some life, but really what Command and Conquer shines in is attacking that arsenal. And whenever people put Sigil of Solace into the arsenal to guise that fact, it'll be interesting. First turn, Matt Rogers attacking Kodachi, Jordan takes it, starting at a deficit.
Also holding a Snatch in hand, also Command and Conquer, so a word control deck? Maybe, who knows? We're about to see. Looking at the second Kodachi, obviously coming in for 3, because the arrow, is he going to leak the 1? Oh, for 2, might be. Sorry,
You're too used to the needles, Brendan.
Too used to the needle, but we're not playing it here. Yeah, for 2. So full block by Jordan here. There we go. Death by 1,000 cuts. Nice.
Wow, a
Matt
red leg
Rogers
tap
Arsenals.
leaving Jordan's hand there. And Matt's
Yeah.
squeezing an early one. I think that's easily one turn cycle from Matt.
100%. Jordan had the E-Strike and the Command and Conquer, so he just had to pick out of those 3. So I would have picked the leg tap as well.
I think Jordan drew a Razor Reflex. These cards looking kind of aggressive, seeing Razor Reflex, leg tap, and snatch.
Yeah, Jordan's hand right now is Razor Reflex, Command and Conquer, E-Strike, and X, and I think it's red. So
it'll be interesting to see what Jordan chose to draw a card here. We'd like to see what card Jordan tucked to the bottom of his deck. Hiding every key piece of information is crucial in an Iron matchup, but Jordan seems pretty aggressive. We might not get through the full deck cycle.
Yeah,
well, Jordan instantly snapping off
instantly on the Snapdragon Scalers. What? This is unheard of. So he comes. Okay, so Snapdragon Scalers turn 1. Let's go. Command and Conquer, ready to take that arsenal from Matt Rogers. How's he going to defend?
I think with just 2 cards and leaving that Command and Conquer in his hand. Command and Conquer might be too fruitful, but it looks like he's just going to get rid of it. This is attacking in for 7 here, thanks to Ira giving +1 to the second attack each turn. Does Matt Rogers want to defend with his Command and Conquer? He does.
Matt Rogers does. Straight to the graveyard. What does he save? What does he save in lieu of that? Because obviously he made a choice there. So what is that card in his hand that he decided not to block with?
I think he just saved a combo card for blue. Just
a blue
so
card.
Yeah. Maybe Matt has an attack in his arsenal and he wants to just get back. But that was Command and Conquer for Command and Conquer, so it's a fair trade, as unfortunate as Matt wouldn't want to.
Yeah, I think he just wants to keep these Kodachis online, keep the tempo going, keep cards out of his hand. Life for life. There's the tech we saw from Jacob Pearson, also from Matt Rogers now. It is cute, but it does not have Gogan in this case, I believe. Coming in for 4.
It's going to drain for 1, achieving its goal.
still on the fence. Like, is Jordan Ninja Turtle? Is he not, or is he some like kind of freaking snapping turtle or something?
Snapping
super
turtle.
aggressive.
I love it.
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure it out. I see a lot of reds. I mean, now I'm seeing the Fluster Fist, pretty standard. And I think there's the Razor Reflex. Okay, now we go back up. Are we going to respond? Do we have a defense reaction?
He does not.
No, we do not. Down to 13.
Straight into the arsenal.
Yeah. The old Razor on the Kadashi. This is a classic for the turtle deck.
Jordan just looking to push damage here.
Yep, 100%. Coming back. Tunic up for Matt, by the way. Tunic next turn for Jordan.
How important is a tunic here? What does a tunic allow these players to do?
Man, there's a million things, right? But say we're playing Ninja Turtle. Tunic, Toma Fiendal. Boom. Huge, right? But anything, it's extra 1 mana. Like, it can do incredible things. The Tunic is very good in this matchup because we are expecting a slow matchup. We are expecting a dirty matchup. So you should be getting multiple resources throughout the game. I would say at least 3 to 4, right? So
Jordan defends for 4 here, but he might have forgot about Ira's ability.
Yeah,
so
correct.
He took hit for 1 because Soul Beat Strike was actually attacking for 5.
Mm-hmm. Devastating now as the other Kadachi comes in here.
The combat chain continues.
Down to 14, 13, 14. We're getting close now. Pounding Gale. Didn't like to see that. That's got to be... And I think I see a Command and Conquer in Jordan's hand. Can't tell. A little bit of red there.
Springboard Somersault.
Springboard Somersault in hand. Never good.
Jordan misstepping on that Soul Beat Strike.
Blue Flick Flack. Man, a blue Flick Flack on this Pounding Gale. Very interesting. Ooh, electing to... Wow, okay.
Very aggressive from Matt there, pushing damage with their breaking scales.
Man, these 2 turtles are deadly. These are the scariest turtles I've ever seen in my life. These guys are going for it.
Very curious to why Matt pushed that damage. Very curious.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because overall, it's just one day. There's the Command and Conquer I was talking about. How's Matt going to block this?
Is Matt knowing that he needs to get onto lower life or life for life? But why would you want to do more damage for that? I'm very confused.
Yeah, not sure. I mean, you saw the same thing I did. At the end of the day, that was just +1 damage and to no effect, right? On a Pounding Gale at the end of the combat chain.
Maybe Matt doesn't have any other combo cards that have 3 or more power, so that's the last chance he could actually push damage with it.
I mean, that would make sense, right? That would be pretty much the only scenario where it would make sense in my brain.
Trading blows.
Yeah, I mean, the lives are going down quickly. This is ticking down quick.
So now it really looks like a battle of attrition, and what piece of equipment is going to push over more damage, the Snapdragon Scalers or the Breaking Scales?
Yeah, and one thing to note, Jordan out of Command and Conquer, as Matt Rogers still does have one in his deck. Flick Flack. Ooh, into Adrenal Brutality. Okay. Flick Flack, obviously, if Jordan has the combo card, which he does, massive value for Jordan here.
Yes. Heron's Flight defending for 3, but it gets +2 because of that Flick Flack.
Yep. Flick Flack, the absolute key card in this matchup. Just providing massive value to every card that has combo. And really a turn off, If you go Flick Flack on the second Kadachi and someone's planning to do a that Kadachi threat, totally shuts down that threat. We're gonna see our first sigil of the game here, I think, soon.
The second Matt Rogers needs that Arsenal back, he'll clearly play that Sigil of Solace.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like he has a sigil in hand as well.
Yep, correct. Get that Soul Beat Strike coming in for 4.
So this is what we were mentioning earlier, how Sigil of Solace might make defending awkward. You have a sigil in hand, but you don't want to defend with the other cards for lack of wanting to use them or needing to pitch them to attack with your weapons.
Yep, that's the price you pay. Trying to figure out what these other cards are. I see blue.
I see blue Rising Knee Thrust, and I think it's a Totem Tempo. Matt shuffling way too fast for me.
Yep. How does MattRogers.exe block this? A double? Or are we worried about Jordan's arsenal here? That is the question.
Jordan only has one resource left, but if you count the tunic, it might be that Crucible. The Command and Conquer. But Matt's happy with the Command and Conquer, I think.
I believe Jordan has used all his Command and Conquers, hasn't he? We'll have to check when he starts to the graveyard again.
Matt taking quite a while to make a decision here.
Yep. Command and Conquer has been exhausted by Jordan. He doesn't have any in his deck. So what is Matt scared of here? Soul Bleed, say the Soul Bleed hits. What is he scared of? Pounding Gale or what?
It has to be another 2-cost attack or Pounding Gale.
Yeah.
Maybe Flying Kick.
Could be Flying Kick. That would be devastating. Yeah. That would be... Oof. Electing to block with the Tunic. Okay. And the Torrent of Tempo. He's really valuing these Kadachis, right? He's keeping these blues so he can Kadachi every turn. This is true Ninja control. Electing to get rid of a lot of powerful reds here. And even the Tunic early-ish. Interesting. Yep, back up to 10. First sigil of the game. The sigil in Matt's arsenal, what color is it, Sasha?
I'm pretty sure it's red.
Okay.
It's difficult to tell.
Yep. Currently we have Matt up on 1 Command and Conquer in the deck. Jordan has exhausted all of his. Matt does have E-Strike in hand. Taking 1. Ooh, Blue Wounding Blow. Love it. Love it. Great
Classic card.
Great card. Massively underrated. Flick Flack. See? Now he turns off the 3rd. Jordan wants to come up with something big. Any kind of combo card is just
Stifled.
Really shuts us off. Yep, and there it is. Yeah, watch this. He's got it. He's got the Fluster Fist. Boom. Hate to see it.
Razor Reflex going to say no, though.
No.
Oh, Flying Kick.
It was for 5. Yeah, so fully blocked, and then, damn, coming in for 7. Wow. So does Matt throw the hand here? I mean, obviously he doesn't want to get rid of the E-Strike. I mean, he could get rid of Mask as well.
He is at life advantage, and he has the sigil.
Yep. Correct. Interesting play here.
Matt has shown he's proving to play very defensive so far.
Yeah, Matt has shown that he really values just the steady Kadachi every turn. Pretty much willing to throw away anything to keep that last blue, which I don't necessarily disagree with at all. That's how we saw our first Command and Conquer go. Tanking on this block. Yep, he's going to throw the hand. Blocks for 6. Takes 1. E-Strike. 1 E-Strike exhausted.
Tempo fully back with Jordan here. He's got a 5-card hand.
100%. Ooh, Command and Conquer, and that's a heavy red hand. Does he have a blue in there? I can't tell. Flying Kick, Razor Reflex, Command and Conquer, and
Mystery card.
Mystery card. Blocks with the Razor.
So we see Razor Reflex in Matt Rogers' deck. A very key card to pay attention to as we watch him throughout this top 8. A lot of the Ira decks that are controlling don't play Razor Reflex at all. This might be key against defense reactions if he chooses to play Needle.
Yep, absolutely. Also key against Kano. Very good card. Matt Rogers trying to figure out what's coming after that Soul Beast Strike if he lets it through. You think Matt Rogers blocks with this Command and Conquer?
I think Matt Rogers knows he's at a life advantage and just wants to keep whittling away and preventing damage.
Opts to keep it. So I think we're gonna see a sigil into a Command and Conquer arsenal. Yep. There we go. Up to 10. Command and Conquer arsenal.
Command and Conquer now safe in the arsenal. Jordan does not have any Command and Conquers left of his own.
Matt Rogers EXE.
He set it up. Matt Rogers just needs to wait for the right turn now, and his Command and Conquer can attack. He does have the Snapdragon Scaler, so he can even go wide. He has a life advantage. He can probably take a hit on one turn, or this one, or one in the future.
Absolutely. Yep. Low. Block him with the Mask, and here's the Snatch. Not too threatening, to be honest, unless there's a Razor in hand.
Unless there's a Razor in his arsenal, right?
You're right. Pretty sure there is. Okay, so Matt should be aware of this. We haven't seen Jordan. We saw Jordan do 1 Razor on a Kadachi, correct?
Yes, at the beginning of the game,
Okay,
and
cool.
snapped off that scalers just as fast as well.
Yeah, so we have every reason to believe that there is a Razor in this arsenal right now. Also, I mean, we talk about Blue Wounding Blow being classic, but Razor Reflex on the snatch, even more classic.
The Razor was from hand, so I was mistaken.
Oh, you were mistaken. Don't you lead me down that path again.
My apologies.
Roger's going to 2. Jordan, draw trigger on this.
So what can Jordan do here? Play a sigil.
Hmm.
Get back that
Sigil
life.
up to 10. Okay.
Matt Rogers' life for lives now have go again.
Yep. You strike in hand, command and conquer an arsenal for Matt Rogers.
Just like that,
Oh,
Matt
yeah,
Rogers is
I
going to do a massively wide turn here, using that Snapdragon Scalers on the E strike and that command and conquer in his arsenal.
Yep, big
But
swing
not
turn
threatening the
here.
mask though. There's no more mask on Matt Rogers. Jordan just has to
Correct.
stay at a healthy life total, and he might be able to close the game. He's got 2 to go into 3. He doesn't want to defend him for this turn. Breaking Scales to push over a combo card. Jordan's got a card in arsenal. It's set up for him as long as he just doesn't lose his turn.
Jordan should also have one more sigil in his deck, correct? Where Matt has exhausted all of his.
Some variety of yellow sigils I've seen play today in Iro decks.
Mhm.
Never know how many if they're playing 1 or 2.
Yeah, I'm just thinking red right now. Nice tank in here.
Matt does have the life for a life and the E strike.
He does. And the
He can
E
go
strike
very
and the
wide
command
here.
and conquer. This is huge. Dude, if he had mask, oof. It'd be a nasty turn.
It'd also be on 0 if he didn't.
Good point. That's why you're the champ.
I'm not really sure what Matt's thinking about here. He's got a clear wide turn, starting with life for a life.
Ooh, man. You see that springboard somersault in the hand? That hurts.
That one doesn't,
Yo.
though.
That one doesn't. Damn, both of them.
So if Jordan can
Damn.
negate this turn and slowly build the tempo back, he's at a tremendous life advantage here.
Yep.
Matt's
the E strike for
likely
5.
going to
7.
go for 7 and give this go again with Snapdragon Scalers.
Correct.
Hopefully Jordan can put the pieces... Sorry for 8th because of Ira's ability. Hopefully Jordan can put the pieces together and sniff out that Command and Conquer or Drone from Matt Rogers' arsenal. Just a big, powerful attack.
Yep, hate to see the flick flag. That's for sure on Matt Rogers' side. But we see Jordan's hand, so we know that one of those cards is in fact Springboard Somersault. If he does have a combo card, this flick flag does really come in clutch here.
Does Jordan have a combo card, though? I did not spot it.
I think I saw Heron's Flight, but I'm not 100% sure.
Worst case scenario, that Springboard Somersault pitches for those Kadachis and threatens lethal next turn if Jordan does
100%.
survive this. So at the moment, Jordan's taking 4. That Command and Conquer is coming in.
Critical turn here.
Luckily, Matt Rogers, remember the Snapdragon Scalers? I've personally forgot Snapdragon Scalers in top 8. It does not feel good.
Yep. But that's why you retired. So
Here we are.
here we are. Flick flag hurts here. I mean, this is like such a good card in the mirror.
Matt
Now
Rogers
Matt's
looks like he's resigning the Command and Conquer play.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing in Jordan's arsenal. He just got flick flagged. Like, what would you do?
I would Command and Conquer. Just ask for the pain. What else are you going to do? Jordan would just like eat the 2 Kadachis, no worries, and then threaten back. You're just giving Jordan
Yeah.
more cards to attack with. Matt Rogers might
Jordan-
be losing himself the game here.
Yeah, Jordan's sitting in that driver's seat with his booster seat, and he's looking out the window. He's ready to go. And he's suddenly in lethal this turn with Justice Kadachis. This is beautiful.
Matt Rogers will take this.
Yep. Yeah, Matt Rogers telegraphing a defense reaction in the arsenal. Not going to happen. Jordan's got the read. There's the flick flag. Hate to see it. But does he have a combo card? He does have Fine Center, if I believe. Yep, he does.
Torrent Temper for 5.
Torrent Temple for 5.
Taken.
Perfectly blocked because of flick flag. I'm telling you guys, this is the best card in the game. You flick flag the second Kadachi in these turtle matches, and you block that third card. Beautiful.
Just like it
every
was a
single
pain
time.
for Matt, it was a pain for Jordan. But can Jordan sniff out the Command and Conquer here and use this Springboard Somersault on this Kadachi?
It's Jordan's game to lose here. He's got to know. He's got to know.
Should sniff at the Command and Conquer. He uses the Tunic instead.
I like it.
Jordan's hand shuffling slows down, realizing that Springboard Somersault is at threat. Jordan, it attacks for 7.
Drone. Bottom of your deck. There you go. Not good, not terrible. We got Kadachi's coming in for lethal, boys. Taking cards. Give
There's
me a
flick
card.
flack.
Oh, not that card.
Attacking for 2. This is still lethal.
Yep. There we go. Ira showing why she's the king of the turtles. And this is down to the wire. Ooh, flick flack.
Always proving to defend.
Oof, you hate to see it, but
Jordan's setting up, facing lethal now from these Kadachis. And Matt can
Arsenal.
actually put a counter attack and put a card in Arsenal if he has the right cards.
It's getting spicy. These flick flacks always. Oh,
And slowly
yeah.
eking the edge. A flick flack here would be massive. A blue flick flack.
Yep, yellow flick
Yellow
flack.
one,
We'll do
even
it.
better.
We're okay with it. But he does a
Attacking
crane
for
dance.
1 though. Attacking for 1.
Biggie on the crane dance. Yeah. Okay.
Jordan may be
Okay.
scared of ancestral empowerment there. Going to 1 and keeping a card might have been good, but Jordan's still got plenty of cards in his hand. He might be able to close it out this turn.
Yep. Possibly. Matt's got a lot of blues. And these sigils are doing overtime work.
Defend
Okay.
the Kadachi. Matt's
Defend
in
the
panic
Kadachi.
mode.
Oh, there we go.
Drone for 7.
Going for 7. 7's a bad number. Matt doesn't like that number. There's a flick flack. Full block on the 7. Jordan takes it back. He's not going to commit to that 3rd. Arsenals. Okay.
Keeping that
Good
card
for
in
Jordan.
Arsenal.
Yeah.
Jordan might have to defend against 3 attacks here. How
Does
cautious
Jordan go to
can you
1?
be?
Yeah.
Go
Does
to
he go to
1.
1? Oof. He's got
Defend the card.
defend the card.
Last attack. Gotta defend
fine.
it.
Defend it. Yeah.
You have a card in Arsenal. Sigil.
Oh, overtime. Overtime work. Jeez. Talk about MVP. Let's go.
The Kadachi.
All right.
Likely to be taken.
Roger's pulling his own drone of brutality here, so easily going to block that second Kadachi, in my opinion. Unless
Might
he's
have
coming
wanted to
back
be
for
the
the
massive
7.
attack at the end
Yeah,
of
the
the combat
7.
chain.
The 7. You're right. You're right. It's Ira. Oh, he's got 2.
Double
He's got
drone.
2.
Easy defense.
Is this limited? Is this limited? It feels like
Plus the
limited. Let's
fist
go.
for 2.
Fist for 2. And, oh, baby. We are going Kadachi 7 attack drone this turn, I think.
Just look at this breaking scales. Taunting Jordan while Matt's at 1 life. If he used that at any point, like Matt Rogers has so diligently learned himself to do so earlier, the end blue cards just can't get through.
Our board Jordan rips another sigil. Let's go. Okay, this is for 7.
7.
Fortunate
Sigil
number
helps
again.
here.
Going on to the bottom after as well. This is down to the wire.
Massive back and forth.
Yeah.
If Jordan can
I'm-
find any combo card with 3 or more power, he can push through damage with that breaking scales.
Ooh, it's the red too. We're up to 4. Let's go. Okay. It's a single block. Block. There. There's our flick flag. Okay.
Clean 6.
Yeah,
Take
we'll
1.
take 1.
Flick flag very valuable, but that drone going down to the bottom.
Both drones
Yep,
are not
1,000
going to be in
cuts.
this hand. Yeah, we know both drones are not in Matt's hand right now.
Did
Too
Matt
far
pick up
away.
the yellow sigil?
Ah. There we go.
Flick flag defending.
Ooh, it's Fluster Fist for 2. Blocked for 3. All right, take him back. Now we know Matt's drones. His drones are coming up. Now he's gonna Kadachi here. He's gonna Kadachi again, but he's gonna draw a hand of drones. So we know that Kadachi drone's coming again from Matt.
Jordan
longer this
defending
goes
1
on.
card, defending with that drone.
There's the drone. Yep, goes on the bot. Let's go.
If Jordan has a combo card here, he can push damage.
Yep, we
But
got
I
our
don't think
Kadachi.
Jordan can push it.
I don't think so either.
He needs a flying
Kadachi-
kick. He needs a flying kick.
He needs.
He's defended with
He's
both
threat.
early in the game, though. Jordan might be stuck here. And
Yep,
Matt
okay.
Rogers has drones.
Yep. Does Jordan not have drones, or does he only have one? I thought we saw
Jordan
drones from
does as well, but Matt
Okay.
Rogers might be able to pull it out. Who knows?
Yeah. Matt's got the drone hand. That's the thing.
I don't think we've ever seen a draw on the feature match table. Oh, he blue flick flack.
Not enough.
Wow.
Not enough.
Jordan Nelson Fussell crushes the dreams of Matt Rogers, putting him into the losers bracket. Change that 11-0 to 11-1. 1-1-1.
Boys, the
That's
program has
Look
been
at them take that
cracked.
photo.
Look at that photo. Blinged out in gold. Ice to the teeth. Takes down Matt Rogers 11-1. Jordan gonna cruise his way through this top 8. I'm telling you, these Ira matchups, they don't get any better. This is flesh and blood at its finest. It is down to the T and expertly piloted by Jordan. Yeah, look at all you got. Everybody says it's an amazing game. I've been telling you all day. Ira matchups are the best. Doesn't get any better.
Especially when they're piloted by fantastic players like Matt and Jordan.
Yeah. Great game by both of them, down to the wire. I mean, that was literally, the blue flick flag just for the one. Perfect lethal. Love it. Love to see it.
Jordan probably rocking around though, looking at that breaking scales, knowing next time to use it earlier.
Yeah, next time use it earlier, right? After you blocked with it. Man, what a fantastic game. What a great way to start it off. And, we finally got to see our X and O. But he gets dethroned. There's a new king in town, and his name is Jordan Nelson Fussell.
Curse of the camera. I'm going to put a call out for Hayden Dale to come back onto stream and have a chat with us and see what you thought about that game. I'm sure you're watching.
Oh, I'm right here, guys. That was an absolute thriller to kick off the top 8. We couldn't have asked for a better game, I don't think. Absolutely fantastic.
Oh, goodness. So many highlights. I can't even begin to start mentioning them. That is one for the ages. Definitely going to be clipped and separated on our YouTube channel. That's for sure. You can make sure of that.
100%. Let's talk about our girl Ira here, right? She breaks out of here. She comes into Crucible War. Now we've got these. It's not just Kadachi threat, right? We've got Kadachi drone for 7. I mean, come on. It doesn't get any better than that. If you're a Ninja Turtle, you just got upgraded. You're a Ninja Turtle on a skateboard. This is ridiculous.
Eating that pizza.
That pizza, that slice of pizza. I mean, this is just incredible. Like this Ira deck is so flexible, so strong, but in the mirror, we really get to see, technical play at its finest.
Yeah, just jumping in here, Hayden, back in the virtual booth with the guys. What I sort of noticed early on was Matt had a really clear plan, and you called it, Sasha and Brendan, to set up that scalers plus
Command and
Conquer turn. Yeah, he was really looking for that, and it seems like that's a strategy we also saw Jacob play earlier in the day. So I'm guessing that's something that they've worked on together, and really look to set that up as their kind of big turn, quote unquote, in this format, which was actually kind of countered by Jordan playing pretty heads up on that first life for life to make sure he threw the defense reaction straight away. The first opportunity he had, he went straight for it. So it was sort of interesting to see Matt lead with that that life for life there and then play it that way. But look, full credit to Jordan. He played well. Of course, he made a bit of a misblock early on, but he kept his cool and came back and really held his own at the end there. It was fantastic.
Yeah. That flick flag, those flick flags in that game, they changed everything, right? You throw it on that flick flag. I mean, I'm pretty sure he flick flagged the E-Strike, right? So that the Command and Conquer was going to get blocked by a combo Carter. Was that how it played out?
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember.
that's exactly how it played out.
Yeah, so exactly, right? Like, you flick flag that second attack, the Command and Conquer, and then it's just, the value is just so much less. And at that time, I'm pretty sure Jordan didn't have anything in his arsenal. I mean, flick flag through the whole entire game, whether it was on the second Kadachi, whether it was on the E-Strike, I mean, that's the MVP card. I mean, we can talk about the sigils as well, coming through, but flick flag, by far, mirror breaker. Can't call it a mirror breaker because they're both playing it, but it puts in the work.
Yeah, Sigil an interesting card because early on, while both players had the mask, Sigil almost looked like a bit of a liability in some of those hands, especially for Matt. He had a bit of an awkward draw with a Sigil. But late in the game, once those masks from both sides were gone, those Sigils were, as you said, like coming in clutch. Effectively making up 1 or 2 Kadachi hits with Irish Trigger. So certainly massive there. That was great to see.
Yeah, great game to start us off, and I'm sure there's only better ones to go.
We can only
Speaking of
hope.
better ones to go, we have our next match lined up for us. Matt Rogers in the losers bracket against Jason Long, the Wizard. These men are both familiar to what it's like to be in a calling top 8, and let's see how they fare against each other. Clash of the Titans.
All right, boys. I'm gonna head off and let you two take it. Step out of this virtual booth. Hayden, you come on in, and best of luck to the next competitors.
Saddle
Yes.
on up, get your popcorn, Hayden. This is going to be a good one.
So it's a warm seat you've left me here, Brendan. Thank you. Very nice and warm seat.
Toasty.
Yeah, look, pumped for this match. We've seen two players, one player in Jason that we've seen a couple of times throughout the day on Kano. We've seen his prowess and his skill off the top of the deck and the way he navigates turns. Versus Matt, who up until this round was undefeated throughout the whole event, prior to losing to Jordan in the mirror just prior to this. So Matt Rogers backing it up immediately, doesn't need a break. As Brendan said, is this man human? Let's find out.
Cracking on the heat, you can see Matt Rogers bring that needle. We did see the razor reflex from Matt and the unmovable from Jason. I hope that we get to see the interaction very early on.
This could be a
It'll just
spicy
be
one.
Outstanding.
Jason rolling snake eyes. So you're Matt. This matchup, you want to be on the play, right? You want to start.
Absolutely. You want to give Wizard as least time as possible by taking the first turn away from Wizard. That you don't have anything to worry about. You get to attack into them, which puts pressure on their hands. They're going to wild swing their Kano, maybe get a cheeky potion. But with Arcane Barrier 4, you want to be quite reserved. And Matt is just looking to get rid of his red defense reactions and other cards as soon as possible.
For sure. And just going to throw it out to chat here. Who do we like in this match? Who do we think is going to take it out? I'd love to hear chat's thoughts on this. But yeah, just going back to that, Sasha, the interesting thing is we saw Jason against Jacob earlier, and I'm assuming that Jacob and Matt, based on what we've seen, are on probably identical 40 cards. Jason tried and set up that combo turn. Unfortunately, he ran into the Razor and couldn't set up. But Jason now knows that there's a Razor coming out of Matt's deck. He's going to assume that he's on the same list as Jacob, so he's probably going to try and protect his life total as much as possible. And still, I'm imagining Jason's still probably going to try and go for that one-turn kill setup.
Do we know if it's a singleton Razor or the full set?
I think it's Razor. We saw Matt's whole deck there, right? We only saw one Razor, so...
Spicy. Very spicy. And not that many combo cards to attack with their breaking scales, but there we go. The full Null Rune suite. Decked out.
Yeah, I thought it was a really heads-up play. You and Brendan spoke about it with Matt cracking the breaking scales on his last card that did have more than 3 attack and was a combo card. Matt Rogers pointing to the needle there. It's almost as if he knows that the unmovable is in Jason's deck, and he probably might. It looks like he's taunting Jason a little bit. Do I attack? Do I not?
Matt Rogers is going to double take every single time. Is it worth it? Maybe it was not worth to put the needle in. If you aren't going to attack with the needle, why put it in? Don't deliberate. Matt Rogers being very cautious, not attacking again.
Yeah, just content with getting in that 1 damage.
Content or fear of losing the needle?
Well, he could have played an attack action, right, if he wanted to, but I think he wants to make sure that that he can stop Jason doing whatever he may want to do on the end of turn there. Lockie Kennedy in chat here said, Fab, can you say my name to everyone watching? I will, Lockie Kennedy, but who do you think is going to win this match? That's the important thing. Jason leading off with a blue Whisper the Oracle here, opting the top 2 cards. Looks like he might still be thinking about it. He isn't quite corrected on top of the deck here.
Whisper the Oracle, very spicy card. Love to Kano that card because when you play it as an instant, you gain an action point. It does say go again, but when you play as an instant, you don't consume an action point. So sneaky tricks can be done with Whisper the Oracle to effectively act as a time snap potion.
Exactly. And what's your thoughts? We haven't really seen any other variations of Whisper the Oracle today. No red, no yellow. Do you think that card is something that you might have thought we would see today?
I think the blue version in particular, just because it pitches for Kano, and Kano is a resource-hungry boy. That's effectively the only reason why. As even though the red and yellow are far superior, the pitch is a massive factor for this deck.
The huge note there, Jason gets 2 blues to the bottom early, so he's looking to, that indicates to me he's looking to set up here. He doesn't play anything else, gets the potion into play. Now we're going to see him probably, depending on what he whispered, potentially pitch another blue and then start to set up the bottom of his deck with either Stir or Forked, Blazing Aether. He wants to get those cards on the bottom so he can set up that one big turn.
He does have Forked and Blazing Aether in hand. He could easily start setting that up.
Yeah, the bit of the awkward thing, though, is he doesn't actually want both of those at the bottom. He wants one of those, ideally, at the end of the game in Arsenal. Preferably the Forked, so that Stir just immediately gives it the... he doesn't need boots. He doesn't need to crack those Storm Traders. Wow. So straight in here with Command & Conquer from Matt, trying to put the pressure on Jason early.
I'm not sure how much I like it when you can't guarantee it. Matt might be sniffing out some important cards in Jason's hand.
Jason's okay with that here, though. I think he's got other copies of Stir and Forked Lightning. He doesn't need them all. He just needs one of each.
Jason deliberating, head in his hand. Looks like he's hyperventilating, actually.
One of our favorite things about watching Jason on stream today has definitely been his emotive body language, and you know he's a fun one to watch, that's for sure.
If only we could hear what his actual language was like. I'd love to hear what this man has to say on the table.
So it looks like in hand, Jason's got the Tome, the Blazing Aether, and you think it's a Forked Lightning in hand as well, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, it looks like it. So really tough situation for Jason here about. He's trying to work out, okay, if I start to defend with these cards now, am I going to be able to find the other pieces I need to pitch to the bottom of my deck to set up for later on? I think that's what's sort of going through his head right now.
But also, the cards on the bottom of his deck are just 2 blues. They're easily replaceable in the pitch order.
Exactly.
So cards like Forked Lightning and Blazing Aether might come much, much later in the game. Because one thing that Jason has to think about, he doesn't have infinite time. Matt Rogers has, what 4 sigils in his deck? He can go up to a very high life total and get out of reach of Jason.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's what's going through Jason's mind. Can he afford to, if he gives these up here, is he going to be too far behind? Is it going to be too big a hill for him to climb up after, as you say, Matt gets out 4 sigils and works his way out?
Jason deliberating still. He probably should be able to make a play by now. No, the top 8 matches are untimed. They're not constrained to 30 minutes, but the players are still encouraged to play at a reasonable pace.
Jason might get a tap on the shoulder soon if he doesn't make a play.
Tap, tap, tap.
Jack Dub in chat saying, haha, kia ora, Jack.
Jason putting Tome of the Aetherwind down on the table. Defending for using the Tunic straight away.
Wow.
Jason really wanted to get that Forked Lightning on the bottom of his deck.
So
Golden Tunic better have bought him good enough.
I think it's the Blazing.
The Blazing Aether, my apologies.
Yeah, I think the issue is I think he feels he can't beat Matt if he doesn't have both Blazing Aethers. I think what he's counting up is the amount of sigil life gain Matt can get to. So to get that magic 30 mark, if Jason's trying to set up the sort of 1-turn kill, I think he believes that he needs both Blazing Aethers to do that. There is a way he can actually set it up using Tome to add a +1 damage to his first spell. So to say the Forked Lightning, which can then amplify through Blazing Aether, but he needs to have 2 to be able to do it. So I think that's what's going through his head here. He tanked, he had to work it out, and I think he's worked out that there's no other way.
And there you go. Speaking of that Tome buffing all the wizard non-attack actions in the turn, pitch to the bottom too. I love how Jason's paying so much attention to everything. Very meticulous. This is high-level Fab at its finest. It looks innocent, but we are planning the death blows 5 turns, 10 turns from now.
Yeah, Jason really playing from bottom to top almost here. What you'll probably next look to see Jason pitch is a blue. What he wants to do is get a blue underneath the Tome so that when he flips the Tome, he can give +1, draw another card. And what that does is effectively gives a +1 arcane buff for free. Because he can flip it with a Kano using a blue, flip the Tome, choose to draw a card and choose +1, draws back another blue, and he's just replaced it but got a free damage.
Flying kick coming in from Matt Rogers, attacking for 7 after this needle for 3. I don't think Jason has a blue in his hand, unfortunately. He does have the Forked Lightning, but It's not going to